Tonight's the night. And it's going to happen again and again.
There is a great disturbance in the Force.
I have felt it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the MAG is live. We are ready to rock and roll. It is go time. Is everybody ready to rock? MAGGCAST is live. Let's go. How's everybody doing out there? Everybody doing all right? How's it going? We got Ray Martinez in the house. I see a whole bunch of green and blue out there. K-Rock's up. What's up, Grandpa Barbecue? Arrow Nation's in the house. Literal Table. Human User 1. How you guys all doing out there? I'll get to every single one of your names, I promise you. Magnum's in the house. What's up? You know? Name's Dinky. How's everybody doing? Everybody fine? Everybody happy? Everybody good? Everybody gaming? That's what we're supposed to do, right? We're supposed to be gaming. Oh, I am fired up tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the man, the myth, the legend, the one, the only, Joe Dunmore is in the house. Ion Storm, how you doing? Nice show today, by the way. David Merrifield, how you doing? Greetings from Canada, all the way to, from Ireland, if I'm not mistaken, correct? And if so, Mr. Merrifield, y'all excited for St. Patrick's Day this year? It's coming up on a Tuesday. By the way, speaking of which, I'd just like to point this out right away. Lav, how you doing? Arch War Angel.
There is a great disturbance in the Force.
Broke Boy, how you doing?
I have felt it.
Yes. Look at everybody's here, man.
Rise to the top, oh yeah.
What's up? Ambidextrous, how you doing? Matt Collin? And the other Matt? Two Matts, back to back. Listen, next week's MAGGCAST will not be on Tuesday night. I am not going to be home. I'm going to be in the city for none other than St. Patrick's Day. So I will be in the city for St. Patrick's Day. It's also the same night as the World Baseball Classic final, and so myself and the G5, as we call ourselves, it's my little crew, and we're going to be downtown in the city of Toronto, and we're going to be watching the World Baseball Classic, and then right after that, we're heading over to the Annex, baby, because then it's St. Patrick's party time. Yes, I know I'm Italian, but I'm married to an Irish, okay? So, you know, by association. And I like potatoes. I mean, it's a thing. I also happen to like beer. I also happen to like Irish whiskey. What the hell am I supposed to do? I'm the palest Italian you've ever... I am literally the whitest Italian on planet Earth, ladies and gentlemen. Right here. This is what I'm talking about.
Oh, shit.
So everybody thinks I'm Irish anyway, so it kind of works out. Bald, tattoos. I'm basically I got the whole Boston look down to a science, folks. Down to a science. How you doing, 78? How are you, buddy? Yes. So, Joe Dunmore comes in with the joke of all jokes, folks.
Why do you say this to me when you know I will kill you for it?
So I won't see you next Tuesday. That's correct. And if there's anybody who is one of those, it's definitely this guy right here. So, that's what we're talking about. That's right. You know?
Do not come.
Mag McGregor.
Do not come.
What's up, Street?
I'm gonna come.
Yeah, man. So anyways, it's going to be wild, man. What's up, Seek? How you doing? So next Tuesday, we're going to postpone MAGGCAST to the Wednesday, okay? So Wednesday, same time, 8:45 p.m., but it'll be one day later. I will put notifications out for everybody the day of and whatever else before I hit the city and all that jazz. And just to remind everybody that MAGGCAST, and I'll put it on socials as well, that MAGGCAST will be on Wednesday next week, not on the Tuesday, because of St. Patrick's Day. And, you know, things are going to be wild. La Pedro, how you doing? So, yeah. Hey, Kit, how are you? So, yeah. But anyways, enough of that jazz. I'm not drinking tonight, by the way. So, let me tell you what happened. So, Saturday night, doing my regular thing. I had to go to a fundraiser, actually, funny enough. And you guys remember in December, during the Christmas season, I did the fundraiser for Emily's house, right? And from all your generosity, by the way, I'm still saying thank you to every single one of you out there. Absolutely amazing. All the donations that came in for that fundraiser for... hospice for children and I hate using the word long-term care, but I think you guys know what I'm talking about. But anyways, Saturday night, there was another fundraiser that I went to for Emily's house as well. So it was in person. They had like live music and they had like silent auctions and all that stuff. And I got dressed up in my suit and the whole 9 yards. And amazingly enough, that night, everybody that was there, we raised $33,000 in one night for Emily's house. So I did that. Had a drink because I had to drive. I went by myself, right? My wife couldn't come. So it was just me by myself there. Went to the fundraiser, all that jazz. And had one drink over there, headed home. Had lots of beer in the fridge. Now it's party time, right? So my wife and I are hanging out. We're having a couple drinks, no big deal. And then all of a sudden, we're just kind of flipping around the TV. We're like, what the hell are we going to watch? And so I'm like, you know what? We're skipping around Netflix, which I never watch, but it was there. And I see The Dirt. And my wife and I love Motley Crue. We have watched The Dirt probably 15 times.
Welcome to hell.
Because it's that good of a movie. If you haven't seen The Dirt, the Motley Crue movie, it is literally a perfect film from beginning to end. Like, it is a pure 10 out of 10. And it's not just because I like Motley Crue. It's also because it's just a perfect music film, like a rock and roll film. It is perfect across the board. Perfect casting, perfect acting, perfect editing, great music, the whole 9 yards. The fun stuff, the bad stuff, the sad stuff, the happy stuff. It's just a perfect film. So we start watching this movie. We're drinking, we're doing this, we're partying. By the way, while we're there doing that, I ended up buying tickets to go see Motley Crue this summer for the Carnival of Sins reunion. It is coming this summer, ladies and gentlemen, to Toronto. So my wife and I are going to go see that. That's going to be awesome. And anyhow, now it's getting to like 3-something in the morning, 3:45 in the morning. It's coming up on 4 a.m. I'm like, honey, we got to go to bed, man. And so then we realized in horror, and I mean in horror, when we realized that it was not 4 o'clock in the morning. We forgot the time change.
Yeah!
So in fact, it was 5 o'clock in the morning because we forgot that, like, at least in this part of the world, we do the daylight savings, right? So it's spring forward, fall back, right? So in the fall, you go back an hour. In the spring, we go ahead an hour. And didn't realize that at that time, as it was creeping up on 4 a.m., it was actually 5 a.m. And I'm like, oh, shit. This is going to be one hell of a Sunday. Anyways, so we had, whatever, our Sunday. And just when you think it's over, we're sitting around, just talking, whatever. And then the neighbors call, and they're like, listen, man, we normally don't do this. But we're just in a mood, like a happy, like just party mood. We're drinking over here. Get your asses over here right now. And my wife and I, with absolutely zero willpower whatsoever, after the night being up till 5 o'clock in the morning, drinking, watching the Dirt, what do? We go straight to the neighbor's house and we're drinking all night Sunday. Like a bunch of degenerates. In our, well, my wife is 10 years younger than me, but I'm 51. Degenerates. So yeah, I'm taking it easy because I got a big party on Saturday night, and then I got 2 days to recover from that, and then it's St. Patrick's Day, and I'm going to be in the city for that. And let me tell you something, boys, we're going to go wild. So it's going to be a good time. But anyways, we're not here to talk about that. That's just me warming up the voice. You know what I mean? You know, like backstage when the singers are like la 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 la. This is my version of like doing all that. All right? Because it's not like I sit off camera and I'm sitting there going, you know, the skeleton had shampoo in the shower. The Human Torch was denied a bank loan. Like I don't warm up my voice before the show. So I do a little intro, we talk a little bit. We get ourselves all worked up, you know what I'm saying? And then we'll get into the video game talk. The video game talk we're going to start with tonight, we're going to talk about Crimson Desert. And the funny thing is, just as I was complaining and bitching about Crimson Desert, just came out of nowhere. All of a sudden, I was just like, oh my God, they actually said something about it. And so I'd like to shout out my friend Samuel Page from Twitter. He said, Mag, you've been talking about it, and here are the specs. But we'll get into that in just a moment. But before we get into all that, we've got Top Gamer Pro, a top-tier Maggot member for 6 months, ladies and gentlemen. Here he comes. Thank you so much, Top Gamer Pro. And he sends a member chat and he says, call quality games for the future, but I'm in the best place I can be and the best community. Yes, you are, my friend. Top Gamer Pro, remind me to talk to you about some of your shorts. We'll talk about that later. Off camera, obviously. Thank you, Top Gamer Pro. I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you, brother. And hot off the heels of that, we've got Literal Table, a member for 4 months. Top tier Maggot as well. Look at this guy coming flying in. And he says for a member chat, thank you so much, my friend. Appreciate you. I enjoy playing games with you, by the way. We will do more of that in the future. He says, Meg, and there's going to be a lot of multiplayer games coming up in 2026, folks. So I can't wait to get into all those games with the community. It's going to be so exciting. And he says, Meg, do you think Capcom should collab with Playground Games and bring Leon's custom Porsche from Resident Evil Requiem to Forza Horizon 6? Dude, if they do not do that, that is an absolute swing and a miss. Capcom really doesn't need it. I think that Microsoft would be damn foolish to not do that. God damn it, Literal Table. That is a fantastic idea, my friend. What a great idea. Thank you for that. Man, that's a hot idea. What's up, DC? How you doing, Bobby? Two Bobbies. How you guys doing? Two Bobbies, two Matts. It's hard to keep up, man. Polly Baba's in the house. Hey, Polly Baba, I haven't seen you in a minute. Bernie's in there. 80 Storm, there's my friend. I haven't seen you in a while either, man. He said, and he says the same thing. He goes, hey, champ, long time again, being busy, but I'm around when I can. Absolutely. And we got Seek coming in, dropping a $5 super chat as well. Thank you so much, my friend. Donation button. Let's go. Let's drop a rare achievement as well. Thank you so much, Seek. Although I shouldn't celebrate him just yet, because what if he talks shit about me in the super chat? Let's find out first before I start doing... before I start doing like all the applauses and all of a sudden he goes, Meg, you're a scumbag. Just kidding, Seek. I'm just busting balls. And he says, listen to XNC in thought. Confirmed with chat. Getting apps on PS5. What about Xbox app on PS5? Asha said, reaching gamers everywhere still, right? I am telling you right now, my friend, cool idea. Absolutely will not happen. Absolutely will not happen. And I'll tell you why it won't happen. Sony literally just pulled their games off of PC, basically shut the door, and said, "Listen, y'all, you want to come to the party, you got to come to the front door. You got to come in. You got to come in this way. You got to get past the bouncers, get inside, go into the party there. We ain't bringing the party to you. You know what I mean? The party's here. You come over here, and that's kind of what they did. So they shut the door on that, brother. So unfortunately, and by the way, ladies and gentlemen." Because we have Asha, better known on the Mag Show as Usher, I mean, what could we do about that? What's up, Usher? Every time we talk about Asha Sharma, we hit the button, all right? You got it? It's Usher in the house. That's right. Go ahead, copyright strike me, Usher. See what's up. Here, I'll do it again just for you.
Will be the fucking game. Will be the fucking game.
There we go. And hot off the heels of that, we got 78 in coming in, dropping 5 gifted members. Thank you so much, my friends. My goodness, what a start to the show, folks. 78 Inc. sends 5 gifted members, and look at all the green in that chat. It's fantastic. We got almost 100 people in the chat already, and almost everybody's green or blue. It's unbelievable. Green and blue, it's almost like leprechauns got beaten up at a bar.
Welcome to hell.
And by the way, for everybody who just joined the channel, we have to do it because it's tradition here.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
There it is. Welcome to hell to all those new channel members. And by the way, you're a maggot now. There's no escaping. And speaking of channel members, next week, in honor of course, St. Patrick's Day, I will be doing a cooking video. Of course, the channel members get exclusive access to those first before anything out, before anybody else. And I will be doing it in honor of St. Patrick's Day. So all the cooking and all the dishes I do that day will be inspired by my wife's mother country of Ireland. So that was what we will be doing next week right here on the channel. Keep your eyes out for a new episode of Munching with Mag coming next week. And Joe Dunmore comes flying in with another $2 super chat. Look at this guy. And he said, if Speed Racer isn't in Forza, we riot. You're goddamn right we riot. That's what I'm talking about. Oh! Thank you so much, Joe Dunmore. That's amazing, man. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you guys for all the support. You guys are absolutely amazing. 80 Storm, the color code is gray. Are people watching? Like anybody, like everybody is gray. Hey, what's up, Rip? How you doing, bud? And then a red card. Green are channel members. Blue are my mods. Hey, Funky Playbox, what's so potatoes? Like he's got to be a ball breaker, eh? What are you gonna say that for?
Say this to me when you know I will kill you for it.
Ma, the meatloaf! Fuck!
Exactly. Cyber Gunter, how you doing? Golden Souk in the house? You know what the thing is, Golden Souk? I talked about this with Colt, right? And at this point, Sony doesn't have to say anything. They're just not going to do it. So, you know what I mean? Like, just a year will go by, 2 years will go by, 3 years will go by, and then all of a sudden somebody will be like, wait a minute, anybody notice that Ghost of Yotai is not on PC? They're just not going to do it. It's just going to stop. Now, live service, multiplayer, that kind of stuff, will continue to go over there. Third-party deals, they have no control of that because they don't own the IPs. Examples, Death Stranding 2, Kenna, the sequel, Kenna 2. I was about to call it Bridge of Spirits, but you guys know what I'm talking about. Kenna 2, that's not theirs. They funded it, and it's going to be published by Sony Studios, but they don't own the company, so they don't have rights to do that. So those games will continue there. But everything that they do, like in-house, will stay away. Now, they haven't officially confirmed that, but everybody who's anybody that's in that side, like in the inside of the business or whatever, are all saying it. They're doing it. But here's the thing. The thing is, they don't have to come out and say it. It's not like they got to do a press conference or something. You guys know how Sony rolls. Like, Sony doesn't do the Microsoft thing. Like, Microsoft will go out, they'll talk about it, they'll do like an apology tour, or whatever. You know what I mean? All that stuff. These guys won't do any of that. They're just not going to say anything. They're just going to go about their business and just be like, yeah, man, we're just making the games and whatever. I'd be very surprised because Sony's not they don't move like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, Sony doesn't really do a lot of interviews and they don't do the tours and you know what I mean? They don't do all that stuff and whatever. You know what I mean? They don't do it. I mean, very rarely. Sometimes what's his name there? Jim Ryan would like go out and say something, hold the controller upside down or some stupid shit like that. But like for the most part, you wouldn't find any of that. What's going on, PS Vet? How you doing? Oh, we got G-Mania coming in, dropping a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, my friend. He said, I should sue Microsoft over Play Anywhere. Let's do this. Let's do this. You hear that, Usher? You hear that, Usher? Listen up. You're the CEO of Xbox now. You better be listening up. She said, he says, I should sue Microsoft over Play Anywhere. Played Xbox in the shower and got electrocuted. I know, bad joke. It's not a bad joke. It's fantastic. You hear that, Usher? He got electrocuted in the shower because of your games. You're the CEO. You're responsible now. There you go, Usher. Come on. Put it in. All right. Enough nonsense. Hey, Cameron, how you doing? Grandpa Barbecue Game Cats in the house? So, Crimson Desert. Let's talk now. Crimson Desert. So, I obviously have my trepidations. I've told you guys this a million times before. And my trepidations are as follows, is that I've been gaming for 47 years. I've seen so many games. Thank you, by the way, G-Mania. That was really funny. I thought it was hilarious. I've been burned so many times before, okay, with the promises of the like this is going to be the game to end all games. How many times? Okay, let me ask you a question. Now, before we get into the actual specs and all this kind of stuff that they actually talked about, okay, which we're going to go into, we're going to go through in detail, okay? Here's the thing. How many times did you hear, this is going to be the Halo killer? Say yes in the chat, because you know you've heard it before. What's up, Guardian? How many times have you heard, this is going to be the Call of Duty killer? This is going to be the new Uncharted. This is going to be the new Forza. How many times have you heard that shit? I'm 47. I'm 51. I've been gaming since I was 4 years old. 47 years. You know how many times I heard that shit throughout the years? You guys remember when I'm talking all the way back from like the Atari, even the Nintendo, the Sega. This is the Mario killer. This is the Zelda killer. And like almost 9 times out of 10, it never was the killer of anything except killed itself, like the game, because it just wasn't good. It didn't stand up. You know what I mean? It didn't hold up or whatever else. And how many times have you been burned in the past? Get so excited. I'm like, yeah, I can't wait to play something completely different, but it's going to be the Halo killer. And not because I want to see Halo get killed. I'm just saying I'm just excited for a game like Halo because I love Halo. And it's like, a game like Halo that's going to be that next fill in the blank killer game, right? And how many times did it come true? Maybe 1%. What's up, Red Wolf? How you doing? Meat Puppet? NT's in the house. Fear is the mind killer. That's what I'm talking about, buddy.
There is a great disturbance in the force.
I have felt it.
Old as F. I see you in the chat. So here's the thing.
Welcome to hell.
I've been burned so many times before. You guys remember that PlayStation game that they talked about a couple years ago with that dude is like, oh, it's the most realistic horror game ever made. And remember we watched those trailers? You guys remember? Someone in the chat will know because, you know, you guys are on the keyboards. I can't do the keyboard thing. I'm in the middle of a show by myself here. How many times did we see that game, whatever the hell that was, the dude walking around, it looked all realistic and everybody was freaking the F out about it. You remember that game? Whatever the hell that game was. And then we find out like 6 months later the game never even existed. The dude like basically took all this like, you know, funding money and whatever the hell else, and he was basically abandoned. Thank you very much, Red Wolf. There you go. You guys remember that shit? That's what I'm talking about. Crimson Desert stinks of abandoned. At first. I'm looking at this thing going, nah, it's too good to be true. It's too good to be true. And then, rightfully so, by the way, rightfully so, for weeks, months, people are saying, all right, dude, you guys showing the game. Where's the console footage? Right? Where's the console footage? People are retweeting over and over. It's really funny, actually, because that guy there, he gets so pissed off. The marketing guy for Pearl Abyss. So funny. But you know what I'm saying? Like, what are we talking about here? Where's the console footage? Then, of course, after all this ball busting and everything else, we find out after the fact that saying, oh, well, console footage is going to be going to Digital Foundry. They're going to be doing their whole thing, which, by the way, is a ballsy move. Because if anybody's going to break down your game, like I'm talking about, like pull this thing apart and really like put it through its paces and all that kind of stuff, it'll be Digital Foundry. I don't watch Digital Foundry, no disrespect to them. It's just not my thing. I mean, I've had more fun listening to it. Like I said, again, no offense, because it's just not my world, and it's just not the way that I'm not entertained by like the inner workings of tech. I don't give a shit. We'll talk about that a little bit later because that's going to come up in our Xbox topic a little bit later in the show. So I don't I've had more fun watching like, you know, golf announcers. You know what I'm saying? Like when they do the Digital Foundry videos and then like, well, the shaders are going to be a 6.4 millimeters wide, which is going to approximately get the game to about 41%. 41 frames per second is going to be the game. And it looks like Johnson's pulling out a 5-iron. He's 160 yards from the hole. Wind is going northeasterly with a water hazard to the right side. That's kind of like what I feel like when I'm watching like Digital Foundry. It's just not my jam. I know a lot of people love it, and that's great. Amen. If that's your thing, that's your thing. I mean, a lot of people like licking toes. I mean, that's not my thing, but it's someone else's thing, right? Same idea. No slight to them at all. They do magnificent work. It's just not my jam. I don't care about the inner workings of the console or PC or any kind of stuff. I just want to know, does it work? Does it do cool shit when I turn it on? Right? That's basically what it boils down to for me. So, anyways, that being the case.
Welcome to hell.
Digital Foundry is supposed to be getting this, you know, console footage and all that jazz. And we're like, okay, cool. Cool story, bro. Where's the specs? What's going on with this game? How's it going to perform on the console? All this kind of stuff. And lo and behold, my friend,
welcome to hell,
sends me this. So, we'll break down each category here. I'll be very quick about it, okay? I don't want to bore everybody to tears. This isn't a Digital Foundry video, okay? So, what's going to happen here? Let's start with the PlayStation 5. The PlayStation 5, we got the resolution. In performance mode, 1080p. Balanced, it's going to be upscaled 4K from 1280p. And then quality is going to be upscaled again, so actually that's pretty shit, from 1440p FSR3, okay? The target performance on the performance, they're going for 60, they're calling it 60 plus FPS, 40 FPS in balance, 30 FPS as you would imagine in quality, right? And then ray tracing, really don't care about that, but low ray tracing on performance, low on balanced, and then high on quality. But again, you're sacrificing the frame rate, right? Then you have, of course, the series, the PS5 Pro. This one's important, okay, because everybody's talking about the PSSR2 and all that jazz. So in performance, for resolution, we've got upscaled. In performance, we got upscaled 4K from 1080p. Not great. upgraded PSSR, 60 plus FPS and all that jazz with VSync and VRR and all that, whatever. And then ray tracing high on performance. So that actually is really good. High ray tracing on top of the 60 FPS plus the upscaled 4K from 1080p. I was hoping for 1440, but whatever. And it doesn't matter. Balanced, 1440 up to 4K. 40 to 48, that's a very strange number. 40 to 48 FPS with high ray tracing as well. That's on the balanced. Then the quality, you got 4K 30 and ray tracing ultra. That sounds magnificent and all, but I mean, I can't think of anybody in this chat who'd be playing this at 30 FPS. I mean, that doesn't seem like the kind of thing to go. So I don't know, man. But either way, these are the specs that they put out today. The Series X, let's go through that real quick. Performance, 1080p, 60 FPS, low ray tracing, balanced. Upscaled 4K, same thing as that. Basically, it's the same as the base PS5. We're gonna have upscaled 4K from 1280, 40 FPS. There's no option of 48 FPS. So 40 FPS on that. Ray tracing low, quality. Upscaled 4K from 1440, 30 FPS. Ray tracing high. So the Series X and the PS5 are literally identical across the board. My apologies. The PS5 base does not have a 48 frames per second. That's only on the PS5 Pro for the balanced edition. Now. This one is pretty... I mean, I didn't expect much from it, but I mean, the Series S, this is fucking bad. Excuse my language. I know it started... Well, we're 27 minutes and I can swear now. I mean, swear properly. Oh, boy. Okay, performance mode. 720p. Like, what fucking year are we living in? Target performance 40. Ray tracing off. Yikes. Quality mode. 1080p 30. With ray tracing off. That's all they offer. There's no balanced mode for that. So Series S has an option of 720/40 for performance and 1080p 30 for quality. That is that's really bad. But hey, what do you expect? I mean, I'm not like, you know, I don't want to be dogging on the Series X, but I'm just saying, looking at those specs, that's pretty bad. If I do decide to get this game, after extensively reading user reviews and talking to the gamers in the community, if I decide to get the game from there and it seems like it's a must-buy, I will obviously be playing it on the PS5 Pro. I will stream it on the channel, sure. But I have no assurances that this game is going to be great. I have none. I have none as of yet. The other thing is they're going to release that console footage, by the way, on launch day, the same day that the reviews are released. Now, I know some people can say Expedition 33's reviews launched on the same day as well, and some people were looking at that side-eyed. But the funny thing is, I never got that vibe from Expedition 33. Not once. Not once did I get the vibe that this game might be, you know, not as good as it looks. I watched that game. When I saw all the trailers and the footage of Expedition 33, I'm like, this game is going to be amazing. Well, you could tell there was just a vibe. Like, you know, sometimes you got to trust your gut. You know what I'm saying? You got to trust your gut sometimes. And my gut says that Expedition 33 was going to be amazing, and it was. Even when I saw the trailer the year before, I was just like, what is this? I'm not even a turn-based guy. I mean, I played some turn-based games back in the 90s or whatever, but I kind of just moved on from it. It's just not my thing. I've done some turn-based games on the phone. Like there's like the Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes game where, like, you know, you do like a turn-based attacks with, like, you know, Obi-Wan Kenobi and Darth Maul and stuff. It was kind of fun. And it was just a mobile game on your phone when you're, like, you know, in the bathroom or when, you know, you're on break at work or something, right? So anyways, but this game, my gut says caution. That's all I'm trying to say. Don't want to upset anybody because I know a lot of people are really excited for it. My gut says caution. That's it. And now the thing is, I trust the media about as far as I can throw them. So that's the other problem with the situation. So, you know, there's a lot of fluff work that goes on with a lot of media sites and stuff like that. I trust the gamers, and I trust the gamers first. So I go to the YouTubers I trust. I go to the gaming community that I trust, that kind of thing, right? So I want to hear for anybody who buys it day one, gets, I don't even know if there's early access, whoever gets to this game, I need to know right away. And I have a feeling I'm going to be inundated the day of on the Thursday with just DMs just flying off saying, yo, this is great. Yo, it's tough. It's not good, or whatever, or it's fantastic, or it's a must buy, or you know, wait for a sale. We'll wait and see what happens, but I think I'm going to get a lot of DMs that day. When I wake up, I will read every single one of them, probably do a video about it, maybe talk about it, this and that, and then make a decision from there. But either way, I'm just exercising a little caution with the game. But either way, those are the specs. So I hope that sort of clears it up for a lot of people who didn't see that post. They put that post up just a few hours ago. So I thought, hey, why not talk about that on the show tonight? So there we are. Anyway, that's all I got to say about Crimson Desert. There's not much I can say. There's no early reviews. They did some previews and stuff, but there's no reviews not till the launch day, which is in 9 days. So it'll be next Thursday, the 19th, coming out at 2 a.m. Very strange time for the reviews to drop. But either way, that's when it's happening. So there's really nothing else I could say about Crimson Desert until the game actually drops, and then we'll see what goes on from there. But anyways, other than that, let's move on to the next topic. We got to talk about Resident Evil Requiem. Yes, I know. Everybody's been talking about Resident Evil Requiem forever, but we're going to talk about it again tonight. But before we get into that, let's catch up with some of these super chats and member chats. And we got McLovin coming in. Member for 5 months. Thank you so much, McLovin. You were amazing, my brother. And he says, currently playing Division 2. It's a blast. Have you played Arc Raiders? Seth Monsters bought me Park Raiders. Jesus Christ. Bought me Arc Raiders. And I played it once just to go through the tutorial, figure out the game or whatever. And then I just got slammed with games and all kinds of stuff going on. And I just never got back to it. Funny you say that because someone else reached out to me to go, yo, Meg, you going to start playing Arc Raiders? And I'm like, actually, I am. Because if I don't get Crimson Desert, the plan is after I platinum Resident Evil Requiem, which should be by this weekend, then I will move on to Arc Raiders from there. So, and before I start anything else, because all the single player games, I could do that at my leisure. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to do that. So absolutely, I will be getting into Arc Raiders, assuming that Crimson Desert is what I think it might be. But like I said, I'm not saying it. I'm just saying maybe. But we'll see. We'll find out. And we got Iron Storm coming in, a member for 8 months as a top tier maggot. This guy's amazing. Thank you, Iron Storm. Great show today, by the way. And he says, nothing better than Podcast Tuesdays. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, Podcast Tuesdays. It's a wild day. I round off the night of basically 7 or 8 straight hours of podcasting that happens on Tuesday. It's pretty crazy. And Iron Storm says, nothing better than Podcast Tuesdays. I wouldn't be here without you guys, and especially Meg. No problem, dude. He says, episode 10 next week and hits 16.2 thousand views. There you go. That's it, brother. That's what I'm talking about.
Do not come.
That's what I'm talking about.
Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Good work, Iron Storm. Keep plugging away, man. It ain't easy out in these streets, brother, but you got to do it anyway. You got to keep pushing. You can't stop. No matter how many times you get, dejected, nobody watched my video, this and that or whatever, never stop. Just keep, if you have the heart for it and you have the strength for it and you got the fortitude for it, keep going. Never stop. Never stop saying what you're going to say. And I'm not going to stop at all. Shabooks, how you doing, buddy? Goldie Mellow. Never stop. I'm not stopping until this is my full-time gig. It practically is now these days. But, full-time. Talking 5 days a week, working at this continuously, nonstop or whatever. I'm not going to stop till that happens. I'm not going to stop till that happens. And nothing is going to stop me. But it's hard. There are days, dude, I'm not going to lie, it's hard. There are days. There are days, man. There are days when you're just like, Mike, what's wrong with everybody? Why is everybody being such an asshole? Or whatever, people calling you names and saying shit and doing this and that or whatever. You know what I mean? Saying all these horrible things and it kind of gets you down a little bit and you're lying in bed and you go what the fuck? Why do people so nasty and whatever? But it is what it is. And you know what you do? You do this. You just got to brush it off and be like, fuck those guys, man. And just keep going. And face them head on and be like, I'm here to stay. You don't have a mic. You got something to say, come to me. I'm the one talking. I'm the one who knocks. You know what I'm saying? That's what you got to do. But anyways, enough motivational speech. Let's get on with this. Simon the Pie Man comes flying in, gifting 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Simon the Pie Man. My goodness, thank you so much for all the support, brother. I really appreciate that, man. And to all the people who just got gifted members from both 78 Inc. and Simon the Pie Man, again, thank you guys both very much. Make sure you thank him in the chat, okay, for gifting you a member. And for all those new members, guess what? As is tradition...
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
Get in there and fight, maggot!
That's right, get in there and fight, maggots. You're maggots now. You can't escape. You can't escape. When your month is up, are you going to be like, oh, I'm not subbing that? No, yes, you are. You do not have a choice. You do not have a choice.
It's all part of the plan.
That's right. You got no choice. You got to stay here now. And we got Ray Martinez Jr. coming in, dropping $2 super chat. Thank you so much, my friend, and says nothing. However, that being the same, gotta live the pisser. Yeah, Simon the Pieman. Thank you very much for the gifted members, man. I appreciate that. Ray Martinez, if you tried to say something, so sometimes this happens, folks. Sometimes people send a super chat and doesn't say anything, and what they did is they press send and they actually didn't type it out or something like that. So Ray Martinez, if you had something to say, put it in the chat. We'll find it. We'll highlight it, okay? And I will of course address it. But if you said nothing and you just want to send $2, that's cool too. Crispy One, how you doing? K-Rock, did I say hi to you? Matty Beast is in the house. That's what I'm talking about. Brandon's in the house too. Look at all these faces all coming back. Q-Max is back. There's a lot of people kind of disappeared for a little bit. Fuzzy Tomato, you usually don't show up to like the 2-hour mark and start busting my balls. King Scotto. And we got Arrow Nation, a member of 6 months as well, comes in, a top tier maggot. Thank you so much, my friend. Amazing. He says, this community is awesome. Go check out his channel as well. We got all these people that were being inspired. We're all inspiring each other to do content creation, all that stuff. And I love to see it, man. I love to see it. And even if I'm not there live, trust me, I'm in the background. I'm in the background checking all this shit out, right? So I'm always there. I'm always there supporting, man. Always lift each other up. You know what I'm saying? And he says, as a member for as a top tier mega for 6 months, thank you so much for your support, brother. He says, this community is awesome. My Resident Evil 9 Funny Moments video crossed over 100 views in 48 hours. There you go. That's a start, my friend. He goes, thank you guys for all the support. There you go, brother. Thank you.
Welcome to hell.
My God, it's Simon the Pieman has become a top tier maggot, ladies and gentlemen. Unbelievable. Thank you so much. And joining the club, of course.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
I don't know how to say the name, but if I were Chinese, I would say your name is Xian Ji. He says, Mag, do you still hear the Venom is in the works, man? Yes, it is still in the works. It is still in the works.
Welcome to hell.
Ben Angelo, good. There you go. Yes, but I don't know how long it's going to take before they say something about it, what they're going to do about it. It was originally going to be a piece of Spider-Man 3, and then they were talking about spinning it off, no pun intended, to be a smaller experience than Spider-Man 2, but it's going to be larger than Miles Morales. So somewhere in between Miles Morales and Spider-Man 2 in terms of size and scope, that kind of thing. I don't know exactly where it's going to take place or how it's going to take place, but I mean, I'm not going to lie, man. They're going to have to start shaking the whole formula up a little bit, because after playing Spider-Man 1, Miles Morales, and Spider-Man 2, I mean, it's awesome and they're great games, but like spinning around and swinging around the same friggin' buildings over and over in the same streets, it's kind of like, I've been here, done this. You know what I'm saying? It's like I've been here, done this a billion times. The costumes change and the story change, but like you kind of feel like it's the same thing. Whatever they're doing with this Venom thing, I don't have any more further details. But, you know, whatever they end up doing with that, hopefully they change the location. It's something fresh and new as opposed to just Venom flying around New York. Because I would think it'd be really cool if you went to a different city or, you know what I mean? Or like a different area entirely. I don't know. We're going to have to wait and find out, but we're going to have to be patient with that. Still going to be a while. But I can tell you this. Insomniac, I speak to quite a few people at Insomniac, and they got a lot in the works, man. They got a lot in the works, man. They got a lot of games in the works, man. They're doing a lot of work over there. So they got like 3 projects on the go right now. Don't worry, Jay Silver. Jay Silver's always here to bust my balls to timestamp it. J-Dog, how you doing? Okay, so enough bullshit. Let's get into it.
Welcome to hell.
Resident Evil Requiem. Let's talk about it real quick. First thing I want to do is I want to address some of the problems, which I didn't realize there was any problems. I really didn't. I swear to God, I had no idea that there were any problems because I'm playing it on the Pro, and I didn't see, like, I mean, I'm on my 4th playthrough, and it has been amazing. Like, I mean, it's been just absolutely flawless experience, and I haven't really heard anybody complaining about it, right? Like, everybody's talking about, oh, it's an amazing game, and this and that, and all that jazz, but the thing is, I started hearing more than when the director came out. All right, the creator of the game, he did that little thing this morning. If anybody watched my video, his name is Koshi Nakanishi. He is the director of Resident Evil Requiem. And he came out and he says, we are going to, he addressed it head on. You got to give him that. So he addressed it head on. He says, yes, we're going to be, working on the bug fixes, performance issues, things like that. They will all be ironed out. And I'm sitting there watching this like little thing he did. It was only like a minute 36, right? And like I said, I showed it my video with like captions because I was kind of doing a voiceover on top of it. Anyways, I'm sitting there and I'm watching this thing and I'm going, bug fixes and performance issues. I'm like, what the hell is this guy talking about? The game is flawless. And my ignorance, I didn't realize that there were issues on the other platforms. Well, I was watching Ion Storm today, and he was talking about it, and he's saying that he's playing it on the Series X, and he's saying it's crashing like all the time, and not only just crashing, it's shutting down his Xbox, like just shutting it off, and all this. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, I don't know if that's a Requiem thing. That might be a console thing, like maybe check the power source or something like that, or clean it, which I think he did say he took the back off of it, whatever, and cleaned it and all that jazz. I said maybe it's an issue with, I don't know, something, right? And then anyways, I went to Reddit while his show was live, and I'm sitting on Reddit and I'm scouring through Reddit, and I'm reading hundreds of comments. Well, maybe not hundreds. Let's say dozens and dozens of comments about people saying the same thing, and they're like, my Series X is just shutting off. It crashes every 5 minutes, and then it got better later on in the game. It only shut off. It would only crash every once an hour, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? I heard nothing about this. So as I'm reading through all this, I'm like, so that's obviously what Nakanishi was talking about this morning. He's like, oh man, I didn't realize there were issues. I mean, the most common thing I would imagine would be PC, right? PC would be the biggest problematic area. That's where a lot of these problems happen. You see bugs and issues and performance issues and stutters and, characters floating around the screen. And it always seems to happen on the PC ports of games, right? Usually from first party, but like third party usually runs much better. But still, that's usually where I hear all that kind of stuff. Very rarely do I hear a lot of like performance and bug issues on a console of a game that size, and especially from Capcom. So I was really shocked to hear that. So let me know in the chat if anybody else is having some issues with Resident Evil 7. Resident Evil 7, my God, Resident Evil Requiem. So I don't know, man. I didn't have any myself. Like I said, I played on the Pro. I'm on my 4th playthrough right now, by the way. I'm at the very end of my 4th playthrough on Insanity. Holy shit, man. That is really tough on Insanity. Like, really tough. I actually found that Resident Evil Village, what is it called? Book of Shadows, like Village of Shadows difficulty, which is their version of Insanity. I thought that was easier than this, which is funny because the common theme out there is that this is the easiest Insanity level of people have played in a long time, and I'm like, I don't feel that, man. I thought Village was actually easier than this. I was able to blow through Village on Insanity level, or on Insanity difficulty, no problem, but this game's a bitch, man. Anyways, I'm not going to spoil anything. I'm not going to tell you guys where I'm at, but I'm having some trouble, man. There's like one area where I'm just like, I've had to do the same mini boss fight. I think I'm at over 40 times now. It's a bitch. And it's got nothing to do with guns because you don't use a gun in this particular mini boss fight. For anybody who's played the game, y'all know what I'm talking about near the end, right? And so I can't really say anything more than that. I don't want to spoil it for anybody because there's people out there who haven't played it yet and whatever. I'll be respectful of that. But it's tough as balls. Anyways, it's fantastic. So why am I bringing up Resident Evil yet again? Not to talk about that it's fantastic and it's also having some performance issues on other platforms. I'm also going to talk about what they got coming up. So, Nakanishi talked about the bug fixes and the performance issues, as I had previously mentioned. He also talked about that they're going to be adding photo mode, which of course was their most requested feature of the game. Fantastic. And then he said that he's going to be dropping some kind of a mini game somewhere in May, somewhere. Right? I'm like, excellent. That's great. And then on top of that, he had these sheets of paper. So if you watch my video or if you watch the original video, you'll see him. He's being a smartass, right? He's got all these papers with all these printed pictures on it, literally teasing everything that's coming up. And he's like dropping them, whatever. He's like dropping them on the floor and he's sliding over and he goes, oh, there it is. And he's like, story DLC is coming for Resident Evil Requiem, which we kind of expected. There was another thing which I highlighted in my video. It's called Forbidden Requiem. I don't know what the hell that is, and it's got Leon there, and he's got his arms around. I don't know who that was. I wasn't sure if that was Grace or the little girl. But either way, It's called Forbidden Requiem. That was one thing. And then, of course, they talked about the story DLC, and it's going to be rather substantial. And on top of that, it's also going to delve deeper into the lore of Requiem and this sort of post-apocalyptic Raccoon City that we're dealing with, and it's going to dive deeper into the story there. I'm all for it. However, I have one request, and if anybody is a fan, of course, if anybody is a fan of past Resident Evil games, I think it's about high time we got Ada Wong back in the house, ladies and gentlemen.
Do not come.
Please bring Ada Wong back.
I'm gonna come.
Bring Ada Wong back. It'd be amazing. Leon and Ada Wong going off on like a little side missions and stuff. Oh, like bring it, man. I'd be so excited. I would be so happy with that. But we'll see if they get that done. But either way, he also said, have patience, it's going to take time. So my guess is that it's going to release, this is just a guess, I think it's going to release in January 2027. That makes sense to me. January, or in the very least, or very latest, February 2027, a year after the launch of the game. I don't remember the exact timeline. I'm sure the chat will be there to remind me. Of the length of time between Resident Evil Village and Shadows of Rose, the DLC that came out for that. Fantastic DLC, by the way. If you haven't played Shadows of Rose, I played it right here on my channel. I played it from beginning to end. Actually, I did it in one sitting, and it was a 3-hour tour. It was a 3.5-hour experience, and it was awesome. Loved it. Loved every second of it. What a great expansion that was. And also, on top of that, there was other expansions. Like if you go back to Resident Evil Biohazard, that's one thing that Capcom's really been doing a great job of since 2017, is putting all this extra content into their games. They also did it with some of the remakes as well. And then like Resident Evil 7, my God, all the mini games, all the extra story stuff, playing as Chris, everything else. Like they really go all out with this stuff, and it's worth every penny, man. Worth every penny. So when that comes out, I'll be right there day one to be playing that and streaming it right here on this channel. But my guess is we're not going to see that till Q1 2027. I think they're going to stay out of the way of the rest of 2026, because the rest of 2026, basically from now all the way till December, is going to be an absolute clusterfuck of awesomeness coming out from all these different studios. I mean, God willing, they're awesome, but I mean, just the titles themselves should, really get people hyped up and all that, right? So anyways, that's it for Resident Evil. Not much else to say there. But let me know in the chat if there was anybody else. I can't even speak. If anybody else was having some issues with this whole thing. So. But before we move on to the next thing, I want to catch up with the chat once again, because you guys are so supportive, so amazing. You're absolutely incredible. I can't do this without you, and you guys just keep hammering me with support. It is absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. And we got Bernie, 23, a member for 2 months as a magtastic maggot. And he says, keep thinking Helix, or a version is out for the 25th anniversary. We will talk about that a little bit later, Bernie, because I have thoughts. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying I have thoughts. We got to see what Usher's up to. I don't know what she's up to, but I have some thoughts and opinions, and we're going to get into that. That's the main topic for tonight, my friend. Thank you so much, Bernie, for all the support, brother. We got Meat Puppet coming in, dropping a $2 super chat, and he says, Crimson Desert, what the hell is that? Yeah! There you go. You know what I'm saying? And we got G-Mania joining the members as well. He's welcome to Magnificent Maggots. He's become a Magnificent Maggot. Unbelievable. Thank you so much, my friend, for the support. And, of course,
welcome to hell, motherfucker!
to the Maggots. Thank you so much. And I see you guys. I see the notifications on the screen for all the people who have joined the channel. Not only joined the channel as a member. Hey, Talos, how you doing, buddy? Ender Rising's in the house. All the people who actually subscribe to the channel. It also shows up in the top corner if you guys see that every once in a while. You're wondering what that is. That is people joining the channel, so I can keep an eye and see what's going on there. So yeah, it's pretty awesome. Ghost Vader.
There is a great disturbance in the Force.
I have felt it.
Exactly, Ghost Vader. That's for you, buddy. RE9 on insane mode is a big bitch. Yeah, it is, man. It's tough. Goldie Mello saying, I only like the care center part. The care center part was fantastic. That was Mwah! That was Chef's Kiss Vintage Resident Evil. By the way, for anybody who's, I know some people get pissy pants, especially Magnum. It's getting all pissy pants because when I'm streaming the game, I was doing what Capcom, what Capcom recommended. And they said, play Grace in first person and play as Leon in third person because you're getting two different experiences. You're getting that survival horror, whatever, immersion with Grace, and then you're getting the more action-oriented, gut-busting, nut-punching psychopath Leon going out there just wrecking shop. And I'm like, all right, cool. So I did that in my first run, and it was awesome. And the Rising saying, what's up, Mag? I loved Resident Evil 9. So close to perfection. Absolutely, man. I mean, I really feel for the guys who are struggling with this performance thing. I can't believe that it hasn't been fixed like day one. J-Dog, how you doing, bud? Yeah, J-Dog, I agree with you. I'm not going to talk about those endings, because there's two endings, folks. But either way. Yeah. The care center. So what I did is once I had done my first playthrough, when I started doing my private playthroughs, like I'm doing them off camera, whatever, not on YouTube and all that jazz, I put Grace in third person, and I got because I beat the game on with different difficulties and stuff like that, and I did a run where I used no health upgrades, no health at all, and then no blood injection thingies, and I got a ton of money for that, so I was able to get unlimited ammo for weapons and all that jazz, and I did all that shit, right? So it was awesome. But when you put it in third person, I was like, wow. And like she was wearing like that red jacket with the little fur collar and stuff, and I mean, it looks so good in third person, like doing utilizing Grace inside the care center. Basically kind of looks like a haunted mansion kind of vibe to it, and I'm like, this is just fucking perfect. Like, it's everything I wanted in a Resident Evil game. It gave me a little bit of everything. And once I'm done Insanity, I got to go back and I got to start doing, what's it called? I got to do a run in under 4 hours. Closest I got so far has been 6 hours. So I got to shave 2 hours off of that. No more collectibles. I did all the collectibles and everything, so it's just a speed run through the game. So I got to get that trophy as well, because as everybody knows, I'm doing it on the PS5 Pro. So yeah, we'll do that. And we got Boom Chow coming in, dropping a $20 super chat. Whoa! He unlocks a rare achievement, ladies and gentlemen. That's a 100 achievement points right there. Thank you so much, Boom Chow, for $20. He says, is there any update on The Witcher 4? I hope all is well, brother. Yes, it is. Thank you so much, Boom Chow. You are awesome, dude. And thank you for the $20 super chat. I appreciate you. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news when you drop a super chat, but no. Oh! There's no updates. I haven't heard a damn thing about that game. It really sucks. But listen, you know what I did with a game like that? When they showed that trailer, I'm like, all right, CG only, CD Projekt Red. I might as well just forget about the game, because by the time the game comes out, my son's going to be graduating high school, basically, and he hasn't even started high school yet. So I'm like, forget it. I'm not even going to think about this game until it's ready to go. Like the year it's coming out, then I'm going to start talking about it, because I'm a huge Witcher fan. Witcher 3 alone, I put in, I think, almost 300 hours between the mainline game and, of course, the DLCs, which are just unbelievable. The DLCs are better than the base game. I know a lot of people say that. It is absolutely true. What an incredible experience. And the Cyberpunk, I put in 130 hours into Cyberpunk, and I loved it as well. And so I know CD Projekt Red does incredible games, but I wasn't expecting to see this game until next gen, and judging by what's happening with the next gen, sounds like I'm right. So I think they're developing it only for, I think they're developing it for PlayStation 6 and the X. I hate these fucking project names. Just give us a real name. Project this, Project Natal, Project Scorpio, Project fucking this and that. What was the one for Series S? Just give us the real name. Because now I'm just gonna call it Xbox Helix for a whole friggin' year, and then when the thing actually comes out, I'm gonna keep calling it Helix for the first year it comes out. Because you get so used to saying it. You know how many times just now I was about to say Project Magnus? I was just gonna say Magnus. Now I can't say Helix. Now it's gonna take me another 6 months on top of that to get the Helix out of my mouth, and then whatever they decide to call it. You know what I mean? The fusion, the this, the that, the Project Usher. The Project Usher! Romeo's in the house. How you doing? He says, Mag, do you think they're going to go back to Chris as the main for Resident Evil 10? I think so. I mean, I think that would make sense. I mean, they kind of dance between the characters back and forth. But there's a couple of female characters in there that I haven't seen in a long time, and I'd also like to see them as well, outside of the whole Code Veronica remake and all that jazz. But we'll discuss that a little later on when we get some more information, hopefully soon. But I know that they're deep in development on 2 remakes right now, a third that has been greenlit, and Resident Evil 10 is already, doing some pre-production work, storyboards, and things like that. These guys are friggin' cooking over at Capcom. So absolutely amazing. And we got Ray Martinez coming in with a $10 super chat. And he unlocks a rare achievement. And Ray Martinez says, I got nothing to say. Ha ha. There you go. Thank you so much, my friend. Thank you. Yeah, because he put a super chat earlier and put in $2 and didn't say anything. So I'm like, dude, did you have something to say? Because sometimes that happens. I've had people say like, oh shit, I sent you a super chat. I didn't put what I wanted to type. It didn't come out or something like that. So it happens sometimes. Sergeant Essential, did I say hi to you yet? HNS 1990. Oh, the Lockhart. Thank you, HNS. Thank you. Mingo Magnix. Series H. Right. Project Lockhart. Project Scorpio, Project Natal, Project Helix. What was the other project I'm missing? Scorpio, and then the other one. The fuck was it called? It's gonna drive me nuts. I'm gonna have to look it up now. Series X Project. Oh! Project name. Scarlet. There it is. Scarlet, Scorpio, your mother, Natal, Magnus. Fuck, it's so confusing. I mean, it's not confusing, but I mean, it busts my balls because it busts my chops, man, because like I keep trying to say, when the thing comes out, I'm going to be calling it Helix until 2028. I'm telling you right now, I won't be able to get it out of my system. It's just the way it is. Durango, there's another one. My God. Hey, Sinless, how you doing, buddy? Kazaba. Heard anything about the Dino Crisis remake? Nothing, my friend. Anaconda. Snow Dragon drops another one. Can Microsoft... I said it on XNC. I think I pissed Colt off. I go, Colt, Microsoft's got a hard-on for projects. Everything's a project. We know it's a project. You're building something. That means it's a project. But getting those names out there all the time, my God, you wonder why consumers are always confused. Anyways, I'm just busting their balls, but you know how it is. Hey, man, you think Asha's going to have it easy? She's got to deal with me. That's right, Asha, you deal with me. That's right. And you know what the other problem is? I'll tell you this. This is going to be a big problem. When I meet her, I'm going to accidentally call her Usher, and you know what's going to happen, man. I'm going to fucking call her Usher. I'll be like, they're gonna be like, this is here, probably use my real name, right? And then it'd be like, he's known as the Mag on the YouTube. I'm like, hey Usher, how's it going? I'm like, oh shit, I called her Usher. That's it. And Grandpa Barbecue Game Cat comes and drops $10, and thank you so much, Grandpa Barbecue, my friend from down under. You fuckwit. You can't park there. I watch all those Australian videos. They made me piss my pants. You see those Australian videos where they got people that get in accidents, like they drive off the road and they're like, smash into a tree or something. You see the people standing there, and then the Australian guy, it's like this running joke that they put the window down and they drive by. They go, "Hey mate, you can't park there." And then the people that just got in the accident are freaking out. Yeah. Well, fuck yourself, you fuckwit. They're like just running after the car. I love those videos. They make me laugh every time. Anyways, Grandpa Barbecue drops $10 Australian dollars. He thinks, thank you so much. And he says, why so many Asha simps? Every time we say your name, man, you're going to hear that. Little John screaming in the background. Why so many Asha simps? Reckon she'd have a bush thing. Oh, Jesus, dude. Oh, my God. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're we all know that this is not a kid-friendly show. I mean, I swear in front of my kids, but I mean, I've been in the restaurant industry forever, so I think my son's first word might have been fuck, but I'm not really 100% sure. But Grandpa Barbecue's super chat, if you're a little sensitive, plug your ears. We're going in deep, folks.
There is a great disturbance.
We're going in deep. And he says, reckon she'd have a bush thicker and tougher than a paddock full of melee roots. Oh my God. And teeth that you could check her health like you do a horse. Dude, I can't even read that with a straight face. Oh my God. Oh my God, Grandpa Barbecue, you're gonna get me kicked off of YouTube. Oh, Jesus Christ. You know, I said I wasn't gonna drink tonight. You're gonna make me take a drink tonight for that. Jeez. Dude, oh, Grandpa Barbecue, that was amazing. Thank you so much for that, ladies and gentlemen. Listen, man, you're only gonna find that on the Mag Show. You're only gonna find that on the MAGGCAST. Ain't nobody else gonna read a super chat like that out loud. I don't give a fuck. I'm doing it anyway. I'm doing it anyway. And Ray Martinez, this guy's out of control. And Ray Martinez says, for $20 US. My goodness, all the support tonight, Ray Martinez. Thank you. I appreciate you, brother. And he says, hey, Mag, love your show. Thank you. He says, but I do have a question. What is your preferred movie, Casino or Heat? Well, I think I can answer that with this.
You're fucking warned. Don't ever go over my fucking head again, you motherfucker, you.
Casino is the superior movie in every which way or form, my friend. Oh, the chat is just loving the grandpa, the Grandpa Barbecue fucking super chat. Yes, and of course, Ray Martinez, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, man. I really appreciate that. And yes, the better movie is Casino.
You're fucking warned. Don't ever go over my fucking head again, you motherfucker, you.
Not taking anything away from Heat, because Heat's a fantastic movie. It just doesn't have that Scorsese touch to it. Because Scorsese's got that extra touch to his movies, right? That's the way I feel about it. The music, the editing, the quick cuts, the performances, just Casino, like from everybody. James Woods, Joe Pesci, Robert De Niro, Don Rickles, everybody. Even the Smothers Brothers were in there. Everybody old enough to remember the Smothers Brothers? One of them were in there. He was the crooked senator, and all Sharon Stone, absolutely top-notch performances. I have to give it the Casino. Now, the other thing is, there's a Heat. If anybody didn't know this, there's a Heat 2 coming out, if you can believe it, and it's going to be starring Leonardo DiCaprio and Christian Bale. That sounds awesome. Infernal Earth, how you doing? Guerrilla Tactics, what's up? I know De Niro's kind of gone a little bit off the rails in his old age, man. Hey, Richard, how you doing? Alex is in the house. Hey, Game Seeker as well. Look at all these lovely faces I'm seeing in here tonight. Thank you guys so much for stopping by. Cyber Gunter, you going to make me do the line? You going to make me do the line from The Professional? Send them in. Who? Everyone! That's from The Professional, if anybody didn't remember that line. By the way, I have a unique ability of not remembering what I did yesterday because of my short-term memory loss because of all the alcohol. However, that being said, I can remember every line from every movie that's made in Hollywood for the last 45 years, and I know all the goddamn scripts by heart. Every line, and I can perform them all. But somehow I can't remember what happened yesterday. Anyways. Okay, folks, let's talk about it. We got to talk about it. It's time to talk about Usher. This is the meat and potatoes of the show, folks. Let's get into it. This is going to take us right to the end, by the way. Right to the end. Oh, by the way, on a side note, after the show's done, we might have a little bit of a post something or other. If anybody wants to say, hey, Salza, how you doing, bud? If anybody talks about Avengers, I saw the new trailer. It's not released yet, but I saw the new trailer. And unfortunately, I may or may not have read the script. Anyways, we didn't hear that.
Get in there and fight, maggot!
Either way. Yeah, we'll do that. But anyways, before we get into Xbox, one last thing from the community, and then we're going to get into the big conversation because we got a lot to talk about. It's going to be, we're going to break it down into 2 topics, basically. The first topic is going to be about Xbox Helix and the future for Xbox, Microsoft, and publishing and everything else. And then we're going to round off the show with another topic that is tied into that topic, and I'm calling it the future console landscape. And that will round off the show tonight. And if everybody wants to stick around after the show's done, we could talk some Avengers stuff if you're interested. But that's all off the record, right? So I will give long spoiler alerts. I've done this in the past where we go MAGGCAST after hours. You want to talk about it? We could talk about it. If you want. If you don't want me to talk about it, I'll just shut the fuck up and go to bed.
Welcome to hell.
But you know what I mean? But before we get into the Xbox topic, Boom Chow comes in. Even after dropping a $5 to $20 super chat, he comes in and drops 5 gifted members. The man is out of control. And he just unlocked a rare achievement. The guy is the cream of the crop.
But the cream will rise to the top, oh yeah.
Yes, thank you so much, my friend. Thank you, Boom Chow. You are absolutely amazing. And guys, for everybody who just received your gifted member, do us all a favor. Make sure you thank Boom Chow for that. And for all you new members,
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
Welcome to hell.
well, Matt, you're going to have to stick around till after hours, buddy. No, he goes, I thought after hours is when you got naked. Yeah, I do that, Magnum, but not on the camera. Not yet. Only Mags is coming soon, though. Hey, man, I gotta pay my bills, right? Gotta pay my bills. Thank you so much, Boom Chow. I appreciate that. And everybody who has donated to the channel tonight, you guys are absolutely amazing. You guys are just helping this get better and better and better. I got a message last night from my buddy, Mr. Evil, and he was saying, dude, what kind of a camera do you got? Like, you look so amazing now. It's like a night and day difference. And I'm like, I told him what I got. I got a Sony. That's right, folks. I got a pony camera. I got a pony camera in the house. It's not my fault they make the best cameras. Canon is pretty close, but Sony is the superior brand. My brother does music production and videography and stuff, and he told me, he says Sony makes the best cameras that all the professionals use. So I bought a Sony a6400 camera. It's a DSLR camera and whatever, and they're expensive. But guess what? Every single penny that came into this channel, none of that goes to my pocket. I don't get to go buy like whiskey with that. I don't get to buy cigars with that. I don't get to go out with that. All that shit goes right back into this channel to make it better. So I bought that awesome camera to make it look better so you can see all the wrinkles on this old man's face. Anyways. Yeah, Alex, it's an expensive camera, dude. But like I said, all the donations that come here, I put it all right to there. Thank you again, Boom Chow. He goes, it's nothing, Mag. You're a real one. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that, man. All right. Who wants to talk about Xbox? Let's talk about Xbox.
Oh!
Let's talk about Xbox. So, the first thing we got to talk about. Since the last time we did the show, I know we talked about it on XNC twice already, because Colt and I did an XNC on Friday. We did an XNC again on Monday, like as per usual. But Asha Sharma comes out and all of a sudden says, we got this new thing called Project Helix. So Asha comes out and does her thing. And, yeah, she just dropped it. I'll tell you what she said for anybody. I mean, I'm sure everybody's heard the quote by now, but I'm going to say it anyway. So Asha starts and she says, great start to the morning with Team Xbox, where we talked about our commitment to the return of Xbox, including, she didn't say solely. Okay? When people say the return, I know there's some people out there that just get this twisted around in their minds, thinking that this is the return of Xbox means they're coming out with a console, exclusives, that's all they're doing, this, that. No. That's one facet of many that we will break down tonight. The return of Xbox, including Project Helix, the code name for our next generation console. Project Helix will lead in performance and play your Xbox and PC games. Looking forward... She said your Xbox and PC games. I'm not going to read into that too much. Because I was just thinking to myself, I'm like, no mention of like those other storefronts. I wonder if she just means like, nah, hey, whatever. Sorry, I'll work that out my brain off the air. She goes, looking forward to chatting about this more with partners and studios at my first GDC next week. All right, so we got all that information. Everybody's already heard it on every single podcast ad nauseum. I'm not going to go through all those details. We already know. My thing is this. I start looking at this from a business angle. This is what I talked about on XNC twice. But if anybody didn't catch that, Colt is looking at it from the excitement of like he loves hardware, he loves tech. I love tech too, but I love tech in a different way that he does. Okay, and so the way that I look at tech is cool. What does it do? How much does it cost? Right? That's all I give a shit about. Like with this camera here, yeah, I had to learn how to use this camera because the DSLR camera is not a webcam. Like a webcam, you just put that shit on top of your whatever or put it on a stand and you just turn on your computer. You make sure that that's the camera it uses. You don't have to do anything. There's no learning curve. There's no nothing. It just automatically does it, and that's all there is to it, right? Very, very simple. However, this thing I had to learn. I had to sit there. I had to agree to do the manual. I was on the phone with my brother saying, dude, how do I do this? How do I do that? How do I do this? How do I do that? And like he would walk me through some of the stuff. The rest I had to do on my own. I watched YouTube how-to videos and all that jazz. But at the end of the day, when I was looking into it, I said to my brother, I said, I need a camera. I need a proper camera for this channel because I'm like, I can't do this fucking webcam thing anymore. It's embarrassing at this point, right? It's embarrassing. I can't do it. I said, if I want to be professional, I got to look professional. I got to be professional. I don't mean professional in my attitude. I mean professional in terms of my presentation, right? So he told me, he goes, oh, you're going to get this camera. Got to get this camera. I'm going to do this. And I said, stop right there. I said, cool story, bro. How much does it cost? What does it do? That's it. That's all I give a shit about. Now, the thing is, the reason why I'm bringing that up is because as much excitement as there is out there and everything else, is that I think that, and I may be exaggerating here, but I would think that probably around 95 to 98% of consumers out there, even hardcore gamers, don't give a fuck about all this stuff. I think that their number one concerns are, how much does it cost? What can it do? Right? Now, there are going to be the guys out there, the tech heads, who are like going to rip the thing apart and be like, "Oh, there's 48, CPU, 48 gigs of RAM with the CPU and this and that. It's going to be doing path tracing and blah 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 blah." And I'm like, it's cool to listen to, like if you're really into that shit. But like, I think that the majority of consumer out there, especially the people that you're trying to attract, not to this particular product, but I'm saying in general, when you're trying to attract the general audience of anything. The two questions that come up are cool. What does it do? How much does it cost? Like when I go buy a car, okay? When I go to like the dealership, I want to know basics. What can it do? Well, it's got whatever, 500 horsepower. It does this. It's got 4-wheel drive. Whatever. I'm not sitting there opening up the hood and going, well, there's 7 hoses going to the this and the that and the whatever and the transit and the tranny and this and that and I'm like, I don't give a shit about all that stuff. Most people walk into a dealership and say, yes, this is a 4-wheel drive SUV that's got a lot of punch to it. Cool. What can it do? How much does it cost? Right? And I think that that's the majority of people out there in the world. And the reason why I said that is because we have to tie that into the Helix. Now, the thing is I'm noticing is that there's a lot of chest puffing and all this other stuff going on or whatever. And I'm just like, okay, guys, I mean, we've been through this so many. I mean, I've watched this bullshit go on for generation after generation after generation of, people talking about specs and this and arguing back and forth. You guys remember the teraflop wars? Tell me you remember the teraflop wars from the 2019 and 2020. Like, how fucking nauseating was that shit? My God. And I remember I answered somebody. Someone was coming after me about something. I said, I'll teraflop. Never mind, I'm not going to say I'm not going to say what I said to him. But I'm like, you know what I mean? The teraflop wars, the RAM wars, the this and the that or whatever. And at the end of the day, it all boils down to what can it do? How much does it cost? So I think what's happening is it literally happens every generation. And yes, I do this for a living on YouTube. This is what I do. But I attack my channel and my information from a different point of view. Not from the point of view of a tech head. I am not a Digital Foundry guy. I don't do what Colt does. I don't do what D-Batch does, where he takes apart PCs and does all those, all the benchmarks and all that shit. That's not my thing. There are multiple facets of the gaming industry. Me, that's not it. The thing that I'm more interested in is not only obviously as a gamer, I'm interested in the games, the presentation, all kinds of stuff. For me, it's the marketing and the business side. The marketing and the business side is what I tend to gravitate towards. And I mean, I don't live by it, because when I turn off the camera and I'm doing my own thing or whatever, I turn on whatever box I'm playing on and I have fun playing video games just like everybody else. I don't sit there and analyze all this shit when I'm like, you know what I mean? I just have fun like everybody else because it's a piece of entertainment. It's an entertainment piece of hardware that gives me access to software. That's really what it boils down to. However, when I talk on the channel and when I break these things down, I break down the business side of it. Okay, the marketing side of it, the pizzazz, selling the sizzle. What can these companies do to sell more, to be more successful in order to make more games or get funding for more studios or whatever, right? And that's my specialty. That's my world. I've been in the hospitality business for 30 years. And no, not flipping burgers. I worked as a chef, an executive chef, fine dining chef, white glove chef. I've done all that shit. All of it. Hands on, there. Cooking 500 steaks in a single night. I did all that stuff too. Galas, celebrities, all that kind of shit. TV, YouTube, whatever. Then I moved to the corporate side of it. Then I get into the corporate side. That's when all of a sudden I'm like, you learn. Because hospitality is not about serving steaks. Hospitality is how do you entertain people? Because when you go to a restaurant, a lounge, a bar, a nightclub, whatever, you're being entertained. So that's my specialty. Marketing, business, entertainment. And that ties perfectly into the gaming world. So, the reason why I'm bringing all that up is because we have to talk about the Helix. My thoughts on the Helix are mine alone. If you guys agree with me, great. If you don't agree with me, also great. No problem. You guys know how the policy works here. Everybody's opinion is respected here. As long as you're respectful, everybody's opinion is respected. If you say I'm a fucking asshole, go ahead. You can say whatever you want about me. I'll be like, yeah, cool, whatever. Or if I say something, you'd be like, oh, Mag, you're an idiot for saying that. You know what I mean? You want to get in a name calling, all stuff, but you absolutely can disagree with each other in the chat, with me, whatever. That's fine. Now, if I were to look at this from a completely non-biased point of view, if I'm an executive and I came in as a consultant and said, okay, which I'm sure they do all the time, by the way, at Microsoft, Sony, Nintendo, all the companies do that, right? They get consultants to come in who are not involved in this kind of thing. It's kind of like jury duty, right? You're trying to get these random people who don't know the guy who's on trial or whatever else, right? They don't know the case, and then they learn about the case in the court. So they come in like clean, right? They come in clean, and they're like, all right, what's the story here? And that's what they did with Asha. And the reason why they brought Asha in was no accident. They could have hired 1 million industry people before Asha, but they don't want to. She's got a track record, and I'm not a simp for her at all, by the way. I'm just saying, she's got a track record of success, and she's not in the industry. That's actually better for Microsoft. It's better that she's not in the industry. You know why? Because she's going to look at everything objectively. She's not going to look at it like Phil was tied in. Phil, did what he did. He was there for 38 years. My God bless the guy, man. There's no way I could stay in one company for 38 years without throwing myself out the fucking window. But somehow he did it. Right? You got to give him all the credit. You got to give him credit for sticking it out for 38 years, man. That's pretty goddamn commendable. However, you bring in someone who's not in the industry. That's who you want, because you want somebody who's objective, who's going to look at who's going to look at it and just say, okay, I'm looking at all this situation. I don't know anything about this industry, but I could see the problems as I'm breaking down all the data and all the metrics and everything else. And so that is what you need. You need somebody who's not going to fluff their buddy who runs the studio over here, or your other buddy who's the head of studio over here. No, you're going to get someone who's a complete stranger come in and say, hi, you made this? Okay, cool. It cost us $135 million to make this game. Why is nobody playing it? She's going to say those things. And you know why she's going to say those things? Because she don't care. She's gonna say she's not there to save your feelings. She's gonna be like, you made this game and no one's playing it. Why? She's gonna ask the tough questions. I said this to Colt last night. I know it sounds crazy, but hear me out for a second. The dentist thing, okay? When you go to the dentist doesn't walk in and look at your 4 perfect teeth that you have and go, yeah, you're good, and then leave. No. He's going to see those 4 perfect teeth. You know, he's poking around with that little friggin' hook thing and like the little, little thing with a little mirror on it. He's poking around, checking your teeth, right? He sees 4 perfect teeth in a row. He don't give a shit about that. He's going to look and go, perfect. He's not going to go, yep, we're done here. We're done. I'm out. See you later. Have a good day. You're good. No. You know what he's going to do? He's going to look for the rot. He's going to look for the cavities. He's going to look for the problems. He's not looking for the perfect teeth. He's looking for the problem teeth. He's going to look underneath. He's going to find, again, like I said yesterday, no pun intended, he's going to look for the root of the problem. And that's, hopefully, for their sake, I don't really care, for their sake, hopefully that's what Usher's doing. Right? And it seems like that's exactly what she's doing. It seems like that from what I hear anyway. I've talked to a couple people and they're saying, listen, she's super nice. She's super positive, whatever. I used words last night on the show. She's very fluid in terms of like how the business, like she's trying, you know what I mean? Like trying to flow with the business kind of thing. But at the same time, she's there to get the work done. She's there long term. She's not there short term. She's going to be there long term, and she wants to get the work done. And she was hired as a fixer. Okay, she's hired as a fixer. You know, like those reality shows. They go, my 600-pound life, and then like the person comes in and goes, all right, we got to fix you, that kind of thing. Or like those shows where they have like those dilapidated houses, and they're like, all right, we got to flip this house, and we're going to turn it into something beautiful so that we can sell it on the market for $1 million or whatever, right? That's what she's there for. She's not there for that's no accident. Her being hired was no accident. Satya knew exactly what he was doing. Right? And that's why Sarah Bond also connected to she wasn't connected to the industry the whole time, but you make friends along the way and this and that. And that's why she was stepped over. She was stepped over because he wanted someone completely out, who was not part of it, and whatever else. So she's going to look for the rot. And part of that rot, and this is something that I've been talking about for a while, this is what's important. Helix is going to be powerful. It's going to do a lot of cool stuff. I don't know I don't know all the details. Like, everybody's like, oh, it might be dual boot and this and that. It might, whatever. I don't care about any of that stuff. And I don't think anybody, I think a very small minority of people do care about that stuff. If you do, that's great. I'm not slighting against that. I'm just saying, I think the majority of people don't give a shit how it boots this, that, whatever. Does it perform well? How much does it cost? So now, I think that what people are losing focus here, and they're not seeing the forest through the trees. And the problem is everybody's focusing on the Helix, the Helix, the Helix, the Helix, the Helix. And I'm like, you guys do this every generation. You keep focusing on this goddamn hardware, and it's frustrating to watch. You're not watching what the studios are doing. Because at the end of the day, the hardware means nothing if you don't have, if you don't have the quality to play on it. There have already been enough embarrassing moments throughout even this generation. Look at how they launched, for God's sake, when they launched the Series X. The only game I bought 2 Series X's day one. One for me, one for my wife. She got rid of it after 2 years. She said, I'm tired of waiting. She got rid of it. She's like, I'm tired of waiting. Went and got a PS5. Fine. I have a house full of ponies. My kids all play PlayStation 5s. My wife plays PlayStation 5. I have one, but I kept my Xboxes, obviously, because I have a library. They really didn't. Either did my wife. She only had a few games. Mostly the games that she was getting, she was game sharing with me anyway, right? So I keep all my stuff. But anyway, that's different. The point is, when the Series X launched, you remember that? Where the fuck was Halo? I remember going to the gas station to buy potato chips with Master Chief on it, only to find out that the game wasn't coming out to the next year. How embarrassing was that? Fumble after fumble after fumble in the software category. The Series X is a fantastic console. Okay, you want me to say it again for anybody who thinks I'm like, he's hating. The Series X is a fantastic console. It is incredibly well built, powerful, and it is quiet. It is efficient. The what's it called? The quick resume and all the cool shit and all the whatever. Amazing console. Love it. Series S, I have one too. It's not great, but it's just a supplemental thing. I just had it because I bought it. But the Series X is an amazing console. What followed the Series X was the problem, not the hardware. The hardware was never the issue. You don't see articles saying the Series X is causing problems, this and that. You don't see that. The Series X is a very sound piece of hardware. What the problem is, and this is the root of the problem, back to the dentist. The tooth is the Series X. We got to look underneath that. It's the games. It's not the third-party stuff. It's the games. And their first-party output last year was better. But the first 4 years? Come on, man. You can't lie to yourself and say that that was good. They released a lot of games from then on. Their best games for me in my generation. For me, the two best games of this generation so far for Xbox, number one, without a question, is Psychonauts 2. My game of the generation for Xbox specifically. The second one, a little shocking to some, but my second Xbox game of the generation is South of Midnight. I fucking love that game. I don't know what it is about that game, but it just sucked me right in. Just got me. I was just so in love with that game. And I'm buying it again on the PlayStation 5 Pro. They're going to add PSSR 2 and all that stuff. I'm more than happy to play through the game again, support the studio, all that jazz, and I'm going to be playing the game again. I loved it. Two best games of the generation. But there's been a lot of fumbles. And I'm not trying to shit all over it, but it's been a lot of fumbles. Now, the other thing I was going to bring up is there's a lot... There's not enough engagement. And that's something I've been preaching on XNC for quite a while. I said, you guys want all these things. Obviously, it's totally fine. You know, you want all these things, but the thing is, you're not engaging enough. And Microsoft is a company that works on metrics. I said, you want to build this brand? Start playing the fucking games. And I don't mean the hardcore. I mean the people that are out there, like people dibble-dallying in all these games or whatever, 1 hour here, 1 hour there. It shows that you're not interested. That is the problem. I said engage more. You want more for Xbox, then you have to do the work. It's you. They're putting all this stuff out there, mediocre or not, depending on who you talk to. But you have to engage more. Now, I got two metrics here I want to talk about tonight. One was sent to me by a friend who had an AI, there was an AI algorithm or AI program that went in and actually analyzed the hours and whatever of Game Pass, for example. We'll get into that in a second. All I have to do, and I've talked about this before, I turn on my Xbox, go to a game, and go to a game from Game Pass, go to the achievement section. And then when you see that level 2 of whatever game, fill in the blank, is like a rare achievement, that means that people didn't play the game for more than 3 hours. And it's still a rare achievement for some of those games. What was that game, the music game that everybody's pissed off about, the Japanese company? Fuck, what the hell was it called? Why is it escaping me? Before I get back to that, I just want to hit something. McLovin comes in and drops a $5 super chat. And he goes, bruh. Sound like my kids. Bruh. And McLovin says, thank you, McLovin. I appreciate you, brother. And he goes, bruh, I had to pause my game. I'm legit crying because of Grandpa Barbecue. He goes, I haven't laughed that hard in a long while. Oh, there you go, man. Grandpa Barbecue, you are now legitimately a legend, my friend. That was absolutely hilarious. That was absolutely the most unhinged super chat I've ever read in my entire life, and I fucking love it. Neil Gushwa comes in and drops a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, my friend. Amazing. And he says, Neil Gushwa says, everyone like and subscribe. Great show, Mag. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. And you know what? I have to say something else, which is Hi-Fi Rush. Thank you. We'll get that in a second. Infinite, how you doing, bud? J-Man, how are you? Here's the thing. Now I can't just say, guys, please hit the like button. Now YouTube just wants to like add more misery to my life. Now I got to say, guys, hit the like button and the hype button. Like, what's next? Guys, make sure you hit the like button, the hype button, and the confetti button. You know what I mean? But anyways, yeah. Thank you so much, Neil Kush. I appreciate that. And McLovin as well. You guys are awesome. Kung Fu Hot Dog saying Sunset Overdrive is the definitive GOAT of Xbox. Yes, but that was last generation. Great game, by the way. Great game. RPG! 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 Every time I see that name, I just want to, scream and dive on the ground. I think it's after the fact, Magnum. Because when I do my videos, it says hype this video, and I'm like, what the hell is that? And then apparently it's like a hype thing, so I do that for other people. Hey, Dubmobile, how you doing? Can you imagine if Dubmobile was actually J-Dub and he's just hiding his name because he didn't want to be seen? Hey, Dova, how you doing? Dova in the chat says, nothing that's generally stuck out to me. I did enjoy Starfield. Yes. I did not enjoy Starfield, but that was just me. Okay, so I had a friend who says all you have to do is very simple, is just putting an AI algorithm. It's not his. It's someone else's. I think it was someone else's. And it has all the figures of what happened with Game Pass and completion rates and all that kind of stuff based on time spent on the game and, of course, achievements and all that. And then you could basically boil it down from there. So he says, for instance, here's one. And this is an actual statistic here. This is not him writing it. This is actual, like, screenshots taken here. 52% of Game Pass players... Here we go. 52% of Game Pass players quit The Outer Worlds 2 within the first 1 to 2 hours. The metric is as follows. The statistic, total Game Pass players, 1.1 million in the launch window. Early drop-off of 2 hours was 52.3%, did not reach paradise, whatever the hell that means. I never played it. The completion rate was 12%. Okay? That's the first one. Avowed. Early drop-off standard for Game Pass titles. High-tier achievements like Max and Attribute were held by less than 5% of players shortly after launch, suggesting the vast majority of the 5.9 million users, that's a lot actually, 5.9 million users sampled the game briefly without reaching the mid to late stages. Total specific percentage data for exactly 2 hours isn't public. Over 70% of Xbox Game Pass players dropped off before finishing Act 1. A lot of that can be extrapolated, again, from even the achievements. I did that with the achievements without even having to go through all this, but he did. Over 70% of Game Pass players dropped off before finishing Act 1. Early launch data shows that Game Pass users averaged only 2.2 hours of playtime compared to 4.4 hours on Steam and the PlayStation 5. Okay, these are just some examples. He sent me a whole shitload of them, including like estimated completion rates, and then completion rates compared to other companies, stuff like that. This is just a little bit. Now, if we have access to this information, Asha has more access to the information, right? So she's going to look at that. She's going to look at that and say, "Hi, Outer Worlds 2, Obsidian, hello. Yes, you guys are amazing. You guys released three games in 2 years. Scored well, by the way, Metacritic. They were critically acclaimed games. Yeah, why is nobody playing your game?" And she's going to look at them with that straight face, just sitting in a chair and just staring at them right in the eyes and go like this. Critically acclaimed, wonderful, 3 IPs in 2 years, almost unheard of from a company. Absolutely amazing output, guys. Incredible. Why is nobody playing your game? No blinking. No blinking. She's going to stare right at him and go, why is nobody playing the game? She's going to ask the tough questions. And that, I feel, in a roundabout way, I feel that is exactly what Xbox needs for greatness. You need tough love. Not the wishy-washy bullshit that was happening before. No offense to them. But they were just not tough enough to ask the tough questions. That's what I think. And I know people who work with those other two, like I'm talking like next to them, elbow to elbow, side by side, shoulder to shoulder with those other two who are no longer there. They weren't asking the tough questions. And I think that's why they have her in there. She's going to ask the tough questions, the uncomfortable questions. I think she's going to ask the questions that make people squirm in their chair a little bit. I want to see Xbox be incredibly successful. Competition breeds excellence. Steam is starting to venture away from the PC into the living room. This is going to add a new dynamic. That's something we're going to talk about in the last topic of the night. But this is important. And it has to start with the software. I have no doubt that Gandalf is going to make incredible hardware. You know what I mean? I think he's like, I mean, whether it's an OEM, like it's made a third party or whatever, with his collaboration, which is my guess, but I can't guarantee that. I have no information on that. I have none. Maybe at GDC they say something. Maybe they don't say anything at all. We don't know. Maybe at the Summer Game Fest they'll be like, in our next Xbox, whatever they call it, in collaboration with Asus, whatever they do. Or maybe it's made in-house. I have no idea. I have no information. And I'm not going to pretend I have that information. Competition breeds excellence. And the stronger these companies are, the better they do. The other reason why we have to also think about the other aspect, which we've talked about on the channel ad nauseum. This is important for the publishing strategy is also very important as well. And this is what I told Xbox fans yesterday. XNC is, there's a lot, obviously, with a name like XNC, right? And Colt Eastwood is very Xbox centric, right? A lot of people in the chat are Xbox fans, right? So I told them, I said, guys, is anybody getting upset with this whole thing? Sony's taking all their exclusives and going home, so to speak. We're taking our ball and going home, doing their thing. And then, Xbox is still publishing over there. Like, oh, we need exclusives. I'm like, guys, you don't understand how this works, man. That's not how it works. Xbox does not have the player base to sustain in-house at 30 million plus people plus PC. It's not enough. They need double that in order to sustain the business. So that's why Project Latitude happened. Project Latitude was not some fucking mistake. It wasn't some drunken idea or, like Phil didn't get high one day and just go, it'd be fucking hilarious, bro. Let's just put our shit on PlayStation, see what happens. And then Satya's there, so he goes, he's like, you know what? Let's do that shit. Like, that's not what happened. They did that because the player base that they had for this generation, not all of Xbox, this generation is not sustainable to be exclusive. Hence Project Latitude, which was first brought up in 2023, talked about more in detail in 24, launching in 25, right? So, therefore, that being the case, I said, look on the bright side, guys. Look at the bright side. For Xbox fans, myself being one, look on the bright side. Every Xbox game that's sold on the PlayStation is another $1. 70% of that goes to Microsoft, right? Microsoft Publishing. Every $1 goes to fund the next game. Every $1 pays the staff. Every $1 keeps the lights on. Every $1 just upped the budget for the sequel. Every $1 ensures the future of Xbox. So you want this to happen. Who gives a shit who's playing it? If you're sitting at home and you're playing on Xbox and you're playing Gears of War E8 with all your buddies and you're having a great time, who the fuck cares if your neighbor's playing it on PlayStation? Are you getting it? Yes. Are you playing it? Yes. Are you on Game Pass and you're enjoying that service? Yes. Okay, then shut the fuck up and just enjoy it. This is the business model. You can't change their mind with hopes and dreams. That's not how it works. You know what I mean? That applies to me too. But I'm looking at it from above. Because that's what I do. I have to look at it all objectively and say, okay, what's happening here in all the facets of the business? Every copy sold on PlayStation and Nintendo is going to keep your lights on. So if you love that ecosystem and you want to see it continue on in the future and you want to see it get better, then you got to make quality software that they want to buy on top of you. But you cannot deny the numbers. We all know it. Avowed did not hit. Outer Worlds 2 did not hit. Doom the Dark Ages was under expectations from id Software. They looked at they talked about the metrics. It underperformed. That's not what you want. That means it's not Sony's fault that those games didn't perform and they went third party. Turn the mirror around and look at yourself. Did you play it? And I don't mean you guys. I mean the community. I'm talking like the community. Did you play it? No? You played it for an hour and then you went off to the next thing on the gaming buffet on Game Pass? Then you're to blame. Because that's what's going to happen. The engagement is not there. And the engagement is not there. That is the reason why those games went third party. The player base didn't grow. Game Pass didn't grow. It did grow, but it didn't grow to their projections and expectations, especially financially. So they have to make it up elsewhere. Well, we got ABK now. We got Bethesda. Perfect time to be a publisher. right? I know this might sound harsh to people, but I'm not being harsh. I'm being realistic about it. And I know it sucks for some people to hear that, but I'm like, listen, man, it's the facts. It's the facts. You want Xbox to do well. You have to engage in their games. But at the same time, I'm going to say something here. This is actually for the fans because I'm on the side of the fans. I don't give a shit about the corporations. Never have, never will. I'm for the people. Always for the people. Everybody. No matter what you play on. Nintendo, Xbox, PlayStation. I'm there for the people. Steam. I'm there for them. You shouldn't be forced to play mediocre games either. So the thing is, people have to speak up. If you love, like I know, for example, like my friend Mr. Boomstick, right? Him and I are practically family. We talk on the phone, like real life stuff, you know? Hey, how's your wife doing? This and that. We talk, you know what I mean? We talk all the time. Like maybe like once a month we actually call each other on the phone and have a conversation. And he's my dear friend. He played Avowed like I think like 4 times or something like that. He put in like hundreds of hours in that game. He loves it. Loves it. Colt Eastwood loves Avowed. Right? Great. But there's a majority of people out there who do not because they didn't engage. I literally just showed you, not showed you, but I literally just read off those numbers of engagement. That means people sampled it for a bit and pissed off and went to go do something else. So at the same time, I would have to think that like from a metrics point of view, if I were Asha, I would think from a metrics point of view is that I would look at this and say, well, I mean, it's awesome that these guys loved it, but 85, but the statistics show that 52.3% didn't get past 2 hours. That's all they care about. And that's why Asha's there and not a gamer. Because she's not going to say, well, maybe they misunderstood the game. No, Asha don't give a fuck about that. I'll tell you that right now. I'm telling you right now. I'm not a simp for this woman. But I can tell you, I have really been diving deep into finding out how this woman moves. And how she operates. Really diving deep. Spoke to a few people as well who are dealing with her directly. Right? So I'm learning about her. And I'm starting to find out that she don't give a fuck about that stuff. And that's why she's there. She will look at that 52.3% lack of completion rate. That's what she's going to look at. Sorry, 12% completion rate for Avowed. She's going to look at those numbers and say, where's the disconnect? So if it scored an 84 on Metacritic, the media loved it, the user score is not bad, why is nobody playing it? She's going to look at the disconnect, and that's what she's going to dissect. She's going to pull it apart like an onion, layer after layer after layer. And some people might think this is doom and gloom or some other stupid shit that people love to say when it hurts their feelings. This is not doom and gloom. This is necessary. This is necessary. You can't get better if you don't pull everything back and take a look at all of it. Don't hide it. I said it yesterday. It's like rehab. I've never been to rehab. I'm just saying. I know people who have. They say at rehab, they peel one layer of the onion. Then they peel another layer of the onion. Then another layer of the onion. And he goes, the next thing you know, you're just there exposed. Everything about your life, even shit that happened to you when you were 4 years old, it's all out there. You're totally exposed. Your heart and your soul and your mind and all your memories is out there. And then they pick it apart and they rebuild you into something better. That's what she's there for. So if it's going to hurt a little bit, not this year, because this year, we'll talk about that in a second. This year, they got 5 bangers coming out for Xbox. 5. Halo, Forza, Gears, all the flagships, right? Fable, Call of Duty, Modern Warfare. That's a home run. That's a home run. It's a layup. Okay? The proof of the pudding is going to come the next year after that when you've got games that we don't even know what games are coming. And some of the games that we do know are coming, nobody knows what they are. Not the general public anyway. But the general public damn well knows what Call of Duty is. They damn well know what Halo is. They damn well know what Forza is. They know what Gears is. And they know what Fable is. Right? So those games should do really well, right? Well, now they've got the gun. They just need the ammunition. The ammunition is the software. And that's what she's going to focus on. Now, she's focused on the hardware. She got the name out there. Well, the project name. She's got that out there. It's up. She's leaving it in Gandalf's hands. He's going to do his thing. Right? That. She's like, okay, we're covered. powerful, this and that, whatever. Sure, it's going to be expensive. That's a whole conversation for another time. But, you know, about how many people are going to buy it. I think it's going to be a niche product, very much like the ROG Xbox Ally X. I think it'll sell. It will definitely sell better than the ROG Xbox Ally X because it'll be something that can go in the living room. A lot of people are very interested in it, right? Myself included. But you start creeping up into that $1,200 range or whatever. You're talking almost $2,000 Canadian, $2,000 Australian. You're gonna get some of the really hardcore buy that. Johnny Sixpack ain't buying that for his kid and putting it in his stocking. Not for $2,000. My money. Right. But anyways, besides all that, it's going to be a very powerful, amazing machine. The Helix is going to be fucking awesome. But like I said, price, we'll talk about that another time. If you don't have something to back that up beyond 2026, this is what I'm talking about. The longevity is not the hardware. There's so much focus on the hardware. The problem with that is that, once again, you are failing to see what drives the hardware. Nobody gives a shit about the mesh shaders 2 years into a generation if you got no games to play. Right? Or maybe you have games to play, but they're not great. Don't forget, 2022 and 2023, practically nothing came out those years. Pentiment or whatever. You know, and like, you know what I mean? And meanwhile, in 2021, Xbox was Publisher of the Year. They go from Publisher of the Year. You guys, I don't know if you guys remember that. 2021, Xbox was Publisher of the Year. They went from that to absolutely dick fuck all.
Yeah!
All the way till 2024. 23 was practically a wash too. And you lost your momentum. And then when you release stuff, people didn't engage. She has a job ahead of her of looking at those studios outside of the flagships and saying, why aren't people engaging? Now, Gears of War Reloaded, that's a mulligan, okay? That's a mulligan, okay? Because that's a remaster of a remaster. I mean, they're going after the Sony playbook over there with that one. Because remember, it was remastered as Gears of War Ultimate Edition. You remember that? It came out like 10 years ago. Then they did a remaster of that one. So that was like a remaster of a remaster. Like I said, taking a page out of Sony's book. How many times are you going to remaster Last of Us? I love those games, but for God's sake, could we just get a part 3 already? But anyways, but that's besides the point. Yeah, I'm criticizing Sony. Isn't it amazing? Some people call me a pony, right? So, you know, I figured. But anyways, the point is, compelling software beyond these flagship titles is what's going to be important for the future. Right? That's what's going to carry it. Now, this year, like I said, what a stellar year. But they have to be good. I have no doubt the quality of Forza Horizon. They've released 5 games before that have been nothing short of absolutely incredible racing games. I have no doubt that Forza Horizon 6 is going to be amazing, right? No doubt in my mind. Coalition's last effort, which was Hivebusters, to me was peak Gears of War. I thought 4 and 5 were mediocre, but Hivebusters was a return to form. Great story, great characters, great action, incredible graphics, perfect performance. All across the boards, on a tech level, perfect performance. You know what I mean? All amazing. So that was a return to form. You carry on with that momentum, Coalition, they're wizards at what they do. The games 4 and 5 were technically sound. I just didn't think that the story and whatever else was engaging at all. I had no, like, zero fucks to give about those 2 games. I played through them. I finished them, as I always do. I finish my games when I play them, generally. You know, but it wasn't for me. Hivebusters was the peak. I haven't played a Gears of War that good since Gears of War 3. So if they carry on that, Gears of War E-Day is going to be fantastic. I have no doubt. And I think that when they show it, it's going to wow a lot of people.
Welcome to hell.
Fable? Yeah. Not really sure. I wasn't impressed by the Fable showing. I wasn't impressed. I watched it, and I showed it to my wife, who's a huge Fable fan, and she didn't even move a muscle. It didn't. She was just like, she's like, okay, I guess. She's like, I guess I'll wait for reviews. That's not a good way. That's not a, you know what I mean? I made fun of it. I put on a dress, and I pretended I was the guy in the game, whatever. I did some funny videos and just whatever. But, like, you know, Call of Duty, You could, after this year, you better make sure Call of Duty hits. You better make sure. And you've got a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths right now after Black Ops 7. You got a lot to fucking prove with Modern Warfare 4. It better be an absolute kick in the balls banger. Otherwise, you're going to be in trouble. So you got 2 on the fence. Forza and Gears, I think, are going to be amazing. Halo, the remaster, I think is going to be awesome. But I'm a Halo stan. I love Halo. I don't even know how many times I completed those games, but I'll be more than happy to go back and complete them again because I love them. I love Halo. Halo's great. So there you have it. You know what I mean? It's all about that software. You know the hardware is going to be good. It's after the hardware is in your hands is where the true longevity will be remembered. It's the games that will be remembered, not the hardware. I'm not going to sit there 10 years from now and go, man, that PS5 Pro was awesome. Oh! What are you saying when you say that? Are you talking about the hardware, or are you just going to talk about the games you played on it? Because your memories of said hardware, whatever it is, Series X, PS5, Switch 2, it's not the hardware you remember. It's the experiences that you had on that hardware that you remember, correct? When I think of PlayStation 1, for example, if you want to go back 30 years, when I think of PlayStation 1, I don't think of the PlayStation 1. I think of Rayman. I think of Ridge Racer. I think of the first Tomb Raider, the very first time I played the very first Resident Evil, Twisted Metal. Those are the memories that last. Those are the lasting impressions. It's the software. And that's what she's going to. I'm telling you right now, she said we're focusing on the Xbox, whatever, but once it's on on auto drive, so to speak. Okay? Once it's in cruise control, what do you think she's doing the booty tour right now with Matt Booty around the world, checking out all the studios? She's not there to just introduce herself. Hey, I'm Asha. How you doing? How are you? How are you? You know, how are you? How are you, everybody? Doing the Queen Wave. You remember the Queen Wave? Look at this. On the Queen Mobile, doing the Queen Wave to all the studios. You know what I mean? Here she comes. Here she comes. Here she comes.
Idiot.
You know what I mean? She's not doing that. She's going to go in there and be like, I got all the numbers on the studio, all the games you released this generation and whatever. Why is this not connecting with fans? That's what's going to happen. I'm all for it. So there's my chat about it. Now, before we carry on, I want to catch up with some of these super chats. I want to get right back into it and see what the fans and the friends and the community and everybody else got to say about it. We got Bernie23 coming in, dropping a $2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. And he says, can we now say that Helix is why GTA 6 delayed? Oh, that's great, Bernie. You know, Colt and I had a thought about that. We were thinking, like, if there was a rare possibility, Bernie, that they dropped, which I think they should have, even if it's a smaller amount. I talked about that in XNC. Some people said I was crazy, whatever. I said, listen, man, with the Steam machine being threatened to release in 2026, it would behoove Xbox to actually release the Helix this year. I'm telling you. I think it would be a better idea because you don't want Steam to have the jump on the PC box. I know it's going to piss people off. I'm not saying the Xbox and PC. I'm saying that PC access box because presumably on the Helix you'll be able to access Steam and Epic and all that kind of stuff, right? You don't want Steam to get a jump on Xbox, especially if there's a possibility, even if it's lesser powered, there's a possibility that it could be cheaper. You know what I mean? If there's a possibility that console is cheaper and is out months or a year before Xbox, that could cause a problem. So anyways, we were talking about that. I said, okay, so let's just say for argument's sake, let's say for argument's sake that Xbox drops this thing this year, okay? Just for fun, just for shits and giggles. They do it this year to compete directly with the Steam machine. I go, what would happen with GTA 6? Would that be the definitive place to play? And we both kind of came to the conclusion that it would be getting the Series X version of the game. You wouldn't be getting some crazy PC upgrade version of the game. You'd be getting the Series X version of the game. because they develop it for the Series X. Therefore, you would be playing the Series X version of the game. They did not make a Helix version of the game. That's not how it works. So there's that. So I just want to set the record straight with that one in case anybody has these wild ideas about how it's going to be like this crazy. No. When the PC version comes out, different ball game. Because when the PC version comes out, you can buy it on Steam, and you'll be able to play the Steam version of the game, which will have the PC bells and whistles, most likely, right? So either way. Thank you, Bernie. I appreciate that, brother. And we got Grandpa Barbecue Game Cat, the most notorious wild man in town.
There is great disturbance in the Force.
Mm-hmm.
I have felt it.
Thank you, Grandpa Barbecue Game Cat drops $5 Australian dollars didgeridoos. And he says Microsoft should bring out a Series S Helix, same power minus the PC. Oh, I thought you were joking. Microsoft should bring out a Series S Helix, same power minus the PC stuff. Very good point, dude. I mean, I think it would be a massive pain in the ass because I think they plan on having this thing like sort of, no pun intended, fused together, as I kind of call it the fusion. But that's a good idea though. I mean, that might be an option, like to have another SKU that would be like less expensive, something that's more accessible for the common, casual, so to speak. Right? That's a good idea, Grandpa Barbecue. I agree with that. And we got QMax coming in, dropping $2 super chat. Thank you so much. And he says, Mag, have you checked out Killing Antidote on Steam? I have not, my friend. DM me with that, and then I'll remember it. Because you know what's going to happen? I'm going to forget. So yeah, DM me the name of that, and then I'll go check it out. Absolutely. QMax in the chat says, never call me. What the fuck, Mag? What do you mean? Oh, maybe you were talking about the super chat. Oh, sorry. I was in the middle of the topic, Yeah, Asha. I know how to pronounce it, Magnum. You don't have to tell me. But it's pronounced Usher. Okay? I don't give a shit. You're going to be hearing that for the next, 5 years. Hey, Deceiver, how you doing, buddy? Hope you're well. Ramon, how are you, buddy? And we got G-Mania coming in, dropping a $10 super chat. Oh, my God, I almost said 5. He unlocks a rare achievement. Thank you so much, G-Mania. My goodness, thank you. I appreciate that. He says, I haven't played hardly any of the games Xbox put out because I'm trying to finish my huge backlog. All right, fair enough. And he goes, any suggestions how to tackle my backlog and play the newer games? Okay, this is what I do. Thank you so much, G-Mania, for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that very much. Listen. Game On Jesse, how are you, buddy? Game On Jesse, I'm going to answer that question in just a second. G-Mania, this is what I do. In order to tackle my backlog in a new game, what I do is when a new game comes out, I play it. Do what I got to do. Whether I get 1,000 achievement points, whether I get a platinum, if it's the kind of game I want to get a full completion on, like in that respect. And then what I do is I interweave the backlog in between that. Does that make any sense? I weave it in. So what I do is I play like a new game, like Resident Evil Requiem right now, right? When I'm done with that game, in between Requiem and the next AAA whatever new game is coming out, I play one backlog game in between that time period. So I play that game, do what I got to do there, then I do a backlog game, then I go on to the next new game. Then I go back to the backlog, do one game, because it's not like they come out like 1 day apart or 2 days apart, you know what I mean? And so then I go one new, one backlog, one new backlog, and I do it like that. And the next thing you know, you're chipping away. Like right now, I think that my backlog on AAA games I think I only got about 6 left in my backlog. That's pretty amazing. And that's what I do. And then, of course, with this year having all these huge games coming out from everybody, from Microsoft, from third party. We got a couple from Sony coming out this year. You know what I mean? So it's wild time, man. But I'm still getting through it, brother. I'm still getting through it. So G-Mania, that's what I would do. One new, one old, one new, one old. And just do it like that and be able to get through all your experiences. Dented Iron, how you doing, buddy? I agree with you there. Game On Jesse says, Mag, do you think that Microsoft is expecting casuals to buy Helix? Not at all. Not at all. They have no qualms about what they've created here. What they've created here, and it's fair enough. It's their business model. They can do whatever the hell they want. I'm not going to criticize them. I'm not going to criticize Microsoft on that front. They can do whatever they want. That's their business. It's up to the consumers whether you can, like, how you're going to access it if you desire to access the ecosystem. For example, they're going to have, God damn it, see, I almost called it Magnus again. See what happens? What it is the Helix will be, as she said in her quote, do I have to read her quote again? One of the features, I think she said that. Hold on, we're going to have to pull it up. Oh, here we go. We talked about our commitment to the return of Xbox, including Project Helix. She doesn't say the return of Xbox with Project Helix. She said including. You have to remember when you're dealing with corpos, regardless of the fact that I think that Asha's going to do a good job, I really do. I do. I'm going to say it. I'm not a stan. I'm not licking her corporate boots. Okay? None of that shit. I just have a feeling, knowing what I know about the corporate world and how people move, how people operate, I got to feel the more I learn about her, from not only from secondhand experience, I guess, from other people, and of course watching, some of her. I've watched some of her little, like her little TED Talks and all that kind of stuff, and her interviews of the previous work that she did with Core AI and some of the other companies she worked for, and watching some of those. I got a feeling I'm just telling you right now, I think she's going to do a good job. I believe it. I think she's going to do a good job. I'm not going to be one of these guys like on the ground screaming her name like Phil Spencer and all that shit. Phil Spencer, it's Phil Spencer. They're like, screaming and crying on live stream. Like, no, like let's grow up a little bit, okay? They ain't your friends, and they're not your favorite sports stars, okay? They're fucking corporates. They're executives that work at a company, and the minute they leave and quit or retire, they don't give a fuck about you. They don't think about us. They go back to their $7 million mansion in Malibu with their feet up. Preferably with a coffee table full of cocaine. But, that's just a whole other thing. And hookers everywhere. But anyway, you know what I mean? That's what they're doing. They don't... Remember to draw the line, guys. Let's draw the line. They ain't your friends. You can meet them. You can be pleasant with them. I will meet them. I will meet Asha. Absolutely, I'll meet Asha. At some point. And I'll be very cordial, very nice, have a little conversation. Hey, yeah, it was very nice meeting you. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate that. All right, you have a good day. And then as soon as she shakes my hand, she's going to rub Purell all over her hands so she doesn't catch it, because they don't want to get any germs. Her two, handlers are standing next to me looking to beat the shit out of me if I, touch her, but you know what I mean? But that's all it is, guys. We have to draw the line, man. You know what I mean? But I have faith that she's going to do a good job. Not faith. That's a stupid word. Stupid word. I have faith in other things. I believe she's going to do a great job. There you go. You want to hear that? That's what I'm trying to say. I think she's going to do a great job. That's just me. And you know what? We're going to see. It'll be very interesting to see. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Fuck it. Who cares? I'm wrong. Then you can fire me.
Yeah! Fire!
But I think that she's the antidote that Xbox needs. Because I think she's going to go to the rot and she's going to expose the shit that people are just kind of they don't want to see or they don't want to hear about. And I think she's going to make the uncomfortable decisions that Xbox needs because I think that, what the thing is? This is kind of funny for me to say. Microsoft doesn't deserve Xbox fans. They don't. They don't. Okay? Microsoft does not, let me say that again. Microsoft does not deserve Xbox fans. I have never seen a group of people so loyal and so willing to go to bat and so willing to, to support them or whatever. Microsoft don't even deserve that. They don't deserve that kind of, the fans are so passionate. They deserve better. They deserve better. Xbox fans deserve better. And I think at the end of the day, you can't make an omelet without cracking a few eggs. And I think Asha is there to crack a few eggs, folks. I don't think she's going to be nasty about it. But I think she's going to be realistic about it. And that's why people think, some people think I'm harsh, right? Or some people think I'm crazy. Oh, Mag's just off the fucking handle saying all this crazy shit or whatever. No, I'm not. This is a reality. These are realities people don't want to hear. What's the one thing that people don't want to hear, folks? Come on, you tell me. Denial is a huge thing with people, right? And so people do not like what we like to call it, like that documentary that came out years ago, right? Inconvenient truths, because it doesn't support whatever narrative you're doing, or it hurts your feelings, or it threatens your justification of your purchase. I don't care about any of that stuff. You do whatever the hell you want to do. I'm just here to tell you the reality of the situation. And I think that Asha and I are on the same wavelength. I'm just telling you right now. I think that we're on the same wavelength. I'm thinking she's thinking like me. I'm thinking like her. That's my gut. And one thing that you do in this world, folks, when you do not lie to yourself, you could trust your gut 100% of the time. And I trust my gut. I don't lie to myself. I don't lie to you guys. I lay it all out there. Transparent. The way I am, who I am, what I am the same way in my real life. I know exactly who I am as a person. I don't hide myself pretending I don't do this or I don't do that. I know exactly what I do and who I am. Therefore, that being the case, I think her and I are on the same wavelength, and that's why I'm kind of vibing her right now. Now, they got a lot of obstacles. She ain't going to have no easy ride. On the software side of things, she kind of has, like I said, she has a little bit of a layup. The hardware side, it's not the hardware that's going to be a problem. It's going to be the pricing, right? So if anybody was thinking this thing's going to sell 25, 30 million out the gate, first couple of years or whatever, it's not going to happen. You're dreaming. And it's not because people don't want it or don't like it. It's going to be too expensive. It's still going to be a boutique, expensive, curated product, just like they said before. They're not changing any of that. Unless she does something incredibly drastic. Let's leave the door open a crack, okay? Let's not shut the door on it, but, let's also be cautiously optimistic, but at the same time, let's also be realistic. If they keep it around the price range that we think it is, that's not going to attract any casuals, But anyways, that's besides the point. I wanted to focus on what's really important because the longevity of the hardware has everything to do with software. Highlander Grim comes in and drops $2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. And he says, Meg, this all feels like Donnie D logic again. I'm glad you said that because of what I just said. I do not get the Donnie D vibes from her at all. But I do not get it, dude. Highlander, I do not get the vibes from her. I think she's going to do a great job. Sabina, you finally showed up, eh? There you go. How you doing, bud? Ahmad, how are you? He's looking forward to playing Xbox games on PS5. Yeah. Me too. I'll be playing all the first-party Microsoft games. I'll be playing on Xbox. I'll be playing Forza Horizon on Xbox. And you know what? Funny how that works is because it's exclusive for a short period of time. How about that? Isn't that weird? But all the third-party, all the other games that I'm playing them all on the PS5 Pro. PS5 Pro will have, on the console side, not the PC side, for people who have powerful PCs. I will be getting the better performance, the PSSR 2, that will be implemented in all those games, for the rest of this year. So I'll be getting the better Call of Duty, the better Gears, the better, if Fable drops, the better Fable. I know they said 2026, but we'll see how that all goes. And plus, I game share with my wife on the PlayStation. So why would I buy the game twice or buy the game for her and then play it on Game Pass? That makes no sense. I'm buying it once. She loves Gears. My wife loves Gears. And don't forget, my wife was an Xbox gamer for... When did she start playing Xbox? 2007? My wife started playing Xbox in 2007. That's 10... 9. She's been playing Xbox for 19... No. She stopped in 2022. She played Xbox for 15 years, then she gave up. She gave up. After, the tail end of the Xbox One generation when it was not doing great, and then going into the Series generation, which did worse than the Xbox One. I thought the Xbox One actually had way better output of games. But anyways, that's besides the point. But yeah. So she knows all the Xbox games because she grew, for 15 years, she was playing Gears. She was playing Halo. She was playing Fable. All those games. She plays Call of Duty religiously. She loves Call of Duty. She plays it religiously. Right? She loves Call of Duty. So, therefore, that being the case, she wants all those games. Those games are all Microsoft games. Right? Well, I game share with her, so guess what? Buying them all on the PlayStation. Do you think Microsoft gives a shit that I'm buying on PlayStation? They're going to call me a pony? No, you know what they're going to call me? They're going to call me a good consumer because I bought them all. And I'm not saying that's not a slight against Game Pass. I'm just saying I bought them all as in like, oh, every game that we offered, Mag purchased. Mag engaged with, whatever. They don't give a shit. They just know that I'm engaged in it. That's all they care about. I'm a consumer. I'm a consumer that they want. Because I'll be playing all the Xbox games this year. I'll just be doing it over there. So anyways, Highlander Grim. Yes, to answer your question, I do not feel the Donnie D logic here. I do not feel the Donnie D vibe. I feel none of that with her. I really don't. And I mean, make fun of me, say whatever the hell you want, even after the show's over, to be like, that Mag is a fucking fraud or this and that. Nah. I like her. I like I said, I'm learning more about her behind the scenes than I'm letting on. I'm like learning more and more and more each day about her. And from what I gather from everything else, I think she's exactly what they need, man. I think it's exactly what they need. And we got Grandpa Barbecue Game, got a member for 8 months. This guy, amazing. Sends in a member chat. Thank you so much, Grandpa Barbecue. And he said, would playtime be longer if purchased, not Game Pass? There are statistics on that as well. I don't have them in front of me at the moment, but there are statistics that show that purchase games are general. I think it was like 10 to 15% more engagement on purchase games than Game Pass games. Yes. Yes. You're absolutely right, Grandpa Barbecue. And you know what? It's funny you say that. There is a thing I feel like when I used to be. Let's also not forget, I canceled Game Pass. I will never subscribe to it again. I'll buy my Xbox games willy-nilly, like not willy-nilly. I'll buy them as I want them or whatever else, right? But I won't subscribe to Game Pass. I do feel like it. I know this sounds crazy. Maybe I'm crazy. I mean, I am crazy, but maybe even more crazy than I thought. I actually felt like it cheapened the games a little bit. Like I was just kind of like, yeah, just rip through this game, get through the credits, piss off, go to the next one. You know what I mean? Because I didn't feel like I earned it. Is that weird? I don't know if that's weird. That seem weird to you guys? Like I actually feel that it kind of cheapens it a bit. Just me. And I felt that buffet vibe to it. Like you don't go to a buffet and then shove. Like, you don't go to the first square in the buffet and then just throw everything from that square and fill your whole plate with that shit. You take a little bit of there, you take a little bit of there, take a little bit of there, and you go around. You don't even make it to the end of the buffet. You only get like, 8 containers deep, and then you're back at the table eating. You don't even get to eat everything that's there. You're just sampling a little of this, a little of that, a little of this, a little of that, and then, you know what I mean? And it's clearly obvious that that's exactly what the hell's happening. Because even without the data that I presented earlier, which all you have to do is just plug it in, times played and all that kind of stuff. It gets plugged into an AI system, not me, but someone else did it. And you know what I mean? All I have to do, if you want to do it right now. If any Xbox fans out there who's got an Xbox like right in front of them or whatever nearby, turn on your Xbox, go to your favorite game over there, go to the achievements. Go to the achievements of like the newer games, okay? Let's say Avowed, Outer Worlds, Ninja Gaiden. I forgot Ninja Gaiden came out. Even Expedition 32. Go back and look at the achievements and see the percentages because it shows you right there, guys. It shows you right there. That's how the metrics got measured. It shows you there the percentages of the people who completed those and then how long it was into the games for those to be completed. Okay? This is not rocket scientists. This is not rocket scientists. This is not rocket science. You can go in there and do exactly what I just said. And you can see for yourself. When 8% of people finished the 3rd level of Hi-Fi Rush, or 11% of people got to level 2 of Hellblade 2. You know what I'm saying? That's all I got to say. I don't have to say it. The numbers are right there. They speak for themselves. Maybe those numbers have gone up over the years or whatever, right? But anyways, either way, I think that, yes, I agree. I think Grandpa Barbecue, he's asking, he goes, would playtime be longer if purchased, not Game Pass? Absolutely. I really do believe that. Tails is saying, I want to see Coalition's new game. Oh, yeah, man. I'm assuming you're talking about Gears E-Day, because, I mean, that's the new one. I know they're working on something else after that. Kung Fu Hot Dog is saying High Busters is the shiz. Yeah, dude, High Busters was absolutely peak Gears. Coalition knows how to cook, man. They know what they're doing. Like I said, the games, even like Gears 4 and 5, were beautiful games. They ran well. They performed well. The graphics were great. The gunplay was great. All that stuff was perfect. The game was sound. The only problem that I found with it is that I wasn't gripped by it. I didn't give a shit about the story, the empty open world, flying around a fucking Santa sleigh and stuff. That was dumb. Didn't do anything for me. But High Busters, I was like, now we're talking turkey. That was amazing. We got J-Man Games coming in, dropping a $2 super chat. He goes, will you dress up for more games? Well, if they're funny and they're worth making fun of, absolutely I'll do that, J-Man. Oh, man. Yeah, that'd be great. Who's saying hi to me in the chat? Oh, Dented Iron. He's giving a little hello. How you doing, buddy? Yeah. Mingo, how are you? Big Bro Magnus. Hey, Mr. Evil, Mr. Little Evil, he's here in the chat right now. The Drizzo's in the house. How you doing? What's he saying? 1 drink, then new game, then 2 drinks, old game, and then a water, then repeat pattern from the beginning. Absolutely. Sounds fantastic. Booyakasha! What's up, buddy? And we got Q-Max coming in. He's become a magnificent maggot. Thank you so much for joining the channel, my friend. And as always, hey, Jay Slayer, how you doing, buddy?
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
Welcome to hell, Q-Max. Thank you so much for joining the channel, man. I appreciate you. The Drizzo. He's saying players going to play. Yes, they will. Jay Slayer saying PC Game Pass is worth it for like $17. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm not. Hey, how you doing, buddy? He goes, hey, Mag, what's up? I'm back on college focusing on my French major, so my schedule is wild. Oh, you're going to get this. We're going to clown you right now. Look. There you go. He goes, but even if I'm not watching live, I'll catch up later. Just a heads up so you don't think I'm mad at you. Oh, wait, I would never think you're mad at me, though.
It's all part of the plan.
Magnum is saying, no shit, Mag, a game in a subscription service would have a lower finish rate compared to something you bought. Yeah, but well, why? If the games are that good, wouldn't you have trouble putting it down? Riddle me that, Batman. If the games are just, you can't stop thinking about it. Like Resident Evil. Like, for example, I can't stop, even though I played the game 3, but hey, Z Birdman, how you doing, buddy? He says, I've been here from the start. You knew I was going to bust your balls, right? You knew I was going to bust your balls. I finished Resident Evil 3 3/4 times. Okay, that's what we're going to call it. I can't stop thinking about me going back to finish that mini boss because it was pissing me off so much. Right? Not that it's also pissing me off, is because I can't wait to play it again because I want to finish that Insanity run, which I'm only like an hour from the end of the game. It's just this fucking boss that's in my way right now who's slowing me down. Otherwise, I would have finished it today. You know why? Because as soon as I do it on Insanity, not only am I going to unlock another trophy, I'm actually going to unlock more credits, money, so that I can go back and I can go get more goodies and unlock more weapons and then go back and do the game again so I can work on the speed run. Right? Because that's another trophy I got to do in making my way over to the platinum. Multiple runs of the game is how you do it, right? So that's how all Resident Evils are. I can't stop thinking about the game, and I finished it 4 times. I can't stop. So the thing is, if you had something in Game Pass that was so fucking compelling, even Expedition 33 did not have a huge completion rate on Game Pass. Can't say for anything else because it used metrics from Game Pass. It did not use metrics from anything else. And it was using percentages of achievements completed, right? Because achievements completed is part of the story, like the story achievements, right? You know what I'm saying? If you have something in there that you just can't put down, then you would get the more engagement there. But the thing is, when people are playing an average of 1 to 2 hours per game, 2.2 hours per game, come on, dude. There's something wrong there. There's something fundamentally wrong there. That's all I'm trying to say. That's all I'm trying to say. Because if it was that compelling, you play to the end, wouldn't you? You want to see how the story ends. You want to get those achievement points if you're into that. You collect achievement points, that kind of thing, or you're a completionist, or you just want to see how the story ends. You want to roll credits. You want to know what happens to character A, B, and C, right? Hey, Matt Collin, how you doing, buddy? He says, I play all the way through my Game Pass games. You know what? Me too. I mean, if they are, quote, free, you might as well. Listen, man, when I was on Game Pass from day one, 2017, day one, when they had only 100 games in there, and half of them were WB games. You guys remember that? Because they had a little deal with WB. So there's a whole shitload of like Lego games. Mad Max was in there. Some other game. I was right there for day one. 2023, I canceled it because I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? I paid all of 2022 and played nothing. And I'm like, I just paid for 12 months and got nothing out of it. I'm like, honey, I'm done with this. So I canceled it for a year and a half, and then I resubscribed for a little bit, and then I'm like, yeah, we're back to nothing again. So I just canceled it, and then they raised the price to like astronomical levels. Like I said, what I'm paying up here is almost $40 a month in Canada. You're talking $480 a year for Game Pass. Get the fuck out of here. I'll just buy the game. Whatever game I want, I'll pick it out myself and say, I'd rather pay the $100 that it cost me for a game up here. I'd rather pay the $100 for a game that I actually want than what they were offering me. I'm okay with that. I said, I'd rather just pay the game outright. Cool. No problem. But when I was on Game Pass for all those years, I was on Game Pass for a solid 5 years. 5 fucking years without missing a year. I was on Game Pass. So anybody wants to say anything about me, learn something about me. Because I was on Game Pass right from day one for 5 years, and then I was off and on for 2 years, and then I just gave up on them completely. When they really started shitting the bed with that stuff. You know, with that 2022, 23, I'm like, I'm just paying for nothing here. This is ridiculous. Right? So I stopped. And then, of course, they jacked the price. So I would do the same thing, Matt Collin. I would go in there, I'd play the games to completion. Mad Max, roll the credits. I got like, I can't remember how many achievement points I got in there. Like 700 or 800 out of 1,000 on Mad Max. Rage 2, I got almost 1,000. I think I got like 900 achievement points on Rage 2. That was another one I loved. The other games that I do play, I love them. If I love the game, I go and finish the goddamn game. You know what I mean? And plus, I was in those days, I was an achievement hunter more so than I am now. I don't really go after them anymore. But like at that time, I still around just under 400,000 achievement points I have. Right? So I have almost 400,000 achievement points as it stands right now. So I was playing some games, guys. I was playing a lot of games over there. And a lot of them I was playing on Game Pass, and same thing, like Matt Collins says, I play them all the way through. Otherwise, why am I playing a game? Unless it's a game like I'd never heard of before. I'm like, let me just check it out. So I'll check out if it's like some indie game or some game I've never heard of, but it looks cool. I'm like, let me check it out. Doesn't connect with me. I'm like, you know what? This is not really my thing. I'll move on to something else. But I don't actively take one bite out of each sandwich. You know what I mean? And then just walk away. That's the most ridiculous. I'll eat the fucking sandwich. I'm not going to eat take a bite out of everybody else's sandwich. You know what I mean? I'm going to finish it. But if it's something I've never heard of or I've never tried before, then it may not connect with me, and that's obviously totally cool. Mad Max was great, Booyakasha. It was a great game. Yeah, Mad Max was awesome. It was like I never even knew that game came out. And I'm like, oh, what's this? Mad Max. And I tried it. And then I'm just like, oh, shit. Hey, Harry Ballsack's in the house. He says, I was really stoked for 007. Me too, man. I'm really excited for it. Seth Monster, you're here. I was talking about you earlier. Fuzzy Tomatoes in the house. Did I say hi to you earlier? I'm not even sure. Fuzzy Tomatoes. Always got to be the party pooper, eh?
Yeah!
He says I probably wouldn't even play Resident Evil if it was in Game Pass. All right, Z-Bird, man. Thanks a lot, man. Thanks for coming by. Seth Monsters, what are you saying? Did I miss? Oh, he goes, but why does it matter how I enjoy my games? Riddle me that. What do you mean? We're not talking about that, Seth Monsters. I see what you're saying. Okay, I see what you're saying. I said. And then you say, but why does it matter how I enjoy any of these games? Riddle me that. It doesn't matter, but I'm not any of those. I don't, and I don't care. I have fun. I thought that was the point. Yeah, no, a dumb thing. No. No one said it was dumb. No one said it was dumb. I never said it was dumb. But if you're not engaging, but let me ask you a question. Let me ask you this, Seth Monsters. Let me ask you this question. Is playing a game for 1.5 hours and then moving on to the next game fun for you? That seems kind of that doesn't seem like That doesn't seem kind of normal. Rage 2 was so good. I don't know why it was so good. Rage 1 was good, but Rage 2 was better. That's what I'm talking about. It doesn't matter how you enjoy the games, Seth Monster. You could do that. But the thing is, if the majority of the people are only playing 1.5 to 2 hours, you have to question the quality of the games. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. You can enjoy games however you want. Yeah. It's ADHD gaming at its best. Yeah. Deceiver says, I do that a lot, to be frank. Yeah, hey, man, if that's how you guys want to do it, that's fine. I'm just saying, the people in charge, they look at those metrics and they're like, people are not engaging. That's what I'm talking about. When they're going to say, we have the metrics here that show people are not playing these games. What would you assume? Would you assume that, oh, that's just the way they like the game? No, they're going to assume that people are not enjoying the game. And I don't mean 1.5 to 2 hours at a time. I mean 1.5 to 2 hours in total. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not going to generalize, Seth Monsters, but they will. They will. Magnum is saying, maybe, Mag, some of us have limited time, so we like great. I have limited time too. But I don't play 1.5 hour of one game and then never play it again, and then play 1.5 hours of another game and never play it again, and then play 2 hours of another game and never play it again. That makes no sense to me. I play multiple games at once. I might play one game one day and then another game another day, or I might play, like, let's say Call of Duty for an hour just to get a multiplayer fix, and then I go to my single player game after that. I do that. But I finish the fucking games because I paid for them. And I'm like, I bought this experience because I love whatever it is, Metal Gear or this or that or whatever game it is, Halo. I'm going to play the game to completion because I gave them my money. You know what this sounds like? That sounds like you go to the movie theater and then you sit there for 20 minutes and you leave. And you pay your ticket and then you go sit down and you go, this movie's great. All right, time to go. That's kind of what I'm talking about. Like, do you guys watch movies? Do you guys watch the first half hour of a movie and then just leave? And then go to the next movie? And then watch half hour of that movie and never finish the movie and then go to the next movie? And then that's what I'm trying to understand this because it doesn't make any sense to me. And I am crazy. I know you're crazy, Seth Monsters. You're here. I haven't completed a game in years. Yeah, dude, that might be a you thing, bro. But that's totally cool, man. If that's how you want to do it, totally fine. Like I said. Yeah, Seth Monsters, I think that might be you. Because you're saying yes to that and you hop theaters. So you don't finish the movie? Like, do you know the ending of Pulp Fiction? Or did you only watch the first two scenes? Yeah. Yeah, there's movies that are shit, Magnum, obviously. There's movies that I haven't finished either. Oh, Seth Monsters, you shouldn't have gone down the... You hate Tarantino?
Get in there and fight, maggot!
Ma, the meatloaf! Fuck!
You're digging a hole here, Seth Monsters. First you're saying this about the games, now you're saying you hate Tarantino. I don't know what's happening right now. There are movies that I can't sit through because they're shit. That's a difference. Hey, GP Hunter? Does it mean Game Pass Hunter? You come back to it later, right? Like for example, the James Gunn Superman movie. I can't sit through that movie. It is fucking horrifying. It's so bad. At least for me. I gave it a 4 out of 10, and I reduced it down to a 2 out of 10. Absolutely atrocious movie. But I still sat through the whole movie right to the end, and I watched it, and I'm like, when the credits rolled, I go, wow, that was dog shit. I still wanted to see how it ended. But either way. Hey, LePedro. Did I say hi to you, LePedro? Yo, Jago6 is in the house. He's going, hello, fellow gamers. How you guys doing? Anyways. We started a war in the chat. It's fantastic. I see what Mr. Little Evil's saying. He goes, it's more like paying for Netflix and doom scrolling on your phone while watching a show. Dude, my wife does that continuously. It drives me fucking insane. And I'm like, I look at her and I'm like, how are you watching this movie and you're not even watching the fucking movie? Or a show. I'm like, you're not even looking at it. You're like this. This is all I see. Look. This is all I see in the corner. My wife staring at her fucking phone. I go, can you stop for like 2 seconds and watch? Like, you're here to watch the movie. Watch the movie. You know, no. Hold on a second, Seth Monsters. Hold on a second. We're going to have this debate. And he says, yes. I see what he's saying. He says, yes, but did you doom scroll and finish the movie? That's what I need to know. I need to know. Magnum walked out on Oppenheimer. Jay Slayer, it's normal not to beat games. I get that. But the way that Seth Monsters is making it sound, he's making it sound like it's... I have ADHD too. But it makes it sound like he does that to every game. That's why I was just kind of like... There's a little bit of that. Like, there are games I have never finished. I start them and I'm like, I never went back to them. It is most likely because I lost interest in them. I'm just like, you know what? It was okay for like the 10 hours or 15 hours I put into it, but I'm like, I have no desire to go back to it. You know, Forspoken is one of them. Like, I played Forspoken, and I just was like, after I put in about 20 hours into the game, I'm like, you know, it was kind of cute and all. It was kind of cool. I you know, good music, and I like the premise of it. I like the idea, but I'm like, I just don't feel the desire to go back to it. Not really. But I gave it a good old college try. But I don't do that with every video game I play. That wouldn't make any sense. I mean, that doesn't make any financial sense. Why would I buy like 10 video games and play 2 hours of each one and never go back to them? I just don't understand. I mean, what's the point of even buying them at all? I mean, unless you're on Game Pass and that's what you want to do, but it doesn't sound like that's the case. It doesn't sound like Seth Monsters is the norm. That's what he does. And of course, gamers don't finish games. But when you have, what I was getting at, guys, the staggering figures of people playing only 1.5 to 2 hours, that's not an ADHD thing. That's a quality thing. That's a whole different ball of wax. That's what I'm trying to say. That's not the norm. What Seth Monsters is talking about is certainly not the norm. That's his preference. That's the way he wants to play his games. Totally cool. But when you've got like 53% of people not even getting past an hour and a half in a lot of those first-party titles that came out in the last 2 years, that is not an ADHD thing. You're talking about 1.1 to 2 million, 3 million people playing those games. That's not an ADHD thing. I think that's a quality thing. And that also reflects, the only thing that I can use to support that is that it also supports my argument is because people didn't buy the game on the other consoles where they did not have Game Pass. They just didn't have the interest in it. Those are metrics that Microsoft will look at and be like, what the fuck's going on here? What are we doing? Right? Not them, Asha. He's going to look at it and say, what's happening here? Where's the disconnect? Where's the disconnect between the gamers and the games? Right? So they're going to have to look at that. But anyways, that was fun, Seth Monsters and everybody else. I enjoyed that. That was a good conversation. It's nice. See, that's what you call healthy conversation. That is what you call healthy debate between friends. You could do that kind of stuff and have a conversation and be totally cool about it. Some people get all pissy pants and like, unsubscribe or some stupid shit like that or what, or I'm going to block you on Twitter, Seth Monsters. That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And at the same time, everybody respects one another. Everybody was nice. Except for Magnum. He's a scumbag. But that's Magnum. Oh, you know what I mean? That's Magnum's MO. He's there to drive me crazy. And G-Mania comes in and drops another $10 super chat. The man's out of control. My God, you speaking of achievements, there you go. You just unlocked a rare achievement. Thank you, G-Mania. He says, one thing I hate about Xbox is my internet went out and I put a disc in the Series X to play and it was on Game Pass, so it wouldn't work because it was thinking I was playing it on Game Pass. Wow. Isn't that... Hold on a second. That's wild, first of all. That's wild. So it wasn't able to differentiate between you owning the disc and Game Pass. But I have a question. Isn't that pretty much true for all games now? That like if you're not on the internet, you're not able to access anything because it can't access the licensing of you owning the game? So would that have something to do with that? I'm thinking that might be the case, G-Mania. I'm not sure. You know what I mean? Yeah, because like whatever system I'm on, if like for whatever reason the internet conks out or whatever, I can't access any of the games that I paid for. Mind you, those are digital games, so maybe like because they have to access the digital license. That's why it's basically always online, so to speak. You know what I mean? Like that's what they're doing. It's not because you have to play online, it's because they have to access the license to own the game or whatever the hell it is. So I'm not really sure how that works. But I don't know. That's crazy. I've never thought about that with a physical disc, bro. I don't know how that whole thing works. But I mean, if that was the case, that's a bit of an oversight. You know what I mean? It's a bit of an oversight. I know. That's kind of cool. That's crazy. That's crazy. Thank you for the $10 super chat, brother. That's I really appreciate it. Your support tonight has been legendary. Thank you. And Dubmobile comes flying in with a $2 super chat. He says, "You're going to nab Onimusha. Capcom is being on a roll." Dude, Capcom is crushing it, and I am a huge Onimusha fan. Absolutely love Onimusha. Always have, always will. It's basically like Resident Evil in like samurai times. You know what I mean? So yes, absolutely, I'm all in for Onimusha. Absolutely incredible series. I loved all of them, and I really look forward to this new one. And you're 100% right. Capcom is on a roll. They can't be stopped. Just incredible. Just incredible. Okay, what's Seth Monster saying? He goes, "I think you can play local on your main box if the game allows." Okay. Q-Max is like, "If Magnum leaves, can I be a mod?" What do you mean if he leaves? More like this.
Yeah!
It's coming, Magnum. Oh my God. He goes, "Well, fine, I'll leave." Oh yeah, you're not going anywhere. Anyways. Seth Monster says, "It's amazing, isn't it? I love this guy." I think that what we were talking about, yeah. And we don't have the metric system down here. Yeah, man. Yeah, like I said, this is a perfect example of how we deal with each other in a community. Respect, discussion, debate in a healthy way, smart way. You know, it's all about learning, trying to figure out how we all operate. That's how you get to know people better. You know what I mean? And then it's, no skin off anybody's back. You know what I'm saying? So Seth Monsters, that's the thing. See, that's what I was trying to say, dude. So Seth Monsters, if you look at what he was saying, what you were saying in the chat here, hold on. He says, "I think you can play local on your main box if the game allows." What he was getting at is that the game was on Game Pass, as well as the fact that he had the physical copy of the game. So when he put it in, and it's loading up the game, we're trying to figure out if the system was thinking it was a Game Pass game and not recognizing that it was a disc game. You know what I mean? Because that same IP was in the service. It's an interesting thing, man. You know what I would do? I would email G-Mania. I'd email Microsoft and ask them. Why not? You can someone will answer you. Just put it in like a help desk thing, and just to get an answer, some curiosity, be like, "Hey, how does this work?" Because I tried to play something when I was offline and it wouldn't allow me to play it. Those are questions that need to be answered. Eternal Shaddai, how you doing, buddy? Welcome to the chat, brother. Appreciate you. And we got Just Stockwell coming in, dropping a $5 super chat. I'll even give him a little Asha in there. Oh, I just mixed. What are you going to do? Josh Duckwall drops a $5 super chat. He says, "What's up, Max? Spending time with my lovely wife, but wanted to drop in to give some support. Cheers, sir, and have a good rest of your night." Thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate you dearly. Jago6 is saying, "Not totally true, Mag. You could put Xbox in offline mode and still play your games if the game isn't online only. The PC has something similar and mods to take advantage of it." Jago6, thank you so much. That answers the question. JD Gamer, how you doing, buddy? So there it is, Jago. Oh, sorry. There it is, G-Mania. Jago has spelled it out there. You can put the Xbox in offline mode and it should still play the games because then it won't try to connect to a game that it thinks is... Well, it knows that it's on Game Pass, but it thinks you're trying to load up a Game Pass game offline. So maybe that's what it is. Hey, Maitu, how you doing, buddy? It's been a while. I haven't seen your name in the chat for a while. The Beans in the house. How are you? Bobby, I missed your last message. Let me see. Hey, Meg, you can actually pay Xbox Game Pass offline on the ROG Xbox LX. Really? He goes, there's people spreading false narratives about Game Pass offline, FYI. The Meg, thank you. I appreciate that as well. You see, you learn shit every day, folks. Even though this is what I do, I don't know everything. I mean, don't tell my wife that. Magnum, he goes, I rang Microsoft about that problem, and they told me that they have a console for me called the Xbox 360. Oh, that was good. Thank you. That was good. Hey, Deacon, how you doing? So, folks, I know some people are kind of jumping in here now, but we're approaching the 3-hour mark. That was pretty much all I was going to talk about tonight. That was pretty much it. I mean, I was going to go down like the console road, but I think I might save that for next week because I'm trying to find out if there's going to be some more information coming out down the road. Oh, yeah. Oh, dude, we've been talking about the Helix for like an hour and 40. Almost, geez. Almost 2 hours. You'll have to rewind and go back. I started at the 1 hour and 9 minute mark. I started talking about Xbox, and we've been talking about it. Well, I guess about an hour and a half now. Hour and 40. Eternal Shaddai comes and drops $5 super chat. Thank you so much, my friend. He unlocks a rare achievement. There you go, buddy. You got a rare achievement for that. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I appreciate you. And he says, hey, Mag, can you explain better about your Xbox Magnus console? How does it work and its feature? Well, the one that I have has, as the ladies know, has a lot of RAM.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Oh, there you go, Eternal Shaddai. I hope that answers your question. A lot of hardware in the Magnus, if you know what I mean. No software. No software in these pants. I mean, that console. Hey, Nick Nax Japan, how you doing, buddy? I haven't seen you in a while, too, man. It's nice to see all these people coming around again. Hi, Mag. Been watching while waiting in the tax office for the last 2 hours. My God, I hope you don't have me on speakerphone. Especially reading out Grandpa Barbecue Game Cat's his super chat from earlier. Probably might go down as the most legendary super chat of all time, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Eternal Shaddai. I appreciate you, brother. That's awesome, man. All that RAM and no processing power. Well, not anymore. Got the old snipperoonie. Factory's closed, boys. I can do what I want now. That's what I'm talking about.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
That's it. Now I can do whatever I want. Factory's closed, boys.
But the cream will rise to the top, oh yeah.
Let's do a little bit of that, too.
But the cream will rise to the top, oh yeah.
We got Joel in the house. My God, everybody's as we descend into we're gonna get into that in a minute. Hey, we got my dude dropping €12 in the chat. My goodness. Thank you so much, Mike. I appreciate that, man. He goes, respect to you, Meg. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you very much. All of you guys, man. Everybody, all the maggots out here, everybody out there. Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Yeah, man. Jeez, Mag, your motherboard got fried. Yeah. Thank you so much, Mike. I appreciate that very much, man. The support means everything to me, my friend. Seth Monsters comes in and drops a $5 super chat. There we go. Does he unlock a rare achievement? Let's find out. He did. He unlocked a rare achievement, ladies and gentlemen.
Donation.
My goodness, my Guinness. What a night. And Seth Monster says for $5, he says, as we descend into debauchery and evil. Absolutely.
There is a great disturbance in the Force.
I have felt it.
Oh. Well, ladies and gentlemen, on the official note, I'm going to call this a night. And I'm only going to say I'm going to call it a night because we're not going to be talking about any more subjects. So, if you're here for the actual topics, you may leave. You are dismissed. Now I'm just going to catch up with everybody in the chat here, and then we're just going to call it an evening. I like to call it a soft exit, so to speak. What I mean by that is I don't like do the last topic and I go, and that's the show, ladies and gentlemen, everybody, good night, and then just leave. I don't do that. So what I do is that at the end of the show, I usually just we chill out for a few minutes. I go take a pee, come back, have a little conversation, catch up with the chat, see how everybody's doing, talk about whatever the hell we want for a few minutes, just to kind of round it off, you know what I mean? They're taking the hobbits to Isengard! There you go, Aero Nation. I hope that helped. So why don't you guys give me like a couple of minutes here, and I'm going to go pee, fix myself a drink real quick, and then we'll talk about whatever, all right? We'll talk about whatever. Be right back. All right, everybody keep your pants on. I'm back. I mean, listen, man, I work out before I do my live shows, okay? So when I work out, I drink a ton of water while I'm working out, and then afterwards, I drink another one of these gigantic things, which is like a liter of water. So tons and tons of water. So usually about the 2-hour mark of any show that I'm on, whether it's XNC, whether it's MAGGCAST, whatever I'm doing, I gotta piss like a race. Like I can taste it. That's how bad I have to pee. Because I just pound water. You know what I mean? And just like that, I walk away and I come back. There's super chats waiting for me. Got my two again. Drops a 249. That's 250, ladies and gentlemen. Euro super chat. He says, "Thank you, Mag." Well, thank you. And I think you unlocked a rare achievement as well. There we go. Where did I go? I'm right here. I had to go to the, I went to go brush my hair. Hey, Dallas LeBeau is in the house. It's so nice to see everybody back, man. You know, I got to tell you, thanks for dropping by, dude. I got to tell you, man, for a while, I got to tell you. Well, good night, Q-Max. Thank you so much for dropping in, man. By the way, anybody join the show right now, listen, we're done the show, okay? We're just shooting the breeze now, okay? This is after hours. And by the way, we got to find Grumpy Old Fart. We don't know where the hell he went. He disappeared off the face of the earth. Like 2 weeks ago, I haven't seen him since. He's probably very busy. But either way, we have a mission. We got to go find this man. So, you know how it goes, like with when you're doing YouTube and stuff like that. You see your familiar faces, and then some people disappear, and then they come back. But tonight seemed special. It almost seemed like everybody who's ever watched the show all kind of came back. It was like the fucking Avengers. Like Avengers Assemble. It's like everybody who's ever in this channel for the entire year that I've been on YouTube, I've all kind of showed up again and just came in. Wild, man. It's been wild. It's been so fun. Be nice. That's right. Oh, my two is in the chat. He's saying he says he's Mag is a legend in the gaming world. Thank you, my friend. My God, I've been doing it long enough. I hope I'm allowed to have a title like legend. You realize I've been tiny maggot bladder. What are you talking about, Deceiver? I drank like okay. This glass, just to give you a perspective of how big this glass is. Hold on. Okay. This is a regular glass. You see this? Okay. Look at the size of this thing. I drank 3 of these from before the show and then into the show. 3 of these, dude. Look at the size of this monster. Okay? If you don't piss after drinking 3 of those, then there's something wrong. Then you're a camel. Anyways, enough bullshit. Let's get to this. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen. God damn it, I love this camera. Look at how crystal clear you guys can see everything. Tonight we're drinking Glenfiddich. Barrel-aged, 14-year-old Scotch. 14-year-old Scotch whiskey, blue label, 14 years aged. Let's do it. Cheers. All right. My brother bought it for me for my birthday. So, it's a very nice bottle. Blue label. Beautiful. Drink like a racehorse. That's the plan. We are, in Inferno North, we're absolutely right. We are one big family. We are. We really are. Resident Evil spoilers, so took a break. Oh, fair enough, Knickknacks. Yeah, fair enough. Grumpy old gone with the barbecue, yeah. Hey, Hero Down Under. What are you celebrating? My birthday? No, my birthday was last month. I'm just drinking because I'm an alcoholic. That's the occasion. That's what I'm celebrating. I'm celebrating my grotesque alcoholism. Listen, man. 30 years in the fucking hospitality business, you drink. Okay? That's part of the gig. That's just the way it is. And Australians got nothing to say. Okay? Because Australians are right up there. Perfect time for a beer, mate. Good a time as any, isn't it? Scotch and Irish whiskey. Yes, my friend. That's what we're drinking tonight. Like I said, we're drinking that Glenfiddich 14-year age. Blue label. Gorgeous bottle, though. I love the bottle. Wonderful bottle. Valley of the Deer. We not, but we drink a lot. Yeah, I know you guys drink a lot. I know you guys drink a lot. I know Australians. My dad lived it. Like I said, my dad's Australian. Right? My dad grew up in. I mean, he's American. When he came over to the, well, not here, but when he went to the States from Melbourne, he got his American citizenship. Right? So technically, by even though I was born in Canada, because he moved up to Canada from there when he met my mom up here, because my grandparents were up here. It's a whole story. But he became an American citizen, so technically I'm half American, half Canadian, just because of, my dad's birthright. Plus, I have my American citizenship as well as my Canadian citizenship. Born here, and then dual citizenship in the United States. So whenever I go to the U.S., they don't bust my fucking balls. I don't got like Marines like staring me down, like, like, where are you from? And I'm like, of course I would never say get the fuck out of here to a Marine. You crazy? I love them. U.S. Army rocks. And I know a ton of Marines, right? So, and I know a ton of military anyway. I got a lot of military friends. But anyways, yeah, they don't bust my balls as much because, like, you know what I mean? Like, if I'm just a tourist, they may ask me like 2 or 3 more questions, or maybe side eye me a little bit. I'm Italian by heritage, Magnum, but I was born here in Canada. I was born here in Toronto. Furious legacy. This is I'm American, Italian, Turkish. Excellent combo. No, I was born here in Canada. I'm Canadian, American citizen. Canadian citizen, American citizen, dual citizenship. I actually have my European Union citizenship as well because my parents were technically both born in Italy. My mother was born in Belgium. My father was born in Italy, but before he was a month old, they took off on a boat. Because this is like right after World War II, like literally 1 year after World War II, they took off on a boat to Australia, and they settled in Melbourne, and that's why there's so many Italians in Melbourne, because they left Italy because there was no work, and the country was basically bombed out, so there's nothing to do there. So they all got in a boat and they went to Australia, where there was a lot of opportunity. And my father grew up his whole life from like he was 3 weeks old. My father grew up in Australia until he was in his mid-20s. I'm Canarican. Eternal should I? Oh my god. That's fantastic. Oh. Yeah. Cyber Gunter is American, Guatemalan, and Salvadorian. Fantastic. That's a nice combo too. Spicy combo, my friend. Spicy combo. Love it. Yeah, so my mom was born in Belgium, but she's Italian by heritage. But you know what's crazy is my whole family on my mother's side, they all speak Italian, English, German, and French fluently. Because they were all sort of canoodling around those countries. And so they were all like, they all knew all the languages. It's like my grandmother's the last, my grandmother's the last of the Mohicans. She's the last one alive. And she speaks all the languages fluently. She speaks English fluently, German fluently, French fluently, and Italian. It's fucking wild, man. Totally wild. Glinzer comes and drops a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, my friend. And he says, Glinzer says, Mag drinks on stream. That's why I'm here. Kidding. He says, you're entertaining. Bourbon stouts and IPAs are my bag, but Glenfiddich 14 is a great sipper. Thank you so much, Glinzer. I also went with that because I didn't want to be like I didn't want to be like overloaded with beer because I have beer. I'm probably going to have one later, but like before I go to bed, just have a beer, But I just want something lighter, just something to give me a buzz and not weigh me down. You know what I'm saying? By the way, you guys want to hear something crazy? Speaking about alcohol. So you guys know Lemmy from Motorhead? He was the singer and the bass player from the thrash metal band Motorhead, Ace of Spades, if anybody knows that song or whatever else. So, anyways, I was watching a little 10-minute interview with some of the tour managers and guys who knew him and stuff like that. This dude, you guys ready for this? From mid-teens to 70 years old, He drank a bottle and a half of Jack Daniels 7 days a week for 54 straight years, never missed a day. That is the most insane thing I've ever heard in my entire life. By the way, anybody looking for video game talk, unless someone asks in the chat, we're done. The show's done. We're just in overtime now. So, cut. You want to leave? Leave. No, we're just hanging out, just shooting the breeze. Yeah, speed metal. Oh, fuck off, Magnum. He goes, Motorhead is speed metal. Go back to school. Back. Okay, speed metal. You know what I'm saying. The dude drank. Yeah. So we're done the show. Show's over. We're just hanging out backstage now. Just drinking and hanging out. Now, listen. The man drank a bottle and a half of Jack Daniels every single day for 54 straight years. And that's not all he drank. He also did other stuff. He was also on amphetamines for 40 years, chain smoked, and he would drink other booze too, like beers and shit like that, in between the bottle and a half of Jack Daniels every single day. Holy Christ, man. How the fuck did he even make it to 70? But you know how he died? You want to hear something crazy? Prostate cancer. Had nothing to do with the booze, the cigarettes, the fucking, the amphetamines, the other illicit drugs. I'm sure he got into coke and stuff like that. You don't play speed metal and not do coke. And, of course, all the other stuff that he was doing. No, it was prostate cancer. Can you fucking believe that? By the way, gentlemen, go check your prostate cancer, okay? Or your prostates. Go do that. Make sure it gets done. Get a colonoscopy. It's very important. If you're 45 years old and older, go get your colonoscopy. Don't be an asshole. Don't wait around. That shit'll kill you. I just got mine done last month, man. It fucking sucks. You don't feel anything, but I mean, like, the preparation before was a fucking nightmare. Dude. Like literally, like, fasting for 2 days. I was ready to punch a hole in the fucking wall. See, listen, I work out a lot. Okay, so when I work out a lot, I eat a lot. Like, my body needs fuel constantly. And to stop eating for 2 days, oh my God, it was the worst. It was like hell on earth. And then, of course, the colonoscopy itself, they knock you out for that shit. Like, they gave me anesthetic, and bang, I was out cold. And then I woke up an hour later in the recovery room, and then I went home, and that was it. No discomfort, no pain, no anything, nothing like that. It's not like, But you get it done, you get it checked out. It's very fucking important. Yeah, Matty Beast, he just got that. He goes, did both recently. The prep is unreal. Dude, the prep fucking sucked. That's another thing. You guys want to hear this? You want to hear? Check it now. Yeah, Deceiver, do yourself a favor. Squat over the floor and then put a mirror on the ground. Take a look. Oh, my God. Anyways, they make you drink all these concoctions and stuff, right? So you drink these concoctions, and they're like, okay, drink this in the morning. You have to pound this fucking thing back. You have to pour this liquid inside and this powder, and you have to stir it up with, like, water. You pound that down. Then you have to pound down another pint of water on top of that. And then you're like, all right, cool. And then they're like, then you have to take 2 of these laxative pills. Then you have to take this concoction again later in the day with the powder and the liquid and this, and then water. And you have to stir it up, and you have to pound it down. Then another pint of water. And you're like, all right, so what's this supposed to do? You find out real fucking quick what it's supposed to do. Real quick. I barely had time from me pounding down the second pint of water where I said, okay, so what do I do? Oh, fuck. And I ran to the bathroom, and I'm not kidding, guys. You ready for this? I shit for 11 straight hours. Non-fucking stop. You remember the scene from Dumb and Dumber when what's his name's on the toilet? The toilet and his legs are up in the air, and he's like, that is what happened for 11 straight hours. I mean, I wasn't on there for 11 straight hours. I would get up and then, like, go to the kitchen, make a tea, because I was allowed to have tea as long as it's clear, have water, have a chicken broth. I was allowed chicken broth, whatever. Literally 35 seconds later, as soon as I go to make myself a tea, back in there for another hour. Dude, you have no idea what this thing does to you. It cleans out your entire system, and it is hell. Matty Beast is like, yep, all nighter. No, dude, it's rough. It's rough. But it needs to be. You have to be completely empty. Like literally, your intestines have to be completely empty because when they put the camera inside, they got to look around, right? They got to see what's going on, see if there's polyps in there. They look for cancerous tumors, all shit like that. And you can't do that if there's stuff in there. So that's why they got to completely clean you out. So that's the roughest part. But the actual thing itself, you don't feel nothing. You know. LePedro, you got to start with this bullshit.
Yeah!
LePedro comes in and drops a $2 super chat. He goes, Mag loves the Dodgers. Yeah. You know what I love about the Dodgers, LePedro? Thank you for the $2 super chat. I appreciate that, brother. You know what I love about the Dodgers? I'm going to love how they're not going to make the fucking playoffs this year. That's what I'd love. Tell you that right now. They ain't making the playoffs. They ain't making the playoffs.
Stupid fucking game. Stupid fucking game.
Hey, Mr. Huck is in the chat. How you doing, buddy? So, anybody have any questions while we're just hanging out? We still have over 100 people watching me talk absolute nonsense right now. We're talking about colonoscopies and getting yourself checked out, and how much Lemmy from Motorhead used to drink. We're done video games, but we're just talking. This is community time, folks. We're just having community time. So if you're looking for Project Magnus / Helix, you missed it. It was an hour ago. You know what's funny? As soon as I opened my big stupid mouth, we had like 107 viewers live, and then I looked back, and as soon as I said, "Oh, we still have 100 people here," I looked back and went down to 98. It's like God went, "Oh yeah, you think you still got 100?" Resident Evil 10 colonoscopy. Magnum, Jesus Christ, I'm not even going to read that out loud. Hey, Daniel McCarthy, how you doing, buddy? Got any pinball machines in that fine collection of cabinets? No, I do not. And let me tell you something, Daniel. That is a goal later on in life. It's just, they're so fucking expensive, man. Now, I know that Arcade 1-Up has, like, digital pinballs, but that ain't it, bro. That ain't it, man. Daniel, that's not it, man. I need the real deal. And I want one of those... You know the ones with like the dot matrix screen on them? You know what I mean? Where it has like the story, like you're playing like the Shadow pinball, which was amazing by the Shadow knows. You remember that game? The Shadow pinball. They had the Star Trek, the Next Generation pinball, the Kiss pinball. You know those ones? And it's got like that dot matrix whatever like screen with all the graphics and all the sound effects coming out of it and like scenes from the movies and shit. Deceiver, thank you. Some of the cabinets have programmed games in it. There's over like 120 games in all the different cabinets programmed. Not all of them. Like some of them are just like the Dragon's Lair is exclusively Dragon's Lair. You know, that kind of thing. Like yeah, the old Williams pinball machines. Yeah, Dallas, that's what I'm talking about. That Kiss pinball, yeah. Like, you know the one where it has, like, the computer screen on it? Orange, like the orange computer screens. And then it would have, like, scenes from the movies and shit. And, like, all the sound effects and all that. And I love that shit. And I want one of those. The Kiss one was amazing. There's a Rush one that was up here in Canada for any of the Canadians in the chat right now. Like, Rush fans. It was awesome, man. The Simpsons pinball. Magnum, I never played the one with the fish that flopped around. No, I've never even heard. I'm going to have to look it up now. But anyways, to find one of those used is the cheapest one I found was about $6,800. So it was almost $7,000 for like a used but like mint condition pinball. Runs me about $7,000. I cannot do that. I do not have $7,000. And you know what's actually funny? You know my kids, because I have a spot for it. You guys can't see the whole room, obviously, right? You're only seeing like a corner, but the other room has other stuff going on. Like there's other cabinets and shit. But in the corner over there, there's a space. Well, you can't see it, but there's going to be a space over there where I can actually rearrange, and I'm going to put a pinball there and move these two cabinets. Like right here is the street in the very back behind my stupid head is Big Buck Hunter, as you can see with the guns. Sorry, I'm trying to do this with my hands. Big Buck Hunter with the guns, you can see that there. And then, of course, next to it is my Street Fighter 2 cabinet, right? 35th anniversary edition. Street Fighter 2 cabinet. Gorgeous artwork, by the way. Anyways, that being said, I can move those over about 4 feet, and then I could fit a pinball in there. Fishtails. All right, I'll check it out. My too, it's very expensive to live in Canada, dude. Fuck, it is fucking ridiculous in this country. On top of the fact that we pay almost 50% income tax on our fucking paychecks. For our free health care. Get the fuck out of here, free. We're paying for it every week on a paycheck. Hey, Fonz, what's going on, buddy? You missed the show. Everybody say hi to Fonz. We got celebrity in the house. Listen, Fonz, and everybody else who just joined, we're done the show. We're just drinking and talking now. So we're talking pinballs. We're talking about colonoscopies. We're talking about getting checked out for prostate cancer. We talked about ADHD and video games. Dude, we talked about all kinds of shit, man. It was awesome. Great show tonight. Great show tonight. But now we're in after hours. We're at the 3... We're almost at 3 hours, 15 minutes. We finished the show 20 minutes ago. Now we're just drinking. Now we're just drinking scotch and talking shit. Yeah, La Pedro. No shit, dude. That's what I'm trying to talk about. Housing and real estate market now in Canada. New York City is wild too. Yeah, like a single bedroom condo, even like north of the city. Like we're talking like midtown, like not even downtown. A single bedroom condo starts at $1 million. Starts at $1 million. Destructo's in the house. How you doing, buddy? He says, Mag. Toby, yes. I won't read that out loud in case I don't want to, whatever. It'll be Secret Wars, though, dude. It'll be through Secret Wars. McLovin drops a $2 super chat. Thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate you. And he says, I'm apparently under a tornado watch. Laugh my ass off. Well, that's one thing we very rarely have to worry about up here. Tornadoes. Because we just don't have the weather for it. Like, tornadoes are a culmination of hot and cold air that come together in a very fast period of time. We do get tornadoes here. It's just not often. Like a tornado was like 200 yards from my house. I'm not even shitting you. I literally watched it. And I was in my car and I drove, like, because I saw it about to touch down. Like it was coming down and the funnel was coming down. The sky was pistachio, purple, and black. And this fucking thing was coming down. And it was 5 feet from touching the concrete. And this fucking Momo in front of me at the set of lights, like right before you get to my neighborhood, just sat there like a fucking idiot. So I started hammering the horn. I'm like, dude, get the fuck out of are you fucking serious? Can you not see what's happening? And he wouldn't move. So I fucking reversed the car and I drove right through the red light because there was nobody coming either way because everybody took off because they saw whatever the hell was about to happen. And I just barreled right through a red light, went home. As soon as I pulled in the driveway, that fucking thing touched down. But I didn't see it. But it touched down and my house was just getting pounded. But I never got to see one. No, Deceiver, you don't want to know. Yeah, Phantom Beat. Yeah, I'm not shitting you. That much in taxes. So when you hear a Canadian say, we got free healthcare, the fuck out of here we do. When you're taking 50% income tax from my paycheck, 42 to 43 is the average. That ain't free healthcare, folks. Unless you have like a serious amount of health problems that you have all these tests constantly. Like I get a lot of tests done because why not? Right? I'm not paying for that shit. So like I go to the cardiologist every couple of years. They make sure my heart's good. I mean, I have no issues, but I mean, it's just like my family has history on my dad's side, right? So I got to go check out, go get, I do stress tests. I did the 3D heart monitors. They can check my heart. They can, you know what I mean? They can see all that stuff. The ultrasounds. I do, oxygen, oxygen capacity tests. I can do all that shit. But why not? Why not take advantage of it? Most people don't. They just pay almost 50% of their paycheck, and then they only go to the doctor when they're sick, and they only go to the hospital when they think they're gonna die. You know what I mean? I don't know. So yeah. Anyways, I have a thing about tornadoes. Let me tell you guys about this. Tornadoes, terrified of them, but I'm fascinated by them. I can't figure this out. I even told this to a fucking therapist. I didn't go to a therapist about tornadoes. I just happened to be talking to one, and I said, I have something to ask you. And I'm like, oh, the elites pay taxes, my too. They pay taxes, same as us. Exactly, Fonz. Nothing in life is free. And I told her, I said, listen, I've been having the same recurring nightmares from when I was a little boy, 7 years old, all the way to 50, about tornadoes. All the time. And I'm talking, it must be in the hundreds of dreams about tornadoes. I don't know what the fuck it is. I don't know why it keeps coming back. It just keeps coming back. No explanation. And then, you know, somebody else said to me, says, you know what? You probably died of a tornado in a past life. And it's echoing through you, through your dreams, manifesting yourself through your dreams. How cool is that? Hey, Ghost Fixer, how you doing, buddy? Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird that I had the same dream for literally 44 years? And it's not the exact same dream. It just always culminates with either 1, 2, or 3 tornadoes. And it's always like different circumstances, but always ends the same with tornadoes. I can't explain it. It's been going on for 44 years. I don't know what the hell it is. So I had someone tell me, says, 100% you died of a tornado in a past life. And it's just echoes of your past lives manifesting through the dream world. I thought that was kind of cool. I'm like, all right. When does Canada become the 51st state of America? Hey, anything's possible. Looks like Alberta might be leaving. You never know. QMax is saying, I got free healthcare, but I got blown up twice in Iraq. Jesus, dude. You got blown up in Iraq twice for it. Yeah, but god damn it. Thank you for your service, my friend. Thank you for your service. Little Eva says, well, Mag, that tax you pay doesn't add up to the bill you'll get if you have to pay for healthcare like in the U.S. Okay, fair enough, but here's the thing. If you buy a health plan in the U.S., you can definitely get one that's much more affordable. Now, here's the other thing. What I was trying to say is that the majority of people don't take advantage of it. So you're paying all these taxes, but people aren't using as much of the system. You see what I'm saying? I do. Let me tell you something. I know it sounds kind of crazy. I get my money's worth. If I stub my fucking toe, I'll go get an MRI if I have to. I don't give a shit. I'm doing everything. I'm not scared of doctors. I'm not scared of I don't like being in hospitals. I don't like being in hospitals. But, I mean, I've had a lot of bad experiences in hospitals. Mind you, most people generally don't have good experiences in hospitals unless you're having a baby. You know what I mean? And it's like something like, you know, nice that's happening in your world. But most experiences in hospitals are pretty negative. Let's face it, right? I'm not scared of doctors. I'll fucking go for anything. Whatever, man. Check me out. Get the shit done. Go to tests. Go to specialists. Do all that stuff. I get my money's worth. Video game is very expensive up here, my friend. Very expensive. Games are, my two up here, games are $100 per game. That's the average price for a game. Consoles, right now for me, let's take a look. Here, I'll give you guys some prices. If you guys want to hear some prices. $117. Okay. Okay, so okay, with tax, the Series X, the 2 terabyte Series X that's up here now, you know, the one that's whatever, that costs $1,150 for a Series X. A Nintendo Switch 2 with the Mario Kart World game bundled is $800. The PS5 Pro is $1,000. It's cheaper. The PS5 Pro is $1,000 Canadian. These are just to give you guys some ideas. And then, of course, like I said, the games are $100 a piece. Now, if you want to look at the price ranges for, let's say, the Helix. Okay, let's see. The price range, the lowest end of the Helix in Canada would be $1,700 would be the cheapest we could buy it. And the more expensive one, which would be closer to like $1,200 to $1,500, which is the window that they were saying, the $1,200 low end of the console would be $2,169. Phantom Beat, the movie Twister, did set me off. Let me repeat that. The cheaper proposed price for the Xbox Helix is $2,169 in Canada. Yes, it would, Deceiver. He says it would be cheaper to have someone post shit to you. Yeah, it would. That is, like, you see what we're contending with up here? Now, we're not the biggest we're physically the biggest country in the world. You could fit like multiple United States inside of Canada. That's how huge of a country we are. There's not a lot of people here, about 40 million, right? But we're still 40 million consumers. You know what I'm saying? So, like, when you got these ridiculous prices, who the fuck is going to buy a $2,100 console in Canada? The Switch 2s are not selling in Canada. They are literally sitting in piles on the store shelves. Piles of them. Day one. You know that the day that it released, I went into the store to go get mine because I traded $600 of like shit to get it. Like, they gave me like a 2-for-1 deal on my my Switch OLED and a bunch of games. I got $600 traded. It was $900 to buy the console plus the 2 games, right? $900. I got $600 of trade in. I paid only 300 Canadian dollars, which is works out to about 200 US dollars / 200 British pounds for the Switch 2 with 2 games, with Donkey Kong and Donkey Kong Bonanza and Mario Kart World. That's a good deal for 200 pounds / 200 US dollars. Fantastic deal, right? But anyways, when I got there, is opening day at the biggest GameStop. It's a flagship GameStop north of Toronto. Okay? And I walk in on opening day of the release of the console. Guess what? They were fucking piled to the ceiling with boxes. And I said, are these sold? The guy goes, not one. He goes, not one. He goes, they're too expensive. Nobody wants it. And I'm like, not even one. He goes, you. That's what he said to me. And I'm like, anyway? He goes, yeah, you. You're the only one buying one. And that's only because I got a $600 trade-in. Nobody was buying Switches. They're sitting on the shelves. ROG Xbox, get the fuck out of here. Those are almost $2,000 for the handheld. They're $1,800 with tax in and everything else for the ROG Xbox Ally X, the more powerful one. $1,800 up here. When I went to Best Buy the day it released, I saw like articles saying out there, oh, the ROG Xbox Ally X sold out. I'm like, no, it's not. Funny enough, if you read the small print, it says sold out. And then you read the small print, it says in one Microsoft store in Spain. Anyways, up here, they're just sitting on shelves. No one's fucking buying them. No one was buying them. I went the day that it was released as well, because it's only a couple minutes up the road. So I'm going to go check it out. So I went to go check it out, see what's going on. They were just piled on the shelves. Piled. There was like 3 or 4 of the ROG Ally, and then there was I think there were 3 of the Ally X's in the glass cabinets, and they had one on display that you can actually like play. So I asked the dude, I go, how many did you sell? He goes, 0. Oh my god, yeah. He says 0. They sold 0 ROG Xbox Ally X's at the Best Buy, which is right off one of the main artery highways, so to speak, that a lot of people go to that Best Buy. That every time I go to that Best Buy, it's always full of people like just buying shit. And they're always, and that's actually their delivery hub as well. So like if you order something from Best Buy online and they deliver it to your house, that is considered the quote unquote warehouse. So there you go. Mike 2 saying Xbox Helix day 1 for him. Yes. How much is milk? Out of the G7 countries, we have the highest grocery rate, more than any other country on the planet. That's how bad our inflation is with food. The only thing that's cheap in Canada, dude, not even the hookers are cheap in Canada. Not even the hookers. They're fucking expensive. They went up in price. I mean, it's ridiculous. You know what I mean? Can't even go to a simple Asian rub and tug for under $150 now. Ridiculous. Oh, we are having good time, aren't we? QMax, we have those if you want them, and there's dispensers, like you put the milk bag in and you just snip the end of it, like with a little blade thing that comes with it, like whatever. Or you get milk in a carton just like everybody else. We're not weird. But if you want the ones in the bag, it's cheaper. That's why they sell it. They sell them in bags of 3. So you get one big bag, and then there's 3 cylindrical bags in it, and you put the fucking the bag inside the dispenser. Everybody, you just buy one. They're like $5, and you have it for the rest of your life, and then you just pour your milk, right? And it's like cheaper. And of course, yes, of course we have cartons. We're not fucking savages up here. We have cartoned milk up here, and cream, and 35% cream, and 50-50 cream for coffee and shit like that. We have all that stuff. So don't worry. Switch 2 is only available through a lottery in Japan at release, Knickknack says. My God, dude. Ireland is expensive too, bud. I've heard a lot of stories, man. I've heard the stories. Ireland is expensive. Not as bad as Canada. Canada's the most expensive place. Australia's fucked too, but that's... You know what? The thing is, Grandpa Barbecue... Australia's fucked, but you guys are fucked for a different reason. Is because your dollar's worth shit on the global scene for whatever reason. The only reason why our dollar isn't as shit as yours is because we literally share a border with the United States. That's the only reason. But if it wasn't for that, the deceiver says at least those hookers got health care. The Australian dollar is shit because you guys are so far away on the other side of the world. You know what I mean? But we share a border with the United States. Like, the U.S. border is literally 2 hours from my house. Maybe an hour and 45 if I drive fast. You know what I mean? An hour and 45 and I'm at the U.S. border. So, because we share that border, that's the only reason why I could think that our dollar is even worth anything these days. It's the only thing I could think of. McLevin says, I had to step away. I didn't hear a response to my super chat. Are you talking about the super chat about the tornado? I talked about it in detail. You must have stepped away for a few minutes there. Oh yeah, Canada's way more expensive than the US. It's almost fucking laughable. Except for if you go to like places like Manhattan, you're getting fucked no matter what. Because you're in Manhattan. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're in Manhattan, you're going to pay $20 for a drink, $20 US for a drink. But you're in Manhattan, for God's sakes. Like, you know, you're on Fifth Avenue at some, like, you know, some lounge on Fifth Avenue overlooking, like, Central Park. What the fuck you think you can expect? You know, what do you think you're going to pay? You're going to pay through the nose. It's just the way it's going to be. My two, 100%. Oh, Dallas, no kidding, dude. You know how many times, you know how many Canadians I know that have actually left Canada, Toronto specifically, and actually went down to went down to Texas. Sorry, I saw the comment below said, "Let's go Buffalo Bills." Yeah. You know how many Canadians I know took off from here and took off to Texas and are living like fucking kings? Because they're selling an average home here for $2 million, and they're going to Texas with $2 million in their pocket. Dude, for $2 million, you can buy a fucking palace in Texas. A palace for half that. Not even half, a quarter of that. For a third of that, you could buy a palace in Texas with a swimming pool, 2 acres of land overlooking a mountain, tennis court, basketball court, 6-car garage, and still have $1.5 million in the bank. It's fucking insane. And up here, you get a 4-bedroom house with no backyard and a shitty driveway for $2 million. Get the fuck out of here. You know, gotta be a millionaire. Yeah, it's a no state tax, yeah. Same with Florida. I heard that Florida is now reduced down to 0% income tax as well. It's pretty wild. Oh, of course, Dallas. Of course it's going to be like the ritzy, you know, bougie parts of Texas. But I'm saying in general. Or go to China and be a billionaire. Yeah, dude, deceiver. You know how many Chinese nationals come here to Canada and are fucking millionaires? Oh, that's the other thing, because like the difference in dollars and stuff. They come here for 5 years. They take advantage of all our shit, take the free healthcare, do all that stuff, get an education, make money up here, and then they fuck off back to China, and they take all the money with them. So Canada's basically like a $5 whore. You fuck her and then leave her. It's awful. They come here, take advantage because they're doing the same thing. India's doing the same thing. They come here for 5 years. They take advantage of our system. They take advantage of their welfare, all that stuff, get jobs, work under the table, collect all this money, and then they piss off back to India and live like a king. I mean, I would probably do the same thing, but we're the suckers here letting it happen. And a lot of people do that in countries because of the difference in the dollars, right? It's not a slight against the people. I'm saying it's a slight against the difference in dollars that they come here, take advantage of the situation, and they fuck off. And nobody stops them, right? But the ones who are meant to suffer are us, the people who live here, because we don't get access to all the same, to all the same services they do and everything else. Oh, they're a landed immigrant. They get free dental. They get free this. They get free that. They get free room and board. They get all this shit. And then on top of that, they're allowed to work. And I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? Paying 50% of my paycheck, working full fucking time, and then I don't get nothing except for the healthcare? I don't get free dental. I don't get free room and board. I don't get welfare. I don't get none of that shit. No social services unless you don't have a job. You know what I mean? That kind of stuff. It's fucking crazy. And so they do all that stuff. They take advantage, and then they fuck off and go home. Z-Man, they do leave. Once they have enough money, see you later, alligator. And that's why a lot will live in like 20 people in a house. Like you'll have like 20 people live in a house. They pay like $50 each a month in rent, or not even, and then they pool all that money. They take all the money and they hoard all the money, and then as soon as they have enough, what they do is they start sending it back home in chunks, right? Like through like one of those those wiring services. They send the money in chunks every month, and then as soon as they've surplused enough, that's it. They fuck off and go home. You'll never see them again. There was a house at the end of my street. I didn't even realize it. I'm like, oh, there's a lot of cars there. It was on the end of my street, and then I found it after. There was like 5 families living there, which by the way is illegal. You're not allowed to do that. But I mean, who would know? Like, who would know? They never bothered anybody anyway. And they, nobody even knew they were there, really. And you would never even know they were there. There were like 5 families living in one house. They're sleeping on the floors, from what I heard. So you know what they did? They paid off the house. They gathered all the money and everything else and took advantage of a lot of the social services and all that shit. Plus worked on top of that. Took all that money, pooled it, sent it all back to India. Then they sold the house, and then they all went back to India. Nobody stayed. And because over there, the amount of money that they had accumulated here, they're millionaires over there. To be fair, I'd probably do the same fucking thing. If there was a country I could do that and take advantage of for 5 years and just go do that, I'd probably do the same thing, wouldn't you? And come back here a millionaire? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, I'm not Magnum. I'm not saying anything about it. I have lots of Indian friends. Tons. True 77, how you doing, buddy? I'm just saying how it works. Cameron's saying the same thing. He goes, in the UK, even low-income earners end up sending 80% of their money back to their country. Yes, because it's worth 10 times more, 100 times more over there. So they go back after like doing however many years. They do a stint in whatever country, take as much as they can when they can, and then they go over there living like a fucking king. And like I said, I do the same goddamn thing too. It's a game exploit. Yeah, it really is, Deceiver. I would do the same thing. It's like a cheat code. It's a cheat code for life. There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, who needs a Game Shark, folks? You want to bring it back to video games? Who needs a Game Shark? That's your cheat code right there. There it is. That's your cheat code for life. Anybody got anything else they want to talk about before we sign off for the evening? I mean, I'm enjoying myself. I'm having a good time. I have a little more of this scotch, though. Scotch is good stuff, man. Stuff is good. Oh, what's that sound? 2006 Game Shark. It's amazing, actually, by the way, we're at the 3-hour, 35-minute mark. We stopped the show an hour ago, and we still have all these people here. And all you guys have been here from, like, most of you guys have been here from the beginning of the show, still hanging out. We're just, like, everybody's still shooting the breeze and doing their thing. My two says, look after your own first. Yeah, man, you have no choice. You have no choice in this world, man. This is a dog-eat-dog world, and it's only getting more selfish by the day, man. QMax wants to talk about the Avengers End. Well, it's not Avengers Endgame. It would be Avengers Doomsday. I could do that. I could talk about that stuff. However, I'm gonna have to put up those warnings. We'll put up those warnings. How about this? We'll give everybody 5 minutes. 5 minutes. If you want out of this chat, you want out of the show, leave now. But if you don't want out of the show, we're gonna talk about Avengers Doomsday. 78 Inc is like, you want us to leave? No, stay here. I'm saying, but if you don't want to hear spoilers about the movie, because I'm going to talk about the movie a little bit. We're off, like I said, we've been done video games since an hour ago. Now we're just talking shit. We're just talking with the community, having a good old time. It's almost like one of those members only those members only podcasts where you just kind of talk about whatever because it's just the members. Yeah. So if anybody wants to leave, I'm giving you that warning. You got 4 minutes left. You got 4 minutes left before we get into spoilers about Doomsday. Anybody joining us now, you know how people come, they kind of float in and out or whatever. Anybody joining us now, we are done video game talk. We are just talking with the community, with the channel members, with the maggots. Everybody who's still here, we're just shooting it up. Yeah, the numbers went back up. I know, dude, it's hilarious. And I'm not complaining, man. I'm not complaining. But it is wild. But if anybody is just catching the show now and you want to hear about video games, well, oh, that's why. You know why the number keeps going up and down? I just clicked on YouTube, and MAGGCAST is being featured on the front page of YouTube right now. No joke. It's right there. So I look over at this other screen, and I looked over there, and I'm like, oh, shit, that's me. I'm like, that's Mag. I'm going to take a picture of it. So I can show my parents. It'll be like, see, Mom and Dad? I did good. You all got 3 minutes. 3 minutes before we get into spoiler talk for Avengers Doomsday. We will talk about that. I know the movie doesn't come out for another 9 months. December. It comes out in December. Okay, so we're still what? March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November. Yeah, 9 months. It comes out in 9 months. True 77 is the gentleman's club time. Yeah, dude, that's what we're talking about right now. We're just hanging out. We're not doing nothing. We're not talking video games. Video game talk is over. It's kind of weird, you know. Like I look over there. The reason why you see me looking the other way is because I'm literally watching myself on YouTube. It's fucking weird. So like I'm sitting here doing my thing, and then I just my cursor goes over there, and it highlights like the square, and I look and I see my big stupid face like sitting there talking, and it's actually kind of funny. It's kind of funny to see that, you know. 2 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. You got 2 minutes before spoilers drop. Fuzzy Tomato says, in the meantime, we'll talk. He says, did you see the Green Lantern HBO trailer? Yes, I did. And you know what? I saw a lot of YouTubers shitting all over it. I didn't think it was that bad of a trailer. I mean, it just was a trailer. I know that's literally the stupidest thing I think I've ever said. And that is fucking legendary. For me to say that that's the stupidest thing I ever said, I've said a lot of stupid things. But I didn't think it was that bad. I thought it was kind of cool. You had Hal Jordan there. And the other dude, I always forget his name. God damn it, what the hell's his name? Hal Jordan and, what's his name? The other Green Lantern. The one, the two Green Lanterns from Earth. Hal Jordan. Chat, come on, man. Help me out. Hal Jordan and, Hal Jordan. Fuck, I can't remember his goddamn name. Anyways. All right, now you're going to make me look it up. Jon Stewart. Thank you. Thank you, Fuzzy Tomato. Jon Stewart. And no, not the talk show host, Jon Stewart. In case oh my goodness, that blue number's in the house. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. She showed up. Blue number, listen, man, we finished the show. I know you're just joining now. We finished the show over an hour and 15 minutes ago. So we're just doing overtime right now, just hanging out with the community, and we're drinking scotch, and we're just talking about whatever the hell we want. And the funny thing is, every time I keep telling, I'm like, listen, we're going to be talking about the Avengers Doomsday movie. Okay, we're going to be talking about spoilers and all that kind of stuff about the Doomsday. I'm not going to say everything and how I know or whatever else, but either way, the point is... Oh, that's your theme song. No, blue number. Whenever you show up, it's immediately this. Every time, without question. I mean, if you don't scream George Michael, I don't know who does, man. By the way, go sub to her channel. She's absolutely amazing. So blue number, get this. So every time I'm like, guys, the show's over. I'm like, show's over. Show ended an hour and 50 minutes ago. Now we're just shooting the breeze, having some drinks, doing our thing. We're talking about everything. We talked about colonoscopies. We talked about the Dodgers. We talked about getting your prostate checked. We talked about immigration policies. Like nothing to do with video games anymore. We're just like talking about whatever. We talked about HBO's Lanterns show. Another one that looks fantastic, by the way, if you guys want to check it out, the trailer for Spider-Noir. You guys remember Spider-Noir? He was one of the variants that showed up in the Miles Morales Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse movie. You remember that? He showed up as the black and white character, and it was Nicolas Cage voicing him. Well, gods be praised, Nicolas Cage is actually starring in the Spider-Noir show. It's going to be on Amazon Prime. Filmed in black and white, and it looks fucking fantastic.
But the cream will rise to the top, oh yeah.
Yeah.
But the cream will rise to the top, oh yeah.
Yeah. Destructo, what are you asking, blue number? You better not be busting her chops, eh? She's protected. She is protected. Let me see what he said. Does the blue number have an opinion on... Fuck, Destructo, what are you doing? You can't ask her that question. Leave her alone. She's protected species, okay? Blue number's part of this crew over here, okay? You can't touch her. She's untouchable. It's a show about nothing. I love it. Exactly, Maddie Beast. Except when anybody brings like Asha Sharma, and you know what? The more I do it, the more it's gonna piss people off. I can't fucking wait. I don't care. Every time you say the name Asha Sharma, it is instantly Usher Sharma. Usher Sharma! Xbox, let's go! Let's go, Asha. That's what I'm talking about. Love, go watch the trailer. I'm telling you right now.
Oh!
Love, go watch the trailer right now. There is a Spider-Noir live-action Spider-Man movie that takes place in the 1930s, filmed in black and white, done in film noir style. It is so fucking good. I watch the trailer twice a week. I'm not even kidding. I watch the trailer twice a week. It is absolutely unbelievable. It's that good of a trailer. It is that good of a trailer. You have to watch it. I would pull it up right here, right now, but it's going to fuck up all my graphics because you see how I had the animated stuff on the screen or whatever. If I tried to pull that thing up and then try to like drag it across, it would screw everything up. So I'm not going to do that. Otherwise, we'd watch it right here, right now, and just like have a thought about it. Magnum says, you stole that from me when I asked Colt why he keeps calling her Usha. That's what's up. QMax says it in the chat. He goes, yeah, it looks epic. Guys, watch the trailer. And the special effects and everything else that's going on in that trailer, it's amazing. Like, it is Spider-Noir, 1930s, and he's like slinging his webs. He's flying around just like a Spider-Man movie. Incredible special effects. But instead of like going through like the modern New York City, cityscape or skyline and all that kind of shit. He's going through that 1930s kind of thing where they got those statues, not the statues, like those signs. Those signs that blow like real smoke out when they're advertising cigarettes and all that kind of cool shit. And like the 1930s kind of like box cars. And he's like throwing them with his webs and stuff. And I'm like, what is going on? And then, of course, it is typical Nicolas Cage. He shows up at his office because he's a private detective, right? Of course he is, because it's a film noir movie or show. And he's sitting in his office, and his secretary walks in. She goes, "What happened to you?" And he's like, "I don't know. I went to the bar and I punched a couple of guys in the face, and then I got plastered." The way he said "plastered" was the funniest thing I've ever seen, because only Nicolas Cage could pull that off. I'll repeat that line. He says, "I punched a couple of guys in the face, and then I got plastered." And I'm like, yeah, Nicolas Cage, you are one crazy motherfucker. But anyways, the trailer is a 10 out of 10. Please go watch the Spider Noir trailer. You will not be disappointed. And Deceiver comes in and drops a £2 super chat. That's proper British money, ladies and gentlemen. And he says, "This is the late night show with Mag." It absolutely is, man. It's the late night show. Maddie B says, "There's your next Spider-Man game." Dude, I would 100%. Thank you, Deceiver. I appreciate you, brother, for the £2 super chat. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, it's only proper money when it is British proper money. A British soul is a mighty soul. Yeah. Thank you very much, Deceiver. I appreciate you, brother. Exactly, QMax. It's like Bad Lieutenant meets Spider-Man. So if you haven't seen that, I would do that. Matty Beast, let me tell you something. He says, "There's your next Spider-Man game." I would 100% play a black and white 1930s film noir Spider-Man game voiced by Nicolas Cage. I would pay $200 for that. I wouldn't even pay $100. I'd pay $200 for that. $200 I'd pay for that game. And I want the extra $100 to go directly to Nicolas Cage. Fuck it. He deserves all of it. Let him have it. Anyways. Okay, you guys had your warning. We're going into Avengers Doomsday. So if anybody's just catching the show right now, which shame on you. The show is 4 hours long, and the show ended an hour and a half ago, okay? So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about Avengers Doomsday because a lot of people are asking about it. They want to know what I want to know. And I'm like, all right, I'll tell you what's going on. I'll let you know. So anyways, we are now in a spoiler cast talking about Avengers Doomsday. So, what's the movie about? Well, believe it or not, there's going to be a lot of focus on the convergences of different realms as opposed to Doctor Doom, which is weird. He's there. He's part of the story. Obviously, it's called Doomsday, for God's sake. And it's starring Robert Downey Jr., which, of course, got paid $100 million for a two-picture deal. He got paid $50 million for each movie. $50 million for Doomsday, $50 million for Secret Wars. So, he's got to get some screen time in there. But a lot of the focus of the film is going to be about convergence of different universes. So, for example, again, spoilers for anybody who doesn't want to know. The beginning of the film opens, of all things, this is really wild, and I actually like this. I really enjoy this idea. The beginning of the film opens with Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman, not Avengers. It opens with Deadpool and Wolverine. And they're holding a device. And the device was created by Beast from X-Men because they're from the X-Men universe, right? And Beast creates a device that actually destroys other planets because what's happening here, and they don't understand why, but they'll figure it out later, is that the different planets cannot exist at the same time. It will destroy both. So the only thing that Beast could come up with is that if you destroy the other planet, it will save your planet from convergence. And convergence is two planets colliding together. So the only way to stop that is to destroy the other planet. So they've basically been forced into a kill or be killed scenario with all these different multiverses, right? And so they're all converging as one, and no one can figure out why they're converging, right? We'll get to that later. So the opening shot of the movie is going to be Deadpool and Wolverine with a device, and they're on another planet to destroy that other planet to prevent their planet, which is the X-Men planet, from being destroyed. I know it sounds confusing. It is what it is. Here's the kicker, folks. The kicker is the planet that they've been sent to destroy by Beast, because Beast is the one who sent Deadpool and Wolverine on the mission. Spoilers, by the way. I'm telling everybody spoilers. So I see the numbers keep jumping up. I'm just letting you guys know this is what's going down. We're talking about Avengers Doomsday. I got all the deets. The planet that they were sent to destroy to save their own is Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man universe. So the opening shot of the film is not only going to be Deadpool, Wolverine, sent by Beast with this device, they're going to be fighting Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man and the villains of the movie. The villains of the Spider-Man, the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man universe, including Dr. Octopus and such, are teamed up with Spider-Man to save the planet. That's going to be fucking heartbreaking to watch. The word is that Wolverine decides, after all the misery that he's been through, because remember, he's just one of the variants, right? Like Wolverine is one of the variants for one of the planets. He decides he's had enough, and he sends Deadpool off planet, says, "Get out of here, I got this." And Wolverine kills himself. Wolverine sacrifices himself and blows up the planet, killing himself, Spider-Man, Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man, and all the villains that were fighting alongside Spider-Man destroys the planet. As they come out of that, Professor X, who obviously has the vision that he has and all that shit, he watches in, quote, sadness as he's watching another planet with billions of people die just to keep theirs alive. But then always the fear is that while they survived that convergence, now they have to constantly keep aware of other people from other realities coming to their planet to blow them up to save themselves. So it's this constant kill or be killed with all the fucking multiverses converging into one. So it's going to get fucking crazy. So you see what's happening? So as the X-Men killed Tobey Maguire, Wolverine, and all the bad guys in the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man universe, they destroyed that planet and killed billions of innocent people. Professor X is watching all this. The Patrick Stewart Professor X and Magneto are watching all this happen. And while they're watching it happen, they have to watch their backs, because who knows who's coming to destroy them with a doomsday device, to blow up their planet, to kill them in order to save their own asses, right? For whatever other reality or whatever other multiverse. Yeah, exactly, Deceiver. It's like a never-ending war. It's Battle World, yes. It's a never-ending war. So once you destroy one world, now you got to watch your back to see what world is coming to your world to destroy your world and kill everybody on that world. So then another thing happens. Steve Rogers, as you saw in the trailer, he's with his baby, Jim. His baby's name is Jim, by the way. So he's with his baby, Jim, and this gets wild. You guys ready for this? Loki shows up. Because if you watch the end of Loki Season 2, Loki is now the head. Fuck, what are they called again? Oh my god. The T something A? What the hell is it called? TVA, sorry. The TVA. My bad. For whatever reason, it escaped my mind. Has nothing to do with all the scotch I'm drinking. Alcohol makes me more sharp. TVA. See, because Kazuma there, Drain said it. I hope I said your name right. He said TVA. So anyways, Steve Rogers, because remember what he did. He returned all the... This is what... Okay, so by the way, just so you guys know, the whole 5 years of absolute horse shit that Marvel released since Endgame is not part of this fucking situation at all. This is a direct sequel to Endgame. It takes place directly after the events of Endgame. Okay? So there's no Ironheart bullshit, MCU, fuck off, whatever garbage that the Marvels never happened. Miss Marvel I like, though. I like Miss Marvel. I actually like She-Hulk, too. I thought She-Hulk was fun. It wasn't great, but it was fun. I thought it was fun. And I'm not going to lie, I totally thought that She-Hulk was really hot. Like, as the Hulk, I thought she was hot. Like, I 100% would have had sex with her as the Hulk. Not as the regular girl. I thought she was fucking hot. I would have done it. I would have done it. Just like Daredevil did. Daredevil had sex with the Hulk. I would have done it too. Hell yeah. Jim Rogers, yeah. So what's happening here is that they're ignoring the last 5 years of absolute dog shit. Outside, of course, the Spider-Man movies, which don't belong to them. The Spider-Man movies, which were great, they belong to Sony. And Deadpool and Wolverine belong to Fox. I understand that Disney owns Fox. I get all that. But Disney does not... I mean, they have some say, but it's not part of their MCU, so to speak, because it's a Fox property. Okay, you guys follow me so far? Same thing with Spider-Man. And the Spider-Man movies that were quality, they were quality because Marvel didn't make them. Marvel's last great movie, in my opinion, was fucking Endgame. Shang-Chi, get the fuck out of my face with that garbage. That movie was fucking 0 out of 10. 0. Okay, maybe 1. There's a pretty cool scene on the bus. I actually like that. With the guy Razor Fist and stuff. That was actually pretty cool. 1 out of 10. The rest of the movie, dog water. Dog water. Okay, hold on. I'm going to pump the brakes. I'm sorry. I am one of the few people who really, really, really liked Doctor Strange 2. I thought that Doctor Strange was actually really good. The second movie, I loved it. I love the idea of Wanda going fucking crazy after the events of WandaVision, and then she becomes evil. I thought that was fucking great. Sorry. I'm going to say that. Lav, yeah, the Andrew Garfield movies, I really enjoyed them too. Funny you say that. They were on TV the other night. I was just flipping through and they just happened to be on. I ended up watching the end of the Amazing Spider-Man, the first one where he fights Lizard. Great movie. I liked it, but it's not part of the MCU. Seth Monson saying, wasn't that the girl from Orphan Black? Which one? Homecoming was great. Okay, so anyways, back to the story. So this will be a direct sequel to Endgame, nothing else. Okay? So Steve Rogers, you all remember what he did at the end of Endgame, right? He fucked off with the stones. He got on his little, his little pedestal there. He took off. He returned all the stones, and then instead of coming... Oh, Emma Stone. God damn it, she's so hot. So what ends up happening is this. After he returns all the stones, he decides to go fuck Peggy Carter. I mean, why not? She's hot. She's really hot. And I don't know what it is, man, but there's something about 1940s chicks that just fucking does it for me, man. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the style, the whatever. And let me tell you something. What you guys don't realize, what a lot of people don't realize, everybody thinks that, oh, we're all liberated sexually and all that. Nah, you all don't know nothing. You know nothing. Way back in those days, they were freaky deaky, unbelievy. It was unreal, the kind of shit that they used to do back then. I'm telling you right. All right? 1940s chicks. Chef's kiss. I'm all in. Okay, fine. They didn't shave the way we like today, but you can, you can tell them. Say, hey, I prefer you do this. They'll do it. So anyways, he stays with Peggy Carter. Okay? lives there for a number of years, whatever. I think it's 10 years, something like that. He ends up having a baby. Jim Rogers, all that kind of stuff. Whatever, blah, blah, blah. Loki from the TVA randomly shows up and says, you need to get the fuck out of here. We need to get you out of here. He's like, you're fucking up the timeline for all of time. Yeah, well, he doesn't get a happy life, Q-Max. Because he's fucking up the timeline. And that's something I said when I walked out of Endgame. When I watched the movie Endgame, I go, that was a great movie. It was sad that Tony died. Whatever, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, it was kind of cool what Captain America did. Me personally, I think if you followed some of the comics, I would have given the shield to Winter Soldier because Bucky was his friend for all those years. And in the comics, he did give the shield to Winter Soldier. So that would have made a little more sense, but whatever. They did what they did. You know, whatever. But anyways, either way, at the end of the movie, when I walked out of the theater, the first thing I thought to myself, I'm like, wouldn't he fuck everything up? And then, of course, question number 2 is, okay, here's Captain America in his prime. He's there through the Vietnam War. He doesn't do nothing about it. He's there in the Korean War, doesn't help out. He witnesses the Cold War, doesn't do nothing about it. 9/11, he's sitting on his ass just watching TV, knowing that all this shit was going to happen. He could have prevented like half of these tragedies of the world, and he did fucking nothing about it. He could have stopped the JFK assassination with his fucking shield. He could have been in Dallas that day in the square. And as soon as he knew the exact moment, because he comes from the future and he's living in the past, he already has a pre-existing knowledge of the entire future. He would have thrown his fucking shield all over the place and like deflected all those bullets and saved JFK. He could have done all of that. But instead, he watches all these fucking tragedies that he already knows how they ended. He lets it all happen just so he can fuck Peggy Carter. What are we talking about? No Hero Down Under. He was frozen in the normal timeline, but then he was thawed out, and then he sent himself back, live and in the flesh, and funky fresh. Right? Destructor says he could have let the Patriots have that perfect season. Deceiver even says he could have stopped Game Pass prices from going up, but he sat there and he watched the Xbox gamers suffer. What a scumbag. All for pussy. What an absolute pussy himself. Unbelievable. He watches all the tragedies of mankind happen, knowing full well when they happen, how he could have stopped it. Of course, he could have said, well, I'm going to screw up the timeline. Dude, you already screwed up the timeline by going back to the past and fucking your dead girlfriend. You know what I'm saying? You already screwed it up. But hey, she's hot. I probably would have done the same thing. Whatever. Anyways, so he goes back to the past. He has the baby, whatever. Loki shows up, and Loki says, you have to come with me. So he ends up taking him out of there, whatever, because you're screwing up this timeline. There's all these things happening, these convergences of all these different multiverses, and all this shit is happening, blah, 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 blah. And what does he do? He takes him to another Earth. Not 616 Earth, another one. So he gets to this other Earth, and he's there now, right? He's got his baby, he's got whatever, he's going over there. He's over in this other place he thought he's safe. Well, guess where he is? He would have stopped the Red Ring of Death. He would have stopped the Red Ring of Death from Xbox. Just saying. He ends up on the planet with the Fantastic Four. But then, all of a sudden, it's realized Dr. Doom is there too, by the way. So Dr. Doom has discovered that he's there. The Fantastic Four has discovered that he's there, but they don't know who he is or what's going on. They just know that someone is there that's not supposed to be there, and it's fucking things up even worse than being in the other timeline. So what happens? The Fantastic Four and Dr. Doom find him. they find Steve Rogers. They won't call him Captain America, by the way, which is fucking bullshit. He's Captain America. Fuck off. I know they gave it to Falcon. I thought Falcon was a great character. I think Anthony Mackie is a fucking charismatic actor. He's great. But if Captain America's returning, he's still whatever. I don't give a fuck about that stuff. I'm not going to argue about semantics. It's just, it is what it is. I just think it's silly that they're going out of their way to just call him Steve Rogers and they won't call him Cap. But whatever. Anyways. Point is, Fantastic Four, Doctor Doom approached Steve Rogers and says, you're not supposed to be here. You're fucking things up or whatever else. Anyways, what ended up happening is they go to another timeline. And what timeline is that? The current timeline, our timeline. Because if you watch the end credit scene, can't remember what movie it was, but they show the end credit scene and like something's. It was the new Avengers movie. What the hell was it called? Damn it. The new Avengers. Thunderbolts. So if you watch the last minute credit scene, whatever, you watch the end credit scene of Thunderbolts, it says something's entering the atmosphere. This is like after the credits, like it shows like a laboratory, and it shows like equipment going off and shit. And they're like, something is entering our atmosphere. We don't know where the hell it's coming from. There's no point of origin, this and that, or whatever. And so they do all that, and then so what happens is, and then they go to the screen, and they go, what is that? And then as they zoom in on the screen, you see the ship coming in and said it's entering our atmosphere. It's the Fantastic Four ship. Steve Rogers is with them with his son. And Doctor Doom. So then, let's carry on. What ends up happening over there is that Doctor Doom, which, by the way, everybody starts working with because they're like, oh, he's a good guy. He's a nice guy. He's trying to help and save the universe with all these convergences. He's going to do all these things. Meanwhile, he has, of course, all these nefarious things that he's actually going to do because he's trying to get his family back. His family was taken from him by one means or another. I'm not sure about that just yet, but his family has been taken from him, and he is torn, and he is emotionally distraught because his family has been torn from him, blah, 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 blah. So he is alone, and he's trying to get his family back. So he'll do anything to get his family back, right? Well, the funny thing is, when you're the Fantastic Four and Steve Rogers and anybody else who bumps into this guy, wouldn't you be even the a slight amount of like, I'm trying to think of the word here. Wouldn't you even have just a sliver of caution with a man whose fucking name is Doctor Doom? Wouldn't it cross your mind that with a guy who has a name like Dr. Victor Doom, so his name is Doctor Doom, you wouldn't think that maybe he has some nefarious fucking reasons for doing what he's doing with a name like that? You know what I'm saying? Hello, my name is Dr. Kill Everybody. I'm here to help you guys out. Like, you see what I'm saying? Hello, I'm Evil Doctor. What's your name? I'm Evil Doctor Kill Everybody. Do what I have to do to get my family back. What's your name? Like, the guy's name is Dr. Doom. You don't even like, there's not even an ounce of suspicion with a name like that. Anyways, he has all these nefarious reasons for doing what he's doing because he's trying to get his family back that have been separated from him somehow, some way, ended up dying. He's there alone. He's completely whatever. He's completely isolated from everything, but he'll do anything and destroy the entire universe in order to try and get his family back. That's part of the motivation. He's not just doing shit because he's evil. He's doing it because he's trying to get his family back. There are rumors out there, Destructo talked about that in fact, at one part, once he was able to get everybody into one area, Doctor Doom actually kills the next iteration of Loki, the one that was from the TVA, but not before Steve Rogers goes searching for Thor to let Thor know that indeed a variant of his brother is still alive. So Steve Rogers and Thor go on an adventure to go back and find Loki, because of course Thor is like, oh my god, my brother's still alive, this is amazing. And so he goes to go find him, and turns out that he finds that not only has Loki been murdered by Doctor Doom, he literally has his heart ripped out of his chest, which is very fucking metal if they actually pull that off properly. Dr. Doom rips out Loki's heart from his chest, and that's how Thor finds him. So the heartbreak of the story is that even though that Thor has already lost his brother twice, once officially, but twice overall, if you can include the Dark World. And then what ends up happening is when he goes eagerly searching for an alive version of his brother, which of course was from the first Avengers movie. I know this sounds all very confusing. He ends up finding him dead. So there's a tragedy there too, that Thor never seems to get what he wants. So it's pretty horrible. There's also another word out there is that at some point Dr. Doom actually kills Steve Rogers' son, Jim Rogers. It's pretty fucking cold shit, man. And he does it not just for any reason. He does it to turn Steve Rogers as a motivation to turn him into a tool for evil. How fucking sinister is that? So we're looking at a Doctor Doom that will do literally anything to get to his end goal, so to speak, right? So it's going to be pretty fucking wild. Yeah, it's going to be pretty wild. Magnum is saying the plot of this movie feels like it was written by a chimp. Listen, man, I'm explaining it the way that I read it. That's about as close as I can get to it, right? But obviously, when you're watching the film, you're going to see it edited, cut, put together, pasted together, music, mood, lighting, feeling, acting. It's going to be different, right? It's going to present itself differently than what I'm explaining. But what I'm explaining are the key plot points that people have been asking me. And I'm like, well, there it is. There's more, obviously. The one thing that I found to be slightly disappointing in all this, the story will continue on and on and on. However,
Welcome to hell.
The one thing that I'm finding to be a little bit disappointing about the entire situation is that how is it that nobody notices on the Earth, on our Earth, okay? Not the other Earths, because they don't know who the hell Tony Stark is. Well, they would actually. It would just be variants of him. Maybe it's a different person. Maybe he's not the same thing. But the thing is, at some point, when you're paying Robert Downey Jr. $50 million to act in the movie, you damn well know that he's not going to be wearing the digital mask for the whole time. I fucking hate that nanobot mask shit where like they just randomly, because that was all from the actors, by the way. That was not from the studios. That was from the actors saying we need more face time. So the only way they could do it, the only way they could come up with a solution was do the quote unquote nanobot thing where the masks would just appear and disappear at will whenever they spoke their lines, right? Really fucking stupid. I hated that. Like, I loved Iron Man having a fucking iron mask that goes clunk. You know what I mean? Like, it was more badass. Instead of the, hey, how you doing? Like, these masks would just, like, appear and disappear, manifest and unmanifest. It was so stupid. Anyways, the thing is, that there's one thing that I'm trying to still figure out. I know a couple of guys. I know two guys who read the script. I know one person who was on set for the movie. So they pretty much told me the whole fucking thing. But either way, not the whole thing, but most of it. Now, the thing is, what I can't understand and what they say doesn't get addressed in this movie, I'm like, I don't believe that. Is that nobody in this film addresses the fact that Dr. Doom looks exactly like Tony Stark. How do we go to by the way, the movie's going to be well over 3 hours. It's going to be longer than Endgame. The runtime... The original runtime was 4 hours. They took it down from 4 hours to about 3 hours, 42 minutes. And my guess is it'll probably be sitting at around 3 hours, 25 minutes by the time it's all said and done. It's going to be a long-ass fucking movie. And Secret Wars is also going to be a long movie. So expect the two-picture deal to be a 7-hour film between the two movies. And that's not even director's cuts. That's just the theatrical cuts. It'll be 3.5 hours minimum. It'll be 7 hours for these two movies. Now, the thing is... in this 3.5 hour epic that's going to be happening with all these different characters, all these different conversions, all these different, universes and all this other shit. And you got Dr. Doom sitting right there, Mr. Robert Downey Jr. doing his thing. You can't tell me that one fucking character is going to sit there and go, hey, dude? Is it just me or is that fucking Tony Stark? Like, you know what I'm saying? Not one person. Apparently, it won't be addressed in the film. Not this one. It'll be addressed in Secret Wars, but it will not be addressed in this one. But I'm like, how do you... Now, we don't know how... I don't know how the ending of the movie goes. I know a vague idea, but... How do you look at this fucking guy? Same voice, same face, same everything, except for the suit. And you just be like, Tony, what are you doing? Aren't you dead? You know what I mean? Or like something. Like nobody would recognize one of the most recognizable faces on the planet. Because it's not just the Avengers who knew him. The whole fucking planet knew who Tony Stark was. Before he even became Iron Man, he was one of the most famous people on the planet. It was almost be like as if Donald Trump was the fucking Iron Man. Love him or hate him, everybody on Earth knows who Donald Trump is. He's one, no joke, I actually saw an article about it. They're saying he is literally the most famous man on Earth, whether you love him or hate him, because everybody recognizes his face. So imagine Donald Trump being Donald Trump, and then all of a sudden, he's Dr. Doom. And then he pulls off his mask and it's Donald Trump. What would you say? Answer that question. What would you say? You'd be like, what's your name? Dr. Doom? Sorry, Mr. Trump, why are you dressed up like a guy named Dr. Doom? Everybody would immediately say, that's Donald Trump. Correct? Right? Tony Stark is the same thing. He is one of the most recognizable faces on the planet. This fucking guy comes down in a green and metallic suit with a scary, like, you know, whatever, skeleton sort of masky thing going on, and then he pulls it off, and it's Tony Stark. I think someone would be like, hi, why is Tony Stark dressed up as that guy? And why is he trying to kill everybody? You know what I mean? Does that not make any sense to you? I don't know, man. Deceiver, apparently that's the word. The word is that it won't be addressed in this film. That's all I know. I don't know the details. He says, wait, no one says, hey, Tony, what the fuck? Okay, all I know is that it's not addressed in the film. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's an Avenger. It could be just some fucking guy walking down the street. He could be a school janitor. You don't think a school janitor knows what Tony Stark / Iron Man looks like? He was splashed across newspapers. He was in multiple Avengers, well, movies for us, but for them, real life events. He saved the world multiple times. Everybody knows who Tony Stark is. Everybody on the planet. So bro shows up and takes his mask off. Not one fucking person in the movie just goes, hi, excuse me, why is Tony Stark wearing that suit and how is he still alive? Apparently the word is it's not addressed. You know what would be really cool? Is that at the end of the movie, he's wearing the mask for a lot or whatever else, and at the end of the movie, he finally bumps into at least a ragtag version of the Avengers or whatever, as they're trying to, like, you know, get everybody back together, that kind of thing. And he takes his mask off, and like the last line of the movie is like Thor looking at him and then going, Tony? And then it just goes to black. That would be fucking great. Hey, Sir Rivsalot, how you doing, buddy? Oh, it's way past bedtime. We're just having fun, man. We're at like 4.5 hours. We stopped the podcast 2 hours ago. We're just talking. We're talking shit. Just doing our thing. We're just having discussions, man. We've been talking about everything, Marvel movies and whatever else. Video game talk ended a very long time ago. Now we're just hanging out. Different universe, Tony. Okay, true 77, but the thing is, wouldn't they recognize him on 616, like the original planet? Wouldn't they recognize him? It's the same fucking face. It doesn't matter where the other one came from. They'd be like, this guy comes from another universe, comes down, he looks exactly like Tony Stark. No one says, aren't you dead? One. And two, who the fuck are you? Who's Dr. Doom? You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. I don't know. That's all I got to say about it. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. What if he's scarred up like Doom in the comics? Okay, dude. Fair point, QMax, but here's the thing. If you scarred me up, okay, I got a couple of cuts on the head and the forehead. I got a cut across my cheek. I got a nasty ass fucking like Anakin Skywalker cut across my chin, my cheek and my chin.
Oh!
If I showed up on MAGGCAST next week and said, "Hello, I'm not Mag. I'm Dr. Scumbag," whatever. You all look at me and go, "Dude, you're Mag. What the fuck are you talking about? You just got a bunch of cuts on your face." You see what I'm saying? You would still know it's me. You know, let's say I got, a bunch of cuts and I'm all fucked up in my bald head and a, big slash over here, some stitches over here, a big slash over here and a scar over there. I'm still Mag. I have the same voice, the same face, the same everything. No matter how much you fuck it up, it's still me. You'd look at it and be like, dude, it's still fucking you. Your name is not Dr. Nonsense. It's Mag. We can fucking see clearly. It's Mag. You see what I'm saying? It's still Mag. Therefore, you're telling me not one person would recognize Tony Stark when he takes off that fucking mask. That would have been the first fucking thing I would have addressed. But, hold on a second. I have faith. I do have faith. Remember earlier in the show when we were actually talking about video games, I said I don't have faith. I don't like to use the word faith when it comes to the video game industry and the business. In this moment, I will say I believe in the Russo brothers to do the right thing story-wise. I will let them finish their vision before I talk shit. I'm not going to watch Doomsday for a 3.5-hour movie and then just fucking end it there. No, I will give my opinions on the movie. However, I will still hang on to them because I know that Secret Wars is going to close the story, right? So it's part 2 to that story. You can't really get a full picture unless you get both parts of it, right? So I'm gonna reserve judgment on a lot of it until they resolve it in Secret Wars. Word is, though, by the way, that even though Tobey Maguire gets killed in the beginning of Doomsday, word is he'll come back in Secret Wars. And I'm like, there's got to be a point where we got to stop this shit. There's got to be a point where there's got to be a finality to something. Like Wolverine has died 2 fucking times already. And now at the end of this movie, he's going to die a 3rd time. Like, where do we feel the goosebumps and the sadness? The guy died 3 fucking times and he keeps coming back. Different variants, but like it's still Hugh Jackman in the character. So you feel like you're like, all right, well, it's still Hugh Jackman. Dallas LeBeau? Maybe. The real Mag likes 1940s women. Dude, I'm telling you right now, as long as they shave, I'm in. 1940s chicks are fucking hot, man. I don't know what it is. The outfits, the skirts, the hairdos, I don't know. I don't know what it is, man, but they got to shave. They got to shave. I can't be having no 1940s situation going on down there. Okay? You fix that up, I'm in like Flint. And that's an easy fix. That's an easy fix. You see the razor? Take care of it. Do what you got to do. The rest of it, golden. A marinated review? I generally don't do the reviews of movies. I was starting doing that on the channel. Like when I first started the channel, I was doing like a trailer reactions, movie reviews of like Marvel stuff and like other like pop culture stuff that I was interested in and all that jazz. And I really didn't do anything with it. However, I do have an idea of something I'd like to do down the road. It's just that I can't do it right now. I just got too much on my plate to deal with. Like, for example, World War II pinup girls. God damn it, QMax, I'm all in. There's another project I would like to do that if I end up doing this full time, 100% I will open a second channel because the advice that I've received from everybody who's experienced in YouTube, and I'm talking way beyond even my experience, like people who have like, 1 million subs and 600, 700,000 subs, that kind of thing. And I've spoken to all those guys. A lot of them I speak privately. I don't talk about it publicly just to respect their privacy. But they all say the same thing. They're like, if you want to expand beyond what you're doing, start another channel. Because if you start to convolute your content, you're going to dilute your content. And then what ends up happening is the algorithm doesn't know what to do with you. Because one day you're doing Marvel movies, it'll send people recommendations to people who like movies. But then you do a video game review, they'll send the same recommendation to people who watch movies. They won't watch your videos. And then it fucks up all your views and everything else, whatever. It doesn't give you a clear, concise focus on the subject that you are trying to talk about on your channel. So they say if you're doing something like that, it's actually best to start a completely new channel. So, hey, El Nini, how's it going, bud? So the idea is, if I end up doing this full time, not if, excuse me. When I end up doing this full time, I will open up another channel. I have a name for it already, and I'm going to do it. It's called Mag at the Movies. And it's not just movies. I'll be covering movies, television shows, that kind of stuff. But that's a whole other channel, Mag at the Movies. I'll be doing reviews, analysis, breakdowns, television shows, like I said, movies, whatever, doing all that stuff. But it will be a completely separate channel because, like I said, if you put it on a video game channel, you fuck the whole algorithm up. It's going to screw everything up, ruin your channel. Not worth it. So, because it'll start recommending all your stuff to the wrong people, right? You see what I'm saying? So that's how that whole thing works. Like, understanding the AI algorithm of YouTube is a whole beast within itself. It's pretty wild, man. It's pretty wild. QMax, in order for me to retire from work, I need another 15 years, dude. Sirips a lot says, Meg, being on this late, you've officially taken over the late night love line with Adam Carolla and Dr. Drew. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, like I was saying before, we stopped talking video games at 11 p.m. It's 1:15 in the morning. We're just having we're just taking the piss now. We're just having a good time. But that's not what I'm trying to do, QMax. What I'm trying to do is not retire from work. I'm trying to replace this with work. You see what I'm saying? Once I'm able to reach the salary that I've made up to this point, then I'm out. That's it. I'm fucking out. I just can't work for other people anymore. I'm fucking done with it. Exactly. QMax gets it. He goes, I mean, when you could do it. Yeah. I would have to make about $20,000 more. I'd have to make $20,000 more than I made in my last salary in order for this to be sustainable. After that, because you need a $20,000 buffer, because what happens is some months are good, some months are bad on YouTube. Views are up this month, it's down another month. August is a bad month, right? So you have to be like financially prepared for all the months that you don't make as much money. Whereas spring and summer, spring and early summer, you make a lot of money. There's a lot of showcases, a lot of stuff going on, a lot of interest in not only the gaming community but also in the gaming shows. A lot of people tune in, you know what I mean? Like all that stuff is all connected. So therefore, that being the case, what ends up happening is there are months that sag. And when there's months that sag, you're going to make less money. So you can't make exactly what you're making in your salary, because when you have those sag months, you're going to end up in the long run losing money. So what you want is the sweet spot is to be making about $20,000 more than your current salary. So when you have sag months, you have a cushion to help you along. So if you make a couple $1,000s less that month, well, guess what? That extra $20,000 cushion will easily cover that loss of a sag month, as they call it, a saggy month. You know what I'm saying? Magnum is like, just make Xbox's dead videos between live streams.
There is great disturbance in the force.
Oh, that's so fucking funny, dude.
I felt it.
Oh, that's so funny. You got to do a Mag. Claim to be an insider and you'll make that bread. I keep fighting against that. True77 says, at one point in the show, did we start making prank calls to Colt, Rand, and Fonz? You know, we should totally do that one of these days. I would do it. I would actually call Colt Eastwood right on this fucking phone right now and then just be like, hey, man, what's going on? And then just like put the speaker right next to the microphone, not realizing that he's live on the air. But then you know the problem with that is I can't entrap him because what if Colt Eastwood says something so crazy that would get him like canceled or something? I can never do that to him. I can't do that to him. Negan in the chat, he says, Mag got kicked to the couch, that's why he's on the slate. No, my wife don't kick me to nothing, man. She don't bother me. She knows what I'm up to. She is 100% supportive of this dream of mine. And that's why I push so, I mean, it's one of the reasons why I push so hard is because I have that support. I have the support. People love it. People are like, dude, you were meant for this. You were meant to this. You were meant for talking on the air for hours at a time and doing all this kind of stuff. That's all, you know what I mean? Magnum is 100% right. He says, don't do the insider thing. All you will get is hate. That's why I stopped reporting that shit. I still hear all the same stuff, guys. I still get all that insider info from people that work at Microsoft, people that work at Sony. I know nobody, by the way, for the record. I know nobody that works at Nintendo. But I have all that inside information. Do I release videos on it? Nope. Do I talk about it on the shows? Generally not. I talked about some of it yesterday. About Asha Sharma. Oh, Asha Sharma, we got to bring it back. Asha Sharma! What's up? Asha Sharma. Let's hit her again with one of these, baby. Let's go. Asha. Dizzy Delta, how you doing, buddy? We're just drinking and shooting the breeze, bro. Well, we support you, old man. Thank you, Q-Max. I appreciate you, brother. Listen, Dizzy Delta, he bought it today. The fraud bought it today. He's done with the bullshit. He's done with Fallout. He bought Resident Evil. He succumbed to the pressure of the community. We got to him. There's nothing he can do about it. That's right, baby. Colt Eastwood has skipped the salad and got straight to the meatloaf. And then on top of that, he's done playing that fucking Fallout game.
Stupid fucking game. Stupid fucking game. Stupid fucking game.
No more Fallout for Colt Eastwood, ladies and gentlemen. He is playing Resident Evil Requiem starting tomorrow. Or maybe even started tonight. I just don't know yet. I haven't talked to him today. Which is surprising. Usually Colt and I talk like almost every single day, but he did not, him and I did not have any conversation today, which is very unusual. But either way. Colt admits he's a pony live. Deceiver. If anybody is a pony, it's this guy, apparently. You know, I play a lot on PlayStation, but I do that, like, you know, I do that because the PS5 Pro is a superior console. Fine. Not fanboying. It's just the fucking better. The PSSR 2, I'm playing a better experience. Fuck off. And it's great for the channel. You know what I'm saying? The other reason why is because I game share with my wife, as everybody knows. I made that abundantly clear. So for financial prudency, I'm buying one Gears of War E-Day that we both get to play. Forza Horizon 6, I'm only playing on Xbox. It's just me. My wife doesn't want to play it. So that's just me. I'll play that on my Xbox. All the other games I'm buying on PlayStation so that she can play them because she wants to play them all. She loves Call of Duty. She loves Gears of War. And she loves Fable. So there you go. Oh, and she loves Halo 2. She'll be playing Halo with me in June when it comes out. So excited for that. Hey, Phantom Beat. Yeah, I'm still on. The T-Virus must run through the veins. Oh, dude. If there's anybody who's Wesker, it's this motherfucker. Right here, baby. Let's go. All right. In all seriousness, though, folks, I do have to get going because I do have to drive the kids to school tomorrow morning, and that's a matter of hours away. So we're already at 1:30 in the morning. Oh, my God. Surfs a lot. What are you saying? He says, I heard a new RE9 patch messed with the PSSR on the Pro. I downloaded a patch yesterday for Resident Evil 9, like an update that came in, and it didn't mess anything up for me, and I'm playing on the Pro. So I hope that it's not a situation. Surfs a lot. I did play High on Life. I enjoyed it. I actually, funny enough, I played it on Game Pass, and I did enjoy it for what it was. Yes, Dizzy Delta, we talked about it earlier in the evening, my friend. Yes. It was great. And I did a video about it today, about the confirmed story DLC for it. Magnum, thank you so much, man. He said, great show, Mag. I appreciate it, guys. Phantom Beat. Guys, have a good night. But anyways, yeah, I do have to get going, folks. So it has been one epic stream where, 4.5 plus hours of absolute lunacy. 2 hours, two plus hours of, show, an hour, 2.5 hours of show, an hour and a half of absolute debauchery and just ridiculousness. But that's what we do here on the channel, man. And that's why we're always going to be unique and different. Like I said, we're not going to be like, and the last topic is as follows. Okay, last topic complete, story over, goodbye, end transmission. We're never going to do that. After party in the Discord. Everybody head to the Discord, there's an after party. We do whatever the hell we want here. So when we're done hey, Rambo, did I even say hi to you yet? I'm saying hi to you now. So after we're done the show, generally speaking, unless I have something to do, after the show's done or whatever, I'll say, guys, show's over. If you want to leave, leave now because we're done. But what I do is after that, I'm like, listen, man, we're going to sit down and we're going to talk to the community and have a great time, man. You guys want to hang out? You guys got something, you got nothing going on? You want to ask questions? We could just shoot the breeze, do that kind of stuff, and we could talk about whatever you want. That's what we do right here. Like I said, unless, of course, I got something going on. I'm like, listen, I got to do a 2.5 hour show or 2 hour show, and I got to bail. I'll tell you ahead of time. But either way. Sir Rizalot, he goes, do you harvest your own maple syrup from your backyard in Canada? No, I don't live in the woods. My brother-in-law has a beautiful cottage up north in the middle of the wilds of Canada. It's gorgeous. But no, we don't do our own maple syrup. It's too dangerous. Because the trees that have maple syrup, a lot of them are surrounded by wolves and moose. And I don't know if you guys know anything about moose, but they're fucking dangerous animals, man. Seth Monsters is inviting everybody to the after party in the Discord. Hey, Santo, how you doing? Yeah, he goes, Mag, you still here? Oh my God, yeah, dude. We're just, we're just talking. I'm just having community time. We're just talking with the community. We're not doing any game stuff. We stopped that 2 hours ago. We're just talking and drinking and whatever. Thank you, Cyber Gunter. I appreciate that, buddy. Alex, thank you very much, man. Whoa. He says you didn't read one member chat and a $2 super chat. Hold on, Alex. Let me go take a look. Oh my God, I did miss one. My goodness. Sorry, Seth Monsters dropped a $2 super chat. Thank you so much. It says debauchery level up. Hour 2. Let's go. And for all my pony brothers out there.
PlayStation.
There we go. Thank you, Alex. I appreciate that, buddy. And I did. Holy shit, I missed Alex's. Alex, I am so sorry, dude. I am so sorry. You know what? You're going to get an extra special presentation. How about this? I'm going to give you this. I'm going to give you this. And I'm going to give you this. You're getting the show opening just for you, buddy. And I'll give you a rare achievement. And because, Alex, I like you so much, I'm going to give you a little special CEO of Xbox because everybody likes a little usher. Let's go, baby. Alex, a member for 6 months of a Magtastic Maggots. Thank you so much, Alex. I appreciate you. And he says, Mag, any chance you will play Yote Legends with us on Friday night game nights or Toxic Commandos? The demo was awesome. Really? You know what, Alex? First of all, I apologize for missing your member chat. I apologize. We got you. I gave you as many props as I could, brother. Friday Night Live will be happening because we skipped last week because I ended up doing XNC with Colt instead, right? So Friday Night Live will return this Friday. But now you left me in a conundrum. Should I do Toxic Commandos demo and just give it a shot? There's also the demo for Fatal Frame 2 that I also want to play. I download that as well. Maybe do multiple demos in one night, to check out some games. Or do I go with Ghost of Yotai Legends? So I'm going to leave that in your hands. True 77, I'm pretty sure Mag shows up to parties with a soundboard. That's right, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Alex, we'll figure it out, dude. It's only Tuesday right now. So what we'll do is over the next couple days, I'll figure it out. And then on Thursday, I'll put out a post on my channel, and I'll let you guys know exactly what's going on. Magnum, we did the XNC on Friday because of the announcement of the Helix, right? So we figured, like, you know, everybody wants to talk about it. They didn't want to wait till Monday. So Colt calls me. He's like, dude, are you home? And I'm like, yeah, I'm home. And then he's like, you want to just do XNC, like, on Friday afternoon, like 3:30? I'm like, fuck yeah, why not? I'm home. Let's do it. Yeah. Me Puppet says, rule 1, don't play with the Alaskan wood puppies. Never, never. Unless you want to end up dead. So anyways, Alex, I'll figure it out over the next 2 days. Tomorrow, I don't have anything going on. Unless news drops from GDC, I won't be doing any content, but we'll see. We'll see what happens at GDC tomorrow. Thursday might be pretty light or maybe heavier on the content. Again, dependent on the GDC. We'll see how that goes. And then, of course, I'll make a post about Friday and figure out what we're going to do for Friday Night Live. Because we're in a little bit of a lull period, right, before a couple more games drop. So we'll see how it all goes. Yeah, you'll take a kangaroo over a moose any day. Magnum, trust me. I know kangaroos will stand up to you and box you. Ain't nothing like a moose. A moose will legitimately just instantly kill you. Mr. Santos says, Mag, are you buying the Helix if it comes out this year? No, I don't need one. I don't need one. I have everything I need hardware-wise for at least another year or two. I don't really see the need for any other hardware. Sir Riffs a lot. That's not a green screen background. No, that's real. You want to see? Look. Actually, the funny thing is I can keep the headphones on because the cord is very long. Look. Hear that? These are real. You want me to turn them on? As you can see, they're real. That's why I was making the big banging noises on the joysticks. No, they are real. There you go. I turned on Dragon's Lair for you. Give it a second to fire up, because you know all the games. A pack of moose meese, dude. I used to say the same thing when I was a kid, and everybody used to laugh at it when they used to say it. Whatever. I got so much juice running through all of these different, oh, the fucking... I'm sitting there turning the consoles on and off and shit, and I'm like, why are they turning, the consoles, the cabinets on and off, and I realized the power bar's turned off, so yeah. Hilarious. The power bar was turned off, so I wasn't able to turn it on. I'm like, why isn't it turning on? QMax, don't worry, man. You think I'm going to sleep now? I'm going to be up for another hour. I just have to get off the air because, like, you know, talking is getting too much at this point. Especially when you get to, like, the almost 5-hour mark. But you know what I'm going to do, by the way? Next MAGGCAST, just for everybody, what I'm going to do, no sound, of course, because I don't want the sound on. I'm going to turn on every single cabinet and turn some of the lights off so it literally looks like I'm going to be in an arcade. Dude, we have tons of amazing Mexican food in Canada. Are you kidding me? There's like 2 places near me, and they are like the top-rated Mexican food restaurants, and they're actually owned, operated, and lived in by actual Mexican families. Mwah! Yeah, it's Miss Pac-Man. Look. It's a 1982. It's the original 1982 cabinet. Absolutely stunning. Look at that. Look at the artwork on the side. So anyways, what I'm going to do for next MAGGCAST, I'm going to turn on all the cabinets. And I know you won't really be able to see too much going on, but you'll see some of it going on. So, yeah, it's pretty cool. So, yeah, so Riffs a lot to answer your question. It is not a green screen. Those are legit. They're all legit. What it does, though, is because the camera, what it does is that the camera focuses on me, it blurs out, like even just a slight blur, it blurs out just a slight bit of the background. So it almost looks like a green screen, but it is absolutely not a green screen, as you can clearly see. Look. There you go. See? I'm banging on the console. It's actually real. But anyways, next week, I will turn on all the consoles and turn the lights down. I think that would be a lot of fun. Really give that vibe of like doing the, you know what I mean? Like doing a show from an arcade. Now, Colt is like, dude, you should do that like every show. And I'm like, dude, I can't do that every show. It's fucking ridiculous. I'm not going to have these consoles on every night. Like, the amount of electricity that's coming out of this room, like, you guys have no idea how much equipment is on right now. High-powered PCs, high-powered audio, cameras, studio lights, floodlights, 3 giant monitors. You know what I mean? Like the other lights that I got going on there, incandescent lighting over there. All this other stuff is going on at the same time. And now imagine I turn on all these cabinets. I could literally power an entire village in South America with all the fucking electricity coming out of this room. It's insane. Area 51 cabinet. I never liked Area 51, Meat Puppet. So it's never. I never really liked the game. Oh! Holy shit, ladies and gentlemen! I can't fucking believe it. I was sending a search party out for you, dude. I don't know if you heard about it earlier in the show, and I'm like, guys, we have a mission. The maggots have a mission. We are going to find Grumpy Old Fart and find out where the hell this guy's been because he disappeared, and we were going to send out a search party. But ladies and gentlemen, live and in the flesh and funky fresh, Grumpy Old Fart is in the house. And he drops a $10 super chat and he says, I was here. I was here. I could have. I felt
disturbance in the force.
I have felt it.
How dare you? That's right, Magnum. How dare you? Grumpy Old Fart is actually alive and well, ladies and gentlemen. I am so happy to hear that because I heard my name 2 hours later. Oh my God. Grumpy Old Fart, like, no joke, like when I was actually doing the show. Now we're just like, you know, talking shit. But we were actually doing the show. I'm like, hi guys. I'm like, we have a mission when the show's over. We got to find Grumpy Old Fart, find out where the hell he went. Because he like totally disappeared off the face of the earth. I'm like, we got to do a wellness check on my brother, man. We don't know where the hell he went. He's gone. He disappeared. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Grumpy Old Fart just hammers us with it. I was here. Well, I'm glad to see you here, buddy. Analog AI, how you doing, buddy? I'm glad to see you're well. And thank you, by the way, for the $10 super chat. I greatly appreciate that, my brother. I really do. Matt Cullen. Hey, Mac, I got all the achievements for Requiem. Hey! Good for you, dude. I will not be far behind you, Matt Cullen. I will not be far behind you. I'm going to need a few days. I won't be able to do it tomorrow, but certainly, I think certainly by the weekend, I will have that 100% completion. So I'm going to go for it, my friend. Yes. Well, Matt Cullen, congratulations on doing all that. But anyways, all right, folks, in all seriousness, we are at the 5-hour mark. It was utterly ridiculous. Don't expect this every week. It just happened to be one of those nights where I'm just like, you know what? Fuck it. We're doing this. Oh, man. Well, here we are. Well, anyways, guys, thank you guys all, not only for just being here, for all the support, all the super chats, all the member chats, all the members who joined, all the people who subbed to the channel, anybody who just watched the video. Just being here is enough for me, man. It's enough to help make this dream come true that I'm trying to make come true. And it's not easy. It's not really a dream. It's just something I want to do, because a dream would be something that sounds easy, but this is not easy. It's actually a lot of work. It's a lot of work, man. It's a lot of work. But you know, the thing is, I love it so much, and I love to talk, and I love to entertain, and I love to be part of the community and everything else, and just talking to everybody, that this is like a dream. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is exactly what I want. Like, this is exactly what I wanted. So thank you guys for getting me one step closer. You know, Schwarzenegger said it so many years ago. He said, every time I curl a dumbbell, he goes, it's one curl closer to my dream. It's one curl closer to my vision. One curl closer to victory. And that's how you count it. One curl at a time. One rep at a time. Each time you do a rep, that's one rep closer to your goal. And every minute I speak on this show is one word closer to getting to my goal. And that's exactly what I want, man. So thank you guys all so much for the support, man. I can't do this without you. Absolutely, all of you are absolutely amazing. Stay magnificent. We'll talk to y'all in the next few days. I'll certainly be on for Friday Night Live. And do not forget, by the way, MAGGCAST will not be Tuesday because of St. Patrick's Day. We will be doing MAGGCAST on Wednesday, okay? So remember that. I will obviously put out notifications to remind everybody that Tuesday night we will not be doing MAGGCAST, but we're doing it on the Wednesday. But either way, we'll talk to y'all real soon. Unless GDC news comes out, I'll be dropping videos in the next couple of days, and I'll certainly be there for Friday Night Live. Have a good night, everybody. Love you guys all. Love the family. Good night.